Happy 1 year Matto sick heart sick sign.
Hello, chatto. It's Thursday, and coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, the values are still kind of shit, and yet somehow we've received the biggest transfer bid on any of our players in the last 5 to 6 years. In other news, the other clubs have not been selling off all their assets and have actually been improving their sides. Could this be the year that they finally go and win something other than us? Obviously, Valletta notwithstanding. Can we go and win our 3rd Champions League in a row? All that and more will be coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta. It was messy, but it never stopped its flow. And therefore, hello, Pog with coffee. The flow could... Oh, I was hoping I could grab it mid-stirrup. I couldn't grab it mid-stirrup. But I do have coffee now. Oh, yay! It's Decafe.
Yeah, it's the young
I'm the
girl
Pope.
again. She's lovely.
I love it. She always writes Decafe on the...
She's wonderful. It's the younger one with the glasses.
The really petite lady.
Yeah. Quite a short one. She's lovely.
Yeah. Oh, I don't know. I don't speak to
think
humans.
She's great.
Decafe, chat. Do you have your coffee, Decafe? Right in the trucker. Thank you very much for the follow. And thank you for the DM on Twitter. We talked about it on stream on Tuesday. It was such a cool little story.
Sick
Rating
Matt
Junior
Jam,
as well.
Sick Harold,
with
Sick
the
Matt
39.
Jam, Sick Harold.
And Whoppers as well with the 38.
In other nudes.
In other nudes? Yeah, that's what I said in the middle of the intro on Tuesday.
I like it.
It wasn't on purpose, maybe.
I made it. I'm actually here for the first...
Hello again, chat. The one time I didn't need a second go, and I've gone, you know what, we'll do it anyway. Yeah, the intro button is right where the BRB button was. Not that was what I was even trying to push. I can't even remember what button I was trying to push, but it weren't that. We'll just keep running it. Who wants a third time? Thank you, though.
Mike.
Thank you, Whoppers and Rated as well. Oh, dear. Yeah, I'm a professional streamer. Yeah, Pod can do the script now. Do the intro immediately. Coming up today on Building a Nation with Sirens of Malta, it's a hype train and Captain Zero.
Bring the decaf back in and
Bye,
start
Pog.
again.
Well, yeah, what's new?
do better.
Thank you for the 40 months, Zeep. Sorry, Zoo.
Tell Mike we will sort out.
I was on the wrong seat. Yeah, we will sort out the Christmas market, Mike.
Just got stuff happening.
It's just because, like, the whole... No, literally, Paul. Actually, I do have some house stuff, but it's still not a case of me saying, hey, we got the house. I mean,
The references, the reference bit is all done and dusty. We just got to wait for the estate agent to look through it all, and then go, "Oh, you're not dickheads," and sign the contract.
Play 7 March. No. In fact, most likely, like the moon, it's going to end within the next month. I would say, as a result of the way things are going right now.
Okay, bye.
Why did that just randomly say 1 gift sub? Did anyone else see that in chat? Did you guys see that? On the hype train thing, a random thing that flashed up said 1 gift sub. I'm not... What's that about? That was so strange, because we haven't had it. There wasn't a gifted sub. Huh, weird. Anyway, sorry, it's just Twitch adding new things, probably, and then just not notifying anybody. They do this so long, so often. So I was saying to Molten, yeah, so it's honestly, Dodster, I mean, you know this better than I would, but, like, when you walk past it, it's so, like, nondescript from the outside, because it's got all, like, the trees around one side, down the side of the road, and then the fencing all down the other side. So you basically can't even really tell there's a football there, unless a football stadium there, unless you know that it's actually there, really, isn't it? Sirens, the stadium.
Yeah, it's really bizarre. Like you wouldn't, like you'd think it was just like some like rec ground.
Yeah, even that.
You think it's a recreational ground with some kids playing footy, but it's literally a full like their stadium.
The only reason we didn't go in, of course, because there was kids' training session on at the time, so, you know, we didn't want to be those weirdos that just rock up.
Yeah, we didn't put on a list.
That's all right, Johnson. Please know, like, that would have been incredibly nice of you and very unnecessary as well. So please, yeah, no. Did you have a great time in Jordan? I've always wanted to go, honestly. I would love to go to Petra and places like that, and just Jordan in general. Riverland, thank you very much for the prime.
6 sirens.
Bye, Pog. Have a good day. Planning.
Our computer ready.
Yes. So I June, like, oh, no way. Yeah, no, it's a lovely place. Even in February, it was still really warm, which was lovely. Not that little. Thank you very much for the 14 months as well. That's very kind of you, friend. Yeah, on the house. Let's turn the music down again. Oh. Fuck me, man. Hello, DJ Evil Midnight. So just to clarify, right, I have to show you this now because on my stream deck, there are these buttons on the front. It's the middle row. This button here turns the music down.
Today we go for a third.
This button here runs the intro again. This button here is the intro music button. And I keep pressing the button next to the button I was actually trying to press. Weirdly, that's never happened before. Yeah, the deck, I must admit, is probably the dustiest thing in the entire room. I'd like to believe that the camera is just adding all that extra extra dust, but it isn't, I can assure you. It's my fingers are filthy just having picked that up. Scouseraw, thank you very much for the 100 bits as well, my lordy. Oh, dear. Let's have the locals. Yeah. Also very safe. No, I've really always wanted to see it, honestly. From what I've heard, it's an absolutely wonderful country. So yeah, what I was gonna say is on the house stuff. Literally, so after stream on Tuesday, I was recording some stuff for Match of the Delay with Jake Cooper. And as we were trying to get the game set up, I got a phone call from the estate agent. I was like, oh God, this could be good or bad. And she was like, have you submitted your tax return? And I'm just like, yes, I did it on Saturday morning on the website that you gave me to do it. And she's like, doesn't seem to be displaying on here. And I'm like, oh, here we fucking go. So then she's like, I'll ring them up. Then about 10 minutes later, I got an email from her saying, they're now prioritizing and processing your tax return and you don't have to do anything. I'm like, so hang on, they either had it or they didn't have it. So how have they suddenly got it now? It's like, it's... The incompetency of the company that are running these checks are unbelievable, to be honest with you. Then they kept sending Pog's referee, like her referee from work, a broken link to fill in. They did that 3 times. So, yeah, in theory, things are all gone through now. But we will see. Like, all the stuff on the website's updated, so it really is, I think, now just a case of them doing everything and ticking all the boxes, and then it should be okay. But yeah, so I don't know if anyone else has ever used the Lettings Hub as part of stuff for moving into a new property in the UK, but fuck me. To be fair, this is not the estate agent's fault. The estate agent have been brilliant. It's this third-party company that it seems that a lot of letting agencies in this UK use to handle things like referee stuff that are absolutely abysmal. Basically, the estate agent have been great. Everything we've done with them has been instant, swift, quick. They've been chasing things for us. It's just, yeah, this third-party company is mad. Pretend you haven't forgotten to... Yeah, exactly. Don't use the UK. Ah, there's your... Good on you. Also, I accepted your Steam friend request. I felt bad. So in theory, things are kind of going through right now. But I was... Given that the fact that we found out about this literally on Thursday's stream last week, at the end of Thursday's stream, that was when Pog bounded up the stairs and told me. So it's now been nearly a full week. And we still haven't technically... And the tenancy is supposed to start in 5 days, i.e. next Tuesday. But, yeah. So... I think we're pretty much over the main stuff now. It should just be a case of them ticking a few boxes and us basically agreeing the terms, pretty much. So yeah, that soon, yeah. The tenancy starts next Tuesday. But this is what I mean. Because this company have dragged their heels so fucking much, it's just made it more difficult for us to prepare stuff, you know? So that's fun. I will, in fact, be doing the old... buying a couch. I will try to. I still want to get that one that you showed me, that chat showed me on Tuesday, and it's still available, so I could still get it, which is good. But if not, I'll just find another one. My plan is to rent a van, get a load of stuff like that, and then just go get them all in one day, because I am the guy that people ask to help them move back in the day, right? So I've got a lot of, like, favour chips I can call in amongst my friends group that I can be like, right, do you remember that time I helped you move? It's your turn. When are we moving? I don't know, Steve. Luckily, it's not like there's a hurry to be out of here, so it means that I can sort of transition things over. The difference is it is like over an hour away, so it's not as easy as just like Do you know what I mean? So it's a case of, and also we won't have internet at first. So what you'll probably notice initially is that this room will have less and less stuff in it as I, and all of a sudden the last stream will just be me in an empty room with just my PC set up. You can sort of edge things over. Yeah, exactly. Got to shout pivot. Oh, of course, yeah. A few weeks, James. So we're pretty all right there. Obviously, that costs money, but it's like, it's not too bad. So it should be all right. Lifting shit at work, listening to you speak. Should do a podcast. I weirdly, Luca, I feel like I don't need to do a podcast because there's a lot of podcasts that already exist, and I wouldn't want to contribute anything that doesn't need to. I wouldn't want to put something out there unless I felt it was an idea that someone hadn't done or would actually add something to the marketplace. In addition, I kind of feel like these streams sort of become podcasts in many ways, given that we don't just talk about FM, we talk about all sorts of things, right? Mike and I at one point, I don't know if Mike's still in chat, were actually planning on launching a podcast because we had a really good idea for one, but it's just things get in the way, right? Things just get very, very busy, and we never did get sorted out. But I think, Mike, we should revisit that podcast potentially. A podcast. I've always thought about doing that as well. A football, hockey, NASCAR podcast. Could we do it without the football? I'll do a hockey, NASCAR podcast. I talk enough about football as it is.
With the stream, so have been away for a while. So here is a belated quick party. 77 77 77 777 77 77 77 777 777 777 777 777 77 77 7777.
I really appreciate sub messages like that because it means I can have a sip of my drink and not have to say anything for a minute, and that's rare for me. I take those chances. Videos a lot of the time. This is a radio presenter. This is true. I've always wondered if I would have been quite a good radio presenter, honestly, because I can do the kind of radio voice type stuff. When I'm actually trying, I can slow it down and fully put on. Oh, I love yapping. There's nothing that I like more than yapping. Did you guys see the ice boxing? To me, I was just like, this is just hockey without the fun part. Like, Dodster, thank you very much for the prime as well.
Sirens.
Dang on, did I miss one there as well? Cloud Kleino. Sorry about that. I'm so sorry, Cloud Kleino. Thank you very much. Oh, no, that's a brand new one. Wait, my apologies. I'm getting a bit confused. Cloud Kleino and Dodster, thank you very much for the primes, guys. That's very kind. This sponsor advertisement voice, though. Give me a product to promote. Like a legit one. Some radio commentary on the next match. Right, I find like what you do is you just drop your voice down a register, basically. Instead of talking like this, you just talk like this. You add extra gravitas to your voice. With Head and Shoulders shampoo, you will no longer have dandruff, etc., etc. It's just what I call my YouTube voice. One thing I'm going to start doing in future is when we run into situations in FM that I would like to call teachable moments, and I'd like to just hopefully call them out on me as well. Oh, I can do it way more annoying than that, Luca. That was just me doing like middle of the... That was the wetness turned up to like 50%. I want you to call out teachable moments in chat. If we find something in FM that's like, this is a thing that people could learn from, I want to make TikToks doing that, basically. Little like moments like where we pull a little trick on the game. Those things I think could be quite useful, and I like it when they come up organically, so we need to start keeping an eye out for things like that. Like when you convince a player to stay that most people would have lost. Things like that. Nordic Nomad's voice. No, Nordic Nomad's voice is different. So there's Head and Shoulders anti-dandruff shampoo will keep your head smelling delightful. That's almost like the Matt Berry kind of voice. Arizona. But then there's the Nordic Nomad's voice is this one. It's the slow David Attenborough style, not quite with as much guff in his voice. Calais did things in Stockholm kind of voice. It's slower. It's more like an audiobook narration. Learn to press the right button. This is true. So you want to become Hadrian? I live to become Hadrian. He's my hero. The Bearfax. Yeah, it's basically the Bearfax voice. No, not even basically. It literally is. The Bearfax voice is just the Callie Forspoke voice. It's your voice you hear with the blindfold on. Yeah, it is. Love me some stool. So I actually came back slightly earlier today. Barry Scott. Hi, I'm Barry Scott. It's that kind of jovial... I'm going to kill you. Honestly, Barry Scott's voice is very serial killery to me. If you ask me, it's very serial killery. Let's look at the cafe. There we go. Isn't even his real name. Best I can do is Casper van der Meulen, who apparently plays for Al Hilal now. I wonder where he'd up sticks and left to, but there you go. He is earning 850 grand a week, so I can't really begrudge him that. I'll find you points for that. Captain Sue. Oh, speaking of Al Hilal chat, Bad news. Although, firstly, Captain 11. I mean, you got 2 players. Actually, going to want to get on that. Al Hilal. Anyone notice anything about Al Hilal? I'll wait. Yeah. So basically, Kerwin Vargas has left Goodyear again for the second time to join Al Hilal for the second time. The last time he... Look at this man's managerial history. Here. Nope. Nope. Just profile, that'll be easier. So, Sirens under 21, under 18 coach, whatever. Joins Goodyear, then goes to Al Hilal, then joins the US national team. Then he joins Goodyear, then he joins Al Hilal, so I can bet your ass that his next job is going to be the US men's national team. It's annoying because he immediately comes back in, straight away gets Goodyear straight back into the Champions League, and now he's buggered off. And if I remember correctly, Goodyear replaced him with Vladimir Bradoncic, who is the Zabar manager.
Month 47 of watching this tiny little man playing his pathetic little game where he complains that his owner has sold off all the Maltese gold and debased his currency. Pablo called and he's made some extra tomato sauce for you to put your feet into. Please call him.
No, Pablo can come here. This guy's career stats are not too encouraging, are they, as well? 35% win rate. Like, he's not done very well at Zabar either. In fact, there's been quite a few managerial switches in the top flight. Is there a way that you can just see the managers? This feels like something you should be able to see. Oh, there is. Why have we never looked at this before? Someone's probably mentioned it loads of times. So, yeah, new managers since we last looked in. There's been 4 managerial changes. Mediocre players in role. Oh, for sure they are. Well, I didn't realise Kurt Galea had been there that long. Hang on, how long has he been? 13 years. Holy shit. But yeah, so in the last, basically since we last spoke, there's been 4 managerial changes. So obviously Kerwin Vargas left Goodyear and he was replaced by Vladimir Bradoncic. Then Zabar replaced him with Franco Sarmiento, who is an attacking-based manager, who was the manager of Melita last season. So they've replaced him with a solid bloke. He was also a former Sirens player, naturally. Just how it works. History doesn't repeat itself, but it rhymes. Oh, I like that a lot. Who said that? That's a really nice quote. Just in general, I know you weren't even trying to do that, but Robert Vela is the new manager of Slima. And he was the Masterschlock manager. So he's the guy that got Masterschlock promoted to the top flight. So now they've lost the manager. And they replaced him, this is a fun one, with Robert Busatil. This is the first time this has happened in this save. Ready for this? So, no, that's the wrong one. Okay, Robert Busatil. Hang on, who is he? Is it this guy? No. Oh, maybe he didn't get the job in the end. Basically, at one point, one of the favourites for the job was Tarshin's assistant manager, who I forget who it is. Yeah, this guy here, I think. Nope. Yeah, I think it's this guy. This guy was one of the favourites for one of the jobs as well at one point. So, we will see. It's not ideal, basically. I have done a couple of transfers. Nothing major. Basically, I just signed up that one dude that we really liked. The Copenhagen guy. Oh my god, for a second. Thank you,
Finally
Ryan.
catching a stream live. What a time to be alive. I hope you and Pog are well. A question for you. How do I find Grandad in a dark room? It's not hard. Up the sirens. Praise the Maltese cow. Suckle the titties for crisp, cold milkage.
There you go. See, if suckle the titties for crisp, cold milkage. It works. Ryan, thank you very much for the £10. That's very, very kind. And thank you for reaching out with that story on Twitter. It was very, made me feel very validated, I must say. Also, chat, a question for you. I heard this on TikTok yesterday, but it makes sense. Would you rather every single song had to be sung by Pitbull? So every single song exists, but they're all sung by Pitbull, right? Or only Pitbull songs exist, but one Pitbull song exists, but it's sung by every other artist, and it's all different covers. So every other artist, but they're all singing the same Pitbull song. Because I'm all about the Pitbull one. I would love to see Pitbull cover every single song. I want to see Pitbull doing a bit of Rick Astley. I want to see Pitbull singing Lorna Shore. Googling how to be deaf now. Which song? Up to you. Already sing 90% of songs. I think it's more like 92, so we're getting there. Pitbull covering the loophole. Pitbull Mongolian throat singing. See, I think you're missing out. I think I'm fully team Pitbull. Because I like Pitbull. He's Mr. Worldwide. The correct answer is give yourself hearing loss. See, I knew that would get you going. I'll refund your points on dandruff there. Bit of that, and a bit of that. You don't want your favourite song ruined by Pitbull. But, coincidentally, you don't want your favourite Pitbull song ruined by everyone else. I don't know what Dayseeker, how Dayseeker would sound covering Pitbull. Financial crisis, basically the value drop, or the beginning of the value drop. Yeah, background stream music would be intriguing if everything was just Pitbull. Even the copyright-free stuff, even Loving Caliber would be sung by Pitbull. So just imagine getting caught in the rain, but it's Pitbull. Yeah, Pitbull singing Pain Remains, all of a sudden I'm here for it. Struggling with Mariah Carey's high notes indeed. No. Struggling. She struggles with Pitbull's high notes. Yep. Pitbull sings the Friends theme tune. Pitbull covers Nickelback. He's never made it as a blind man, chat, so I'm told. There you go. Spotify would just be Pitbullify. Bad as the others. No, it wasn't as bad as the others. The effect that it's had, essentially, is it halved the value of every player at the club, essentially. So any player that was worth 120 million was now maxing out at like 55. You'll also note that it's still glitching out on this. So I'll just let it do it. So as an example here, oh, hang on, sorry, I played versus mode again. So we do have a few players that have broken through that, but that's because they've been bidded up. But most players, for example, so anyone you're seeing here has been bidded up by other clubs. The weirdest thing I find as well about when you get these value drops is that we get bigger bids on our players sometimes, but only certain players. It's hard to shift dead wood, but it's much easier to get higher money for some of the bigger players, which is really weird. So, for example, we had a bid on Callum Brooks of 196 million from Manchester United, which is the highest bid I've had since Gert Gillet, but like 5-6 years ago, which is the weirdest thing. Oh, we're just going to have loads of Pitbull now, and I'm totally here for it. The Gnome song, why not? Pitbull singing Comfortably Numb. So, it's not the bad thing. The problem is, from what Hadrian's done with his test where he's gone ahead a little bit, it gets much worse next season, which is why next season will be the final season of the save. Because basically all of our players then become worth 20 million. And that at that point, it's just football ramble. I'm just channeling the spirit of Marcus Speller. That's what I do. We're both very hairy men. But, yeah, so it's not ideal. It's funny seeing Hajarowan and Callum Brooks as our highest valued players as well, which just makes absolutely no sense. I mean, Brooksy perhaps, but actually more likely Hajarowan. I'm still trying to get rid of players, as you can see, because the squad thing is still doing that thing where it glitches out. And I feel like this is getting worse, because we don't even have that many players available for loan anymore. Like, there's a few, but it's still not horrendous. So what I've done, we are now on the registration date for the Champions League, which means we need to try and pick a squad out of this, and then we're going to do deadline day and all that sort of stuff, because I figured if we're only going to do the three Champions League games today, I don't need to come back as late. British National Anthem. Just starts a British National Anthem with Mr. Worldwide, which would be received poorly, I suspect. Is this Liam Lynch? It is. God, I haven't heard this for a long time, man. Holy shit. Okay. This should be okay to register this squad. I don't think we'll have too many issues, but there are a few new... What? Oh, Maximiliano. What a guy. Oh, yeah, I'll catch up on the signings in a second, because there have been a couple. Why is he not in the squad? That seems asinine. I'd rather leave out Pagonza, since he's already annoyed at me. Maldonado has to be in the team. Wait a minute. Who is he added? He's added Carno for some reason. And this guy. Your assistant sometimes truly does make some of the weirdest decisions, man. Maldonado in. Oh, the question is, do I put Andreas Christensen in? Because he's actually quite good. And he might be quite a good backup in that ball in midfield role. Since he's now back from his loan spell. Proper cartoon villain. He does, doesn't he? Like, proper comic book. Holy shit, this is so many song requests. One sec. We're just using them all up now. In the wrong sport. Well, he's done alright for us. Bad prices. They don't look as bad right now. It's next season when it's really going to hit. That's when it's pretty much over for us, is next season. When we've checked ahead, or Hadrian's checked ahead, and basically they dropped to like 20 million. for even your best player, which is untenable at that point. It certainly is pretty eclectic, yeah. Oh, hang on, we put one more player in. So bring Pog back, right? I think that's okay. Who's going to kick off? Björklund and Kral, as per. But if I've got Christian... Oh, no, I don't have Christensen in. Hang on one sec. Vergeira doesn't need to be in the squad. He's not going to play. I'd rather have Blas over Vergeira. He's not going to play. And he's a fringe player, so he probably won't care. That makes more sense to me. Blas is versatile. Yeah, we basically need good points this season and next season. I hope Malta doesn't fall apart. My concern is the teams we've got in Europe don't fill me with confidence, basically. Particularly in the lower competitions. Hibernian did get into the group stage of the Conference League, by the way. They beat HJK as well, which is extremely funny. So there's that. I think that'll have to do. The other problem we've got is because Moser is in the squad, he doesn't actually have to be in the squad. He meets this weird requirement where he's been at the club for 2 years, but he's under 21, so we can have him in the team, but he doesn't have to be registered, which is beautiful. So essentially, he won't complain, but he can play his matches still. He just doesn't take up a squad slot, which is amazing. I love it when players move through that little window. They get like 1 year of it, and this is his. Maybe sometimes 2. So, no, HJK didn't win, which is good. How are we progressing? So currently, at the start of this year, we're now down to 4th again. We were 4th last season as well. We have been as high as 2nd, and we should start climbing back towards that. We're 14 behind England. We gained 2 there, 8 there. But the difference is we're probably not going to reach that because of all the finances. And I still don't think... Obviously, if we were like right on the cusp of being able to catch England, I would still do that last season there. But I don't believe we're going to be anywhere near them. We'd have to be like relatively close. Ideally, we'd have to be ahead of them, really, by going into that. Because obviously, if they have a bad year, they'll come back even stronger. So, yeah. Yeah, all footy chants being sung by Pitbull, too. That's an interesting one. Would everyone sound like Pitbull when they sung it? Or would the song just be like a sort of Pitbullified version of it, I guess? Right? Good chance of qualifying, right? It depends. Goodger's new manager is completely unproven, so it's really hard to know what he's going to do, really. We've got quite easy draws, by the way. Like, we've got Man United and Ajax, Slavia Prague, Lyon, Arsenal, Leipzig, Rangers and FC Copenhagen. Arsenal and Man United are the 2 tough games, really, and the rest are very, very easy, I would say, by our standards. We've got 2 pot 1 teams, basically, and everyone else feels pot 4 to me, which is dope. As for signings, really... You saw Loppy sign, because obviously the funnies. This guy was a guy we'd already signed up because he was Jean-Jacques Joseph. This is a part exchange because I sent Svetsanov to Goodger. This guy wanted to leave, and I was getting offers of like £20 million for Svetsanov, and then Goodger went, is for me? And I went, yes. Yes, he is for you. So he's now gone to Goodger United, which will hopefully fill the gap left by Tabakaru a little bit, so they can go with Svetsanov and Dominguez. That's the hope, anyway. Might make them a little bit better. Watch them now play a 1-striker system, and he doesn't get any football. But such is life. David Valleys. He is the guy from FC Copenhagen. He's the only signing I've really made over the summer that's like an actual big money signing that you didn't see. Except you did see him. You just didn't see him fully scouted. But, like, he has very, very good attributes for someone who's only 19. That was pretty much my viewpoint on him. He's very, very well developed at that age. And... he looks to still have a bit more potential in him where he could become a really solid footballer. So I thought, you know what? £10 million. Let's just take the punt on him because we've already made more than that on the other sales. Speaking of sales, I did make one important sale too. And also Mano Torres, which was that guy that had the really cheap release clause at Rayo Vallecano. Oh, he's got value. Hello. That seems to... Oh, was he wanted by someone? St. Andrews. Nice. So we'll get that out as well, but just potentially. Vallis. It's probably it's actually more likely Valus. If I'm being honest, he's Danish, so it's almost certainly pronounced Valus. Because Danish Y's are pronounced really weird. Just ask David Newholm. I might be wrong about that, but I'm going to call him David Valleys because we have to. But yeah, so he's in as well. The big sale was Boulay. I managed to sell Boulay to Manchester United for 45 million, which, when you look at his value now, is just unbelievably silly because, like, he's suddenly got 4 times the value. However, initially, the bids were £13 million. I managed to bid him up from 13 million to 45 million over the space of, like, 3 weeks, just by rejecting, offer out again, reject him, offer out again, going up and up and up and staggering between 4 different sides. And eventually, Man United were the ones that landed on the hot seat and ended up paying £45 million for him. So that's quite a lot of money considering. So that's really helped us, which is why I was more than happy to sign that other guy. Money, yeah, it's some decent money. Like, our finances at the moment are pretty sensational. We've got 43 million profit at the moment, but that just shows you his value is insane, and the reason his value is so high is because Man United. If he was at any other major, if he was at a La Liga club or any other major side in Europe, he would have that kind of value. It's just he doesn't have that here, and you can see why he doesn't, because it just blocks you from having that kind of value. It's very frustrating, but random bit in my coffee. So I think someone's going to kick off about this, presumably. His minimum release clause. What's this guy? Oh, yeah, I've been tracking this guy for ages, haven't I? He probably will still become a very good footballer, but we're all right. Take a loss this season and deal with the European ban in 3 seasons. We could take a loss this season anyway. We made money. Like, how far are we into FFP right now? We could take a massive loss this year if you like. We're £255 million above our projections. But obviously we're not quite as high up as that. But we've probably made about, in the last 3 years, maybe £100 million in profit. So we could conceivably make a £100 million loss this year and not have any FFP issues whatsoever. It's just a question of, like, there's no need to. Like, we haven't got a player that we want to sign that would do that. It's tough to strengthen a squad that is the best team in the world, right? Anyone you're signing likely is already not good enough to start for you, and thus you're just signing a backup player for immense amounts of money, like we did with Silver Salamander. Although the logic with him is that he goes for the future, right? That's the way I'm tending to look at it. We're going to go to deadline day before I do any more offer outs, because otherwise, if you do them too early, the game has no urgency built into it. So it will just leave them hanging, and they won't get an offer until the window expires, which is always fun. Start craving new save. Any tips? It depends on what your goals are, right? I think it's important to have goals and then goals within goals. So, for example, in this save, obviously the long-term goals we all know is to get number 1 on the coefficient list, right? So that's the long-term goal. But then I've got goals within that, which is things like, you know, winning the Champions League, winning the domestic divisions, trying to beat certain records. But then I also have to sort of come to terms with the fact that part of the motivation for continuing as well is the fact that it is my job and I do enjoy it. And I get to share it with you. So there's an element of things that perhaps you don't get with a normal save, because I feel like there's a shared investment in this save that's slightly different to just me playing it single player. I'd be much more likely to give up a save if I was playing it single player. Like, I'm trying to think of the longest single player save I've ever had that wasn't content in any way. And it was probably like 10 seasons I did with it Sella Ettelbrook on like FM 17. Yeah, that's the thing. Silver Salamander would be a starting level player for almost every other club in Europe. It's just that we happen to have arguably 3 of the top 6 centre-backs in the world. Maybe even more. Fans Player of the Year. How do we find that information out? Would it be on, like, team profile? Like, where even would I find that information? Landmarks, records? That's not... Is it records, maybe? Is it in managerial? I legitimately don't know where to find that kind of information. It's crazy how much these fees just got up and up and up and up and up. I remember spending like $1 million. God, that was when we spent 1.4 million on Eeyore Melman, and it was like so much more than our transfer record. Should be players. Players. Oh yeah, Fans Player of the Year. There we go. No way. I've actually never looked at that before. For a player against my will on the player left, and I apparently rejected a loan. I love it when they do that. That happened to me on with that fullback on, I think it was either MTK or Treaty United. I think it was Treaty, where Bayern bought my player and they claimed that I was able to like protest it when I wasn't, shit like that. So yeah, Babasi's won it the last couple of years, which makes sense. Reynoso's grabbed one. Tesco's Express actually got one. Babasi got another one all the way back there. Lahovi, couple for Pereira, Lahovi, Reynoso, Lahovi. Good lord, Lahovi's won a lot of these. Yeah, Nunez grabbed a random one in there, which I just love. He just had one unbelievable season for Sirens. Perez incredibly won it one year. That must have been, again, his one really good season for Sirens. Sekou Fofana. God, we really went through a lot of players at this point, didn't we? Melman in there, Kamga, Vida, double for Ronnie Shallow, Miroslav Lucic, Lucas Marza, Granillo, and then Quasi Donsu in the first season, man. What a guy. NASCAR penalties. I think they're right, honestly. It's just kind of shit watching. I kind of like that they put a foot down on like team orders and race manipulation. It's boring. Like, it's I hate seeing it. Vida, I think that was the season that Vida got 24 assists. If I had to guess. That was when he was just next level good. That's what I assume anyway. But yeah, lovely to see. God, Padilla has the most league goals. That's actually kind of interesting. 176 goals, and it's Padilla that has the most. God, look at that. He really was just a stat padder, wasn't he? Always been them again. I guess so. I still find it incredibly infuriating. At the end of the day, if you're not going to race, why are you there? Like, I don't know. I like seeing people race. Now we're into the pitbull chat. Let's get ready. I'll tell you what, right? I think Lahovy could catch Palacio and overtake as the highest appearance player ever. He's on 427. Palacio has the most with 462. And he is... Also, the fact that Lahovy has over 100 goals and he's a wing-back is utterly batshit to me. Yeah, Wisniewski's in there. It's probably because long-term, right? It's who played the most games. Wisniewski played 185 games for us. Someone's become race fixing. Well, they pretty much are race fixing, aren't they? I mean, that's what they did on Sunday in the NASCAR. That was race fixing. They literally blocked people from overtaking by running too wide and stopping them from passing the car in front of them, deliberately slowing down so they couldn't overtake, and also deliberately not overtaking themselves. Like, it's just, at that point, you're just race fixing. Tony Sunday. Yeah, I mean, he did still play nearly 200 games for us. If anything, I'd say Pebbles is the slightly surprising one. Like, the lowest number of appearances of any player on this list, really. Kravis has gotten there pretty nicely. We're actually going to nip to potentially to Aldi later, Ryan, because we're going to a different B&M to have a little look around. Part of mine and Pog's tour of the local B&Ms. Vida's still on this list, which is good. Kadri's actually here as well. But yeah, there's no way that... I think Lahovy does this. Bear in mind, Lahovy's still got 3 years left on his deal, plus a 3-year extension, and he has that thing about him playing forever. Jibby, technically there was Nwusu briefly. Gutierrez didn't play enough. I think the two goalkeepers that have started for us the longest would have been Wisniewski and obviously my big boy, Big Frank Kirby. He's obviously... It's weird how long we've actually had Big Frank Kirby now. Like, he's actually been at the club nearly a decade. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So is this only his 9th season? Which is crazy that he's already racked up 300 appearances in 9 seasons. I guess it's because as a goalkeeper, I don't rest him very often. I don't rotate him out in the same way I do, like, outfield players. But Basie have. Now, bear in mind, this is about as up-to-date as this is ever going to be, because obviously it's the start of the year, so it doesn't have anything from the new season in yet. But Basie has... Wait, is Basie not on here yet? Oh my god, sorry, I just realised why you were asking that. I'm surprised that Babasi isn't on this list yet. So, 14, 38 there, so that takes me to... Hang on, sorry, chat, a bit of head maths here. 52, that's 31, that's 83. I'm probably going to get a bit wrong here. 83, so that's 113, 36 there, 119, then 143. He's probably over 200, I would say, at this point. He's definitely over 200 appearances. But remember who he has to try to dislodge. It's Babasi. It's Vida. Although I feel like he should at least be on the bench still, right? Actually kind of mad that he's not on the bench at least. Wondrous Skylight! Thank you for the 100 bits!
Hello Matto and Chatto, it's been a bloody while. Had the funeral for my Grampsy and general business. I'm off to the dentist today, so I was working then I was able to go. Except for that, nothing really special happened. Well, except for finding that Wickham Wanderers do a Christmas jumper and I bought it, sent it on Discord.
Didn't realise that was you, Wanderer. I did see that, because this was after we were talking about the football clubs and Christmas jumpers, and I've got the Flanders one. But, yeah, firstly, we were actually talking about you on stream on Tuesday about how it's cool that sometimes when I miss stuff in chat, you'll tag me in it, and it allows me to, like, not miss things, because we were just talking about how the flow of chat is, like, really good at the moment. That's a good result for us there. Right. Oh. Yeah, the other thing about the whole value drop, and I think this is more annoying than the value drop outright, is the fact that you'll notice that Zim Zims now has at least better value again. The problem is, we get more bids on our players than the values drop. That makes sense. What I have noticed, though, and I find this particularly irksome because I don't really understand it myself, is that we now get more players upset about wanting to leave since the value drop. Those same players that when I got bids for last summer weren't wanting to leave. And that is fucking weird to me, right? Because the fact that a player is suddenly worth less shouldn't affect their wantingness to leave the club, given that we've won 5 Champions Leagues in 7 years. It's weird, because it does seem to take into account their value when deciding whether the player wants to leave. Case in point, Valenhout. Although, admittedly, he's not actually a starter, so that does make a little bit more sense. But it is funny how the players never understand the argument of we'll probably be burst without them. It's not coming, it's come. We got the first stage of it last stream. Now Brooks is happy to stay, at least. So we've got a lot of unhappy players, basically, that wanted to leave, and purely because they were suddenly worth less money, which is hilarious. Although, weirdly, I feel like you still can sell your highest valued players for more money when the values have dropped, because they bid you up more, whereas they just don't do that normally. Here we go. But yeah, so the first stage of the value drop has occurred, which has halved our players' value. Next season, though, it's going to further go down by another 65%, which is where it really hurts. It's not coming as... Even in context, that one doesn't sound good. They think they've got really good deals at better teams. But at the end of the day, they either want to leave the club or they don't, right? To me, it makes no sense that a starting 11 guy in a team that has won 5 of the last 7 Champions Leagues, who didn't want to leave when he was worth loads of money, now suddenly does want to leave and is unsettled by it. It's like, sorry, brother, but like, what? It just makes no sense to me. Because it shows that the game is taking into account the player's value as to whether they want to leave the club. Whereas, to me, that should have no bearing on it whatsoever. Like, when that same club was bidding on them last summer as well. So the fact they're being bidded on is a constant in that. Weird shadow rep in the back. There has to be something going on. I don't know. There's a lot of things that you can't see without, like, decompiling everything. But it is frustrating when you see mechanics like that so brazenly working against you. I have done like Dingley offer outs and all that sort of jazz. I managed to get a good amount out there, but it still kind of lags that menu. And I think that menu lag is getting worse, despite the fact that we've got less players on the books. Because bear in mind, we're actually now only at, what was it, minus 39. I have got a good amount out again now, actually. Just uninstalled the badge pack. I knew it. Wait, Pineda? Oh, speaking of Pineda, by the way, he went to Paris Saint-Germain. On 180 grand a week, which is... still less than he was asking to join us, but it's not the same kind of hilariousness we saw before. But the club's worth, so the club value gave 6 players too good for the team. But to me, that's fine and all, but then the other thing that would outweigh that would be the 5 Champions Leagues, the highest rep in the world, the best team in the world part. I feel like that should carry more weight than, oh, my player value. Do you know what I mean? Like, if you're the best team in the world, you're the best team in the world. There shouldn't be any, like, other random things in the background that should affect that. It's a bit like a player getting bored at Real Madrid being like, oh, yeah, no, I feel like I just really want to join Chelsea now for no reason that I didn't want to do a year ago. I don't know. It just seems a bit... I guess you could make the argument if the player feels like they've won all there is to win and they want to move to a new challenge, then say that. Because there is actually an option that says that exact thing. And, like, I've seen it a few times, but then they don't use that option anywhere near enough. Because that is a thing you have, usually when the player's like 31, 32 at that point. Poland and Finland in previous years. If you haven't done them, I would say... Sorry, if you have done those, I would say Hungary is the one. We'll turn that up to the most. Hungary is the missing link. Well, they only know what they're being bidded on, right? So it seems weird that a player who's on being bid 200 million would suddenly be less interested in a transfer than when they're being bid 50 million. Do you know what I mean? If we use that logic, which obviously I feel like is completely flawed in this situation, but if we were to follow that along, yeah. PSG bullshit. No, PSG have actually been relatively quiet. It's usually Manchester United in this save, which does make a little bit of sense because they are one of the only clubs that can touch us rep-wise, but they are still behind us. So at most, they're probably nearly equal rep with us. I think our rep must be higher than theirs at this stage because 1, we've been above them, and 2, we've won the last 2 Champions Leagues. So any kind of decay in that period, and ours is going to be higher than them, basically. But yeah, I would say your best bet, if you've tried those ones, is definitely Hungary. Hungary is just so perfectly set up for a Building a Nation save. Right, we want attracting interest. Any fun ones in there? Oh, David Vallis. You're going to get offers from, yeah, loads of people. Wait, as if someone actually wants Nguyen Van Hue. Love that for him. Okay, so hopefully we can get our David Vallis, or sorry, Valus out. That'd be good. Ireland's in the game. I'd be amazed if they lost leagues. Like, with Chelsea, it's like Vinny Junior was going to Fulham because they're a bigger club. I guess, but like, I was just trying to figure like a real world example in the current state. Northern Ireland or Wales. Every single one of those you will have massive issues with because of the work permit situation. It will be very difficult for you to sign foreign players in order to get them out to other clubs because you won't be able to sign players from Africa without them having work permits, and you will really struggle to get them work permits. That's the issue with any UK or Great Britain or UK, whatever, builder nations, basically. Particularly with ones that, like Wales, that have non-professional teams in it as well. It's very difficult to get AI teams to become professional. So to give you an idea, in this save, we had to build in an entire mechanic, essentially, that would prevent them from... To help with the professional status stuff, basically. So in this save, when you get promoted to the top flight, you automatically become professional. And when you get relegated, you have 3 years to decide whether to go semi-professional again, basically. Or even down to amateur, like probably what's happened to Santa Lucia. Real Madrid to go to Villa, I guess, but I think, yeah, it's just a weird one. Right. Have they actually put bids in? They have. Sleeper are putting in some pretty interesting loan offers, at least. And David Vallis could at least do some good there, I suppose. But I do hate when you... Wow, nobody has a bid for those guys. I swear there was more offers on the table. Or was it just Valus I was really interested in? I think it was just him, actually. Well, it's just Valenhout now. Armenia and Latvia. Latvia is a base league game, which is a good thing, because it means that, in theory, you'll have less shenanigans. However, as we know, that isn't always the case.
But live vicariously through recap videos. Thanks for being my go-to videos to watch when teaching gets too stressful.
Thank you for watching, Zenlos. Seriously. It's very, very kind of you to do so. Welcome to the stream today. Thank you for joining us. It's lovely to have you here. Oh, yeah, I forgot to mention that Swanthony came back as well. Didn't fancy Zabar play. He didn't fancy playing in Europe for Zabar this season for whatever reason. And at that stage decided to come back. Yeah, Armenia, I've never done Armenia. Anyone needs to go to Berzimage? No. They're just too low down. Even the shit players don't want to go. We can try in a minute, though, after this last little offer out here. So Valus has gone, which is dope. But, yeah, Latvia, out of the two, I'd probably try Latvia because you're maybe going to get a little bit less bullshit because it's actually a vanilla league game. Maybe. Cyprus. Well, next year we're doing Poland. That is set in stone. Because Cyprus would require us to do a lot of editing to make that work, whereas Poland is kind of good in almost the vanilla state right now. I'm just hitting the homegrown rule. Yep. Adding homegrown players in England is an absolute pain in the arse. Bear in mind, like, I've spent most of this year not having to worry about homegrown rules and shit like that. Wait for Outcast to Icons. Because if we end up in Italy again, oh, I hate Italian rules. Is Latvia a Winter League? I don't know, actually. Summer leagues in Building a Nation are very tough. Poland will... Well, that's the thing, Con, yeah. I still suspect that the cycle will be slightly longer than we think it is. I reckon we're looking at probably a December release for FN26, maybe. It'd be a bit weird if it came out at the same time as it's always done. Yeah, Wisła is the side we're going to be using for Poland, Luca. That's the plan anyway. Poland and Wisła Krakow are perfectly set up for Building a Nation save. I think one of these things, James, it's like, particularly with the wage... Now that we know that the value drop's occurring, right? It's a situation of... We pretty much have to, because the slog would become so real. People would lose interest, right? You can already see it in the recap videos. It's just... It was time for something fresh, I think, at that point. I think it's the perfect time, with everything else going on, to switch to that save, is to give it those 2 years, and then... let me just try and... Oh, cool. With the move as well. Sort of fresh start, fresh everything, you know? No point knocking those guys out. They're never going to go to Dingley. You're already under a bid. I'm hoping we get through this. They have Waszakowski. Really? Oh, that's fun. That's actually super cool. I didn't realise he was still there. Oh, nice. We can do it. Just get a couple more Dingley guys, maybe. Might be skipped. I made that prediction, but chat kind of correctly pointed out that they'd be very surprised just because of licensing issues. Hey, chat, do you reckon in Outcast to Icons I might actually be able to succeed in Spain? Hang on. Vegard Björklund to Hamren. That's interesting. That's very interesting. The game has just given something away there. I wonder if we could send him there through part exchange. Force stuff starting. Nah, basically, with Outcast to Icons, I tend to avoid big nations until I'm sort of getting a bit further up, because I feel like, right, if I start a journeyman save like that, with all these leagues turned on, me going to, like, the second tier or the third tier of Spain, for me, feels a bit pointless. It feels like I could have just done that in a normal save, and that's why I tend to, like, use it as an opportunity to manage in leagues that I wouldn't normally manage in. Oh, they want Gauto as well. Oh, that's interesting. If I could bundle these two... Go on, lads. Take both, I beg of you. Oh, now, he may not go, but I think we might be able to get Gauto out to them. And Hammer need all the help they can get at this stage, honestly. Be very similar race. Yeah, I think you might be right there. I think that the licenses is the thing that I hadn't really considered, even though I normally do, right? Like, I think that we'll end up starting somewhere like Estonia or, like, Azerbaijan. I want to try to go to leagues that I've not managed in before as well. Not like desperately trying to specifically go to them, but it would be cool to manage in countries like Belgium as we move our way up, because I've never managed in Belgium before, ever. And it seems like weird that I hadn't, given that I've been playing FM and doing videos on it for 10 years now. It seems odd that I wouldn't have managed in Belgium, but I never have. Big with the S, that's cool actually, yeah. I mean, yeah, we could be the ones selling the expensive Belgians. Yep, Belarus. We did we do Belarus already? Wasn't Zlobin Belarus? Never managed in Italy. I've only managed in Italy a few times. I managed Atalanta. I've managed Roma on OTI. It's just occurred to me, the only times I've ever managed in Italy has been on Outcast to Icons. I managed Roma in the first Outcast to Icons on YouTube. I managed Atalanta on the stream Outcast to Icons, and then I managed Sassuolo on the YouTube Outcast to Icons the second time around. Did anyone go to Dingley at all there? I think they all just said no. The foreign player limits in Italy are not just annoying, but they're also extremely confusing. I once had a loan player that never played for me count as my foreign player, but he was a player that was from the previous season who was leaving his loan. And because the crossover date of the new season and the loan ending, his loan had continued into the following season. It counted that as my foreign player, and then he left 2 days later. I was like, what? Now, obviously, in real life, that's not true, but FM was just screwed up, basically. That was with Sassuolo, I think. Or was that on stream? Estrella, nice. 5 youth teams? No way! That's actually really cool. Hang on, so let me just get this right, Hugo. Managing Estrela de Amador in Portugal, I choose them because they have 5 youth teams that are playing playable leagues. So I've moved all of them throughout the years to the upper respective divisions, so I might can manage the 6 teams. That's so fucking sick! I didn't know you could do that. That's actually really cool. Fair play. That's such a unique save. I love hearing about shit like that. Choice of Levi Colville suggestion, part exchange options. No. The only time you get a Levi Colville suggestion... Oh, God. Right, so that was probably Vegard, right? He was the troublemaker here, so I will remove him and try Gauto. So yeah, you'll only get the suggestions one if you... That being said, it would behoove us, right, with 4 hours to go, to just go onto every team, find a player, and just try and see if Levi Colville has any suggestions. Okay, so he doesn't on him. Basically, it doesn't always show up. And the weirdest thing is, it doesn't always show up, even when... Like, for example, I bet you if we'd gone to Galto's profile, it wouldn't have had interest from them. Sometimes it shows players that they have interest in that they don't have active wanted symbols on either. But it's worth a go. Just working through... Oh, wrong button. It's worth us just working through to see if there are any players that they're interested in. And this is the best way to find it out. It's kind of crazy that there isn't just a menu that shows you this information. Because... Oh, it kind of is, I suppose. But it doesn't show you all the information. But this is certainly an idea. No, not on that one either. We want... We did Hammerin already. We'll do Hibernians. Start a Polish building nation. I can see why. I'm very worried about FM25 still. Even with this delay, I'm worried about the state that it'll be in upon release. Watch there be no other clubs that have any interest in your player. Sometimes you can just offer them players and they'll take them anyway. But the problem is it's trying to balance and work out who is the real issue. Like sometimes I will just try and do it for the memes and it will work, but then sometimes it won't. And you've got no real way of knowing. Suggested players. Wait, isn't he already under a bid? From them? Just want to check. Maybe not. Oh, that was Dingley, I think. Okay, fair enough. He's not an important player, but he is a player nevertheless, so we might as well. Got one extra one. Can't go wrong with that. Oh, God. It's probably a quicker way of doing that in there, but there you go. It's like a third moon. Yeah, so... What are the rules like in Finland? Because I've never managed... Oh, sorry, not never managed in Finland. I have managed in Finland. It's been a while. The last time I managed in Finland was with HJK, and that isn't really the same experience, is it? Still can't believe I did that to myself. I always get the wrong one every single time. Ibrahim Kamga. Okay, cool lads. See, I don't believe that he had a wanted symbol on him or showed up on that screen. So I think it shows like brief interest or not even historic interest, just interest that you may not have noticed. I've missed Nashar, haven't I? So doing this on deadline day, it doesn't take up a huge amount of time either. So this seems like a good idea to do on both deadline days. Just to see if there are any... Okay, not you. Bang, bang, bang. Just quickly working through it. Because if we just get a couple of extra loans out of this, that might actually be decent for them. Wow, I'm surprised Salima... To be fair, Salima have been not back when coming forward. They've been really aggressive on the loans. League transfer rumours. What would that do specifically? Because at the end of the day, if the club is interested in our player, it will show up on the Levi Colwill thing. Because that shows players that even if it hasn't like explicitly stated their interest. I've often wondered if it gives you different options depending on which player you click on to buy, but I don't believe it does. That would be a bit weird if it did, right? Managed in Latvia. I've never managed in Latvia, no. It's cool to see it in the base game, though. Oh my god, I've done it again, bro. No Tarshin. Tarshin have got a lot of loans already, in fairness. So it's just Valletta and Zabar. For Zabar might be interested, potentially. Yeah, cup-tying my entire first-team squad was truly a mark of the genius that I possess. I think you'd all agree. Long-term future, players to exchange. No, right, one more. That's just Zabar. Zabar might be available. We'll see. A lot of potential. There we go. So what's the second player I click on, it feels like? No. Okay, so that's all of those guys. So transfer rumours. Where even is that? Is that in here? Yeah, it's... I don't believe it's... Hang on, who's Ronaldo? Is that a player we've already looked at? Oh, yeah, no, I'm not paying 10 million for that. Certain number of finished players. I think it's 6. Okay. All the 100 million unit removed the max 490 rule, so it wasn't that hard. Okay, that's interesting. So it just removes the rule. So what does work? You're not going and buy an unused player from Hammer and give them a player that will help them. Yes, that's what we're doing. But you can't do it unless they want to. So if I was to, for example, let's just take an example of... Right. Hamron. Let me just take, for example, one of our best... No, hang on, not Hamron. Fucking Sweet United. They're Champions League, right? So you can try it, but it doesn't mostly work. So, for example, say I take... it has to be a player that no longer has a future. So this guy here. If I go to players to exchange, usually what you're looking for is the ones that it will say Levi Cole was suggested players. You can still offer them other players. So, for example, I could offer them Tabakaru, right? Sometimes they'll even agree to it. Right, like that. The issue is the player is almost never going to accept the loan deal, right? That's the problem. We have no way of knowing if the player is going to accept the loan deal. I'll be absolutely flabbergasted if Sergio Tabakaru accepts that loan deal. But it's always worth a go. The problem becomes, because we don't know if... Because we don't know if the players... A lot of the time, the club will have an interest in the player because it believes that that player is willing to negotiate for a loan deal with them. If they have no interest in the player, it's usually because the player has no interest in them and the game knows that. Occasionally, we have managed to get around it, but it's not that easy to do, and you have no way of knowing which ones will and which ones won't. So the only way you could truly know would be to go through every single player and do it, which obviously is incredibly time-consuming and just not really feasible long-term. Sometimes it just works randomly. Like, if there's any club that Tabakaru would be willing to go to, it is Hamron. But I would be very, very surprised if he does. Like, if he does, brilliant. But it would be an absolute shock if he was willing to go. But let's find out. It will normally happen immediately. So we'll see. So, Borg is working. So, Kamga's going. Kieran Karabot. So, that's Master Schlock, weirdly. Is that because... Wow, that's surprising, actually. This one was... Sweet United. Did I say... I meant to do Hamron, didn't I? So, yeah, that was Tabakaru, basically. Just basically ending the deal. You can try other players here, of course, but it does become a little bit impossible, essentially. So if I just remove him, offer him out. It's weird that they're not putting the fees in before. So Galto is actually going to Hamron, though. That I do like. Getting Hamron, a player of the quality of Ignacio Galto, that is a legitimately really good piece of business. He is very good. Other than his heading, which seems to be the biggest drawback on defenders these days in FM. It seems to be their heading ability just isn't what it used to be. What if they're modelling the fact that they're not heading the ball as much at youth level? I think we discussed this a while ago, actually. If your phone could talk, what's the most embarrassing thing it would reveal about me? Probably the amount of time I spend playing Candy Crush. Honestly. Probably that. Longer than I should. Sometimes I'm just looking for something to do, and it's just there. Or the amount of time I spend scrolling TikTok. Again, a very unhealthy habit. So I'll overrule what the player wants. No, it doesn't overrule it. If anything, it makes it harder. I will try offering him to Hamron as well. Just in case. But Hamron actually have really good strikers. 50 or so tabs. Yeah, my tabs. Even though this is a new phone, the tabs have been climbing and climbing and climbing lately. We'll try it one more time. Oh, that's different player. Hello, Pog. What up? That's a very long list of things. Oh, it goes on. Having a nice time. Liquidanios, thank you for the 21 months.
21 squad number. Loki is iconic. Zizou at Juve. Perlo and Dimatu. 21 baby.
In it. Pablo Aimar. I loved Pablo Aimar. He made me question things. Do you know what I mean? That's a youngster. We want long-term future. I'll try Tabakaru here, but maybe try a 1-year loan deal. Just for the Maymays. See if it works. News on the house. None yet. Everything's sort of progressing still, but it has been sort of getting caught up in other things. So we are still planning it, but we just haven't got the official, like, here's your contract kind of thing, you know? Ludicrous quantity of cat pictures. I think there's never enough. Wait. Oh, that's the Javier one. I think I'm just going to agree to whatever he wants here, because I don't think he's going to be joining us anyway. So that's another one through. Oh, that's the Ignacio Galto deal. We'll get rid of that. Was he really? He was a really good player. And a sexy, sexy man. I guess the question's kind of on hold. I mean, not that it wasn't not on hold in the first place, but just with all the house stuff, I just haven't have time for anything like that. They say that moving house is one of the most stressful things you can do, and they're not wrong. Yeah, see, they both fall through. Failing to agree terms. That's what you'd expect, and that's why we don't really do things like that. If I know for a fact that the player has no interest, in the sense that they're not showing up as having any interest, or showing up on the wanted players, then it's a bit of a waste of time. I think I've only ever had it work once, and that was like the first time we discovered it, when they actually let us go through with it. Right, we did manage to get a few guys out, though, which is not bad. I do want to check in on the other Maltese sites, though, see what they got up to. Wow, they did not get up to much, did they? Gazira sold a guy. A few little signings here and there. That was us with a loan. Melita have spent some money, actually, weirdly, on players from other Maltese sides. Henry Pineda from Balsan of all teams. I suppose they were relegated, right? Can't stand moving in it, yeah. And also Safit Taganj. Hey, he looks... Oh, he's 28. If he was a youngster, that would have been a great deal. Good you have bought this guy, though. Stevan Obradovic. 5.5 million is... Oh, he's a late developer. Oh, that's lovely. That's a pretty good deal for Goodra, I'd say, actually. Late developer wingback. I like him. We can see quite a lot of late developers in this save. In Malta as well. Harold have loaned a guy. Joe Azzopardi, of course. Hibernians have got this guy. Carabo Coabane. Good deal. Got some caps. We like that. Sapphic and Daganja. Yes, it sounds like an erotic novel. That's a sale. It was us selling it, or not selling a guy, but like loaning a guy. Valletta brought in Ahmed Al-Fijani, a French Libyan. He's alright. Not a lot of big deals though. Oh, hang on. Sorry, I've completely lied to you. There is a big deal. Hamron have just spent £13.7 million on this guy, Oliveira. Tell you what, that's not a Brazilian international. Hamron have just randomly picked up a Brazilian international for 13 million quid. But it's worth noting that none of the Maltese sides sold any players for large money either in this summer, which is a good sign. In fact, Hamron had a guy who was worth moon money, and then he signed a new contract instead of going to Dortmund. Presumably, they were trying to replace Mamadov. Was it El Badwari? Sorry, not Al Badwari. Yeah, this guy here, who's worth... Look at the state of what his value is. Hamron have got players that are worth more than our players now, because for some reason this value drop has seemed to only affect us. And we sold him to Hamron for £5 million, and he has smashed it. Still only 24 as well. 60 grand a week at Hamron. This guy does bits. I'd be willing to bet that he has, like, insanely high big matches as well. Oh, I can't wait to find out what Moses was. Not smaller company than Dortmund. Maybe. I mean, Hamron have been knockouts of the Champions League for the last, like, 3 years in a row. I mean, so have Dortmund, I think. But still, we actually play Hamron next, of course, because it is the Super Cup. And then we got Man United. Nice and easy. I don't think we should have any issues. Also, there was a failed PLC takeover at Slima Wanderers. Because I was trying to loan a guy to Slima, and it was all ready to go through. And then I got a news article saying that the loan move had fallen through due to... Wow, that was fast. I think I was a lot of money there. Due to a failed takeover. Brother, I tried to loan you out. This is on you. I mean, I can offer that. All right. All right, whatever. Yeah, so like a publicly listed company. I'll show you. I've not seen that one before. Not in this save anyway. Look, Luke Cottard fails in takeover bid. PLC takeover. It's not anything crazy, but it's at least something slightly different for Malta, right? I think. Yeah. More time to keep the promise. That's fine. Oh, wow. Look what we got. 6-year television deal, right? So worth 77 million. So it's still going up by 30%, but that's 30% over a 6-year period. So total television revenue for the entire league, bear in mind, one of the best leagues in the world now, with literally the best team in the world in, 77 million for the entire league. It's just crazy low. Like, it works better than it used to, because in the past, this would have basically not moved in any way, but now it's slightly better. Over time, not support like a tycoon. Oh, okay. I mean, to be fair, Slima could probably do with something like that anyway, just to try to get any kind of money into that club. This is a rotation game. Also, weird thing, for the Super Cup, don't know why, the game refused to let me pick any substitutes, and we ended up losing it. It was the strangest thing. Basically, I went selection advice, and it only picked the first 11. I picked quick pick, and it only let me pick the first 11. I then got to the substitute bench, and it wouldn't let me select any substitutes. The game just refused to let me pick any subs, so that was fun. If I recall correctly. Or did it? Maybe it did, actually. Or they just weren't showing up because of a visual glitch, which is not a huge surprise, given that you'll notice again that this screen is once again fucked. Let me just have to... I've got to add some more columns once again. It did take a while. Maybe it did then. I just couldn't see them. Like, it refused to show me any substitutes. Even though I had them selected the entire time, it just wouldn't let me use them. Potential. There we go. Right, that's what we wanted. There we go. That's fine. Just wanted to be able to see that kind of information. I think it's quite useful. Cheeky, what's a bit of match fixing between friends? Actually, do you know what? Ability is kind of irrelevant. Potential's fine. But role ability matters more here. Column behavior. Well, the thing that's really annoyed me about the columns this year, or lately, is the fact that... this is probably a Blash Crowd type of game, right? Oh, is he suspended? Or injured? Or... Okay. We will play Noor Shaban. But it's the fact that when I go into versus mode, it buggers all my columns up. It removes all the columns from all of my views in FM in the career mode for absolutely no reason. It should have zero reason to be tampering with that information. It's utterly mad that it does so. Maldonado sitting deeper. I like that. Salamander Silva getting a bit of game time. We like that too. I guess Latrak can play. Player morale. So the reason the player morale is so low is because, basically because of the value crash, yeah. So bear in mind, this isn't a starting 11. This is like the backups. But the reason the player morale is so low is because of the value drop. Suddenly players now want to leave the club, even though nothing has changed other than their values, which is always fun. And as a result, they then complain about wanting to leave. I then can't keep hold of them, and that means the other players then get on my back about it as well, and it just creates this horrendous, vicious cycle. It's so annoying, because it's just artificial difficulty that is not even based on anything useful. I can't stop going into versus mode. I've got to play the games. Okay, good dub for us in the end. They're pretty tight game in the end, but hey. I'm trying to remember the last time we had a... Oh, shame it doesn't show the scores. But I'm pretty certain we've not conceded a single goal in the Super Cup since we lost that one to Goodyear. Hello, Hazard. I'm good. Just trying to deal with the older squad value collapses. Hey, just think, chat, on FM25, we're going to get new bugs. Ooh. Brand new ones. At least they'll be novel, right? Auto size constantly resetting as well, yeah. Hello, Adrian. Ding dong. I really do want to go to Iceland, just specifically so I can go to Husavik and go to the bar called Yaya Ding Dong and to go to the Eurovision Museum. It pretty much is Millennium. Yeah, that's the plan. Once I move. Yeah. F25 in 2030. You think we'll get it as soon as that? Wow. You're an optimistic gentleman. The skin is great. It makes the game playable. Honestly, I think it doesn't... It does so much that I feel like I can justifiably say it makes the game playable. No Sonodas, no. We're sans Sonodas. Or 100 points for that. So Man United have... I think this is the one. 10 games unbeaten. We must have lost it on penalties. Yeah, there you go. This is the one. This is an absolutely insane stat. We've not conceded a goal in a Super Cup final in the last 9 of them. The one we lost was on penalties after a 0-0 draw. That's insanity. Manifesting bug. Oh, the first thing Hadrian and I are going to do on FM25 is try to figure out a way to make co-ed teams. I'm sure that they will not be ready for us to not break that. Like, it's guaranteed. Oh, for God's sake, here we go. Look at this. This is the kind of shit I'm on about. Oh, how many should we have against him? Oh, I don't know. G. Oh, I fucking hate it so much. Because it just starts a big old snowball effect of nonsense. Latch Mac Fitness. True. Sorry. Failed to secure a loan move. Brother, I've been offering you out for loan the entire window. No interest. So where was it then? Stupid idiot. Oh, fuck off. You just signed a new contract. I've been offering you out for loan all season. Deary me. Ah, yeah. In places, Bruins. It's not been a great start from the Avs. At least we got that dub over the Kraken yesterday or the day before. And Nate puts up 5 assists in one game. So there's that. In fact, it's kind of crazy actually that we are literally, I think, still below 500, and we have the top two scoring players in the NHL right now. But we just got no depth because of so many injuries. It was nice to have Lecky back for that game, and I think it definitely mattered as we could sort of shuttle people down the lineup a little bit. Well, I mean, Nichushkin's coming back next week, but what state he'll be in, I don't know. We'll see. Yeah. Oh, for God's sake! This shit here, man. Asking for more playing time. No, he wasn't. He was asking for a loan move. The game doesn't even communicate with itself, and it just ruins your morale. Look at some of the morale we've got on some of these players now. I mean, that was already kind of bad, but it is just... This is why, by the way, the value drop thing isn't just about values dropping. That's the thing. It's because it sets off chains of events like this that you then are unable to manage, and it just fucks your entire game up for literally no reason. I hope Landy comes back. I'm worried though, right? Yes, I remember seeing that exact interview about Landy, actually. I remember that same interview. He was also talking about another player that they didn't sign for that exact reason as well. It's... Leafs are going to win it all. Is the Cup Parade back on? Wow, lots of away games to start things off. That's going to be a tough day. No, Yakupov. That was it. Yeah, that was Yeah, it was Yakupov. New Sauber driver. Is that Bortoletto? I was listening to P1 yesterday, and I think they were talking about it, but I must admit I was playing Rush at the time, and I was heavily concentrated. I might have got a little bit overzealous yesterday after a meeting and ended up playing Rush for like 3 hours and did like the entire weekly Rush bonuses in like one sitting, which was fun. Fixing stuff like that happens. I know, but you know, as a content creator, I can't do that. It is just like... But whenever anyone asks, it's like, oh, but your players are just worth a little bit less. Does that matter? It's like, no, that in itself doesn't matter. I mean, it does a little bit, but you can still bid them up, right? What it does also do is it makes your dead wood that would be worth a lot more at any other club worth less. And that means it's harder to, like, flip players around a little bit and try and make money. But that's okay. You can deal with that. But the main problem with the value crash is the chain of events that it sets off that we're currently experiencing right now, where your player values have suddenly... What the fuck? Oh, my God. Hang on. Wait. Reynoso's injured and so is Moser. Tabakaru's starting up front against Man United. Right then. But yeah, it sets off a chain of events that means that your players are worth less money, and so for some reason, they now decide that they want to leave because of it. Now, more clubs are bidding on them because they are now cheaper, which does make sense because they're now suddenly affordable to those clubs. What doesn't make sense is that the players now decide that they want to leave because of it. That for me is utterly stupid when you're literally the best team in the world. That they weren't wanting to leave when those same clubs were bidding more for them last summer. So that's the crazy thing. But then because they now want to leave, you can't keep all of them happy, which sets off this snowball of them getting pissed off at you having to say no and annoy them, then they piss off the squad, you then piss off the squad trying to talk to the squad, and you get this kind of like ripple down effect. That's what kills the saves. Not have you ever Tabba? No. Why would we not play... Hang on. Like, I mean, let's not beat around the bush here. Javier is good, but he's not Tabakaru, is he? Like, he's very much a much better player than Tabakaru at this stage. Plus, Javier, I don't think is match fit anyway. But yeah, that's the problem. Yeah, we're in 2051. Name of a bandit trio in it, yeah. Why is Sabrina Carpenter playing? Because this song is an absolute bop. That is why. Don't make me put it on twice. At least now the Voddies know what's on. Backlog of Evas in Rush last night. Yeah. I've still got a couple to do. I'm finishing off the Emil Smith Rowe one and the last one of the Hey Jude for for Pereira. Although Harry Wilson's just got an inform and it's quite a good card and it's annoying because it's nearly as good. It's probably arguably better than the Evo Harry Wilson I have because it's got like 90 pace. Right. This is not ideal. The rest of the team is fine. It's just Tabba. Dancey Dance, yes. It's like that one clip of me like mouthing the words to this song, but you can, without the music in the background, because obviously it's a clip on the VOD, you can just hear my sort of like whisper singing it. It's quite embarrassing actually. Right. I'm worried about this game. Like, do you know what? No, I'm not. I shouldn't be worried about this game. Tabakaru should, in theory, be good enough to score us goals in this kind of match. He is, in theory, a Champions League level player right now, right? Is Lohovic not on the squad? Oh, shit. Hang on, sorry. It's because I've always got this set up because of the window. Let me just get this more... There we go. Right. Reynoso's no point having on the bench. He's not going to come off the bench, is he? Zimmer hates me at the moment. Batista's never going to play, so I'll bring Maldonado in as well. There we go. That's more like it. Yeah, it's because I had it on selection advice that time. Blaž Kral technically... No, he can't. He's a right side cover, actually. What am I talking about? There we go. Right. Made it at home. Hello, Pog. How go is it, Big Chief?
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to go to Tesco and fill up the car.
Okay.
Just so we don't have to trash.
Yeah, that's fine. For our trip to BNN later.
I'm looking...
You're looking? Oh, she's got a point to make here.
I'm looking at wardrobes.
She's looking at wardrobes.
And it's pissing me off.
It's pissing you off, why?
Because I have a lot of clothes.
You do have a lot of clothes,
I don't
yes.
want to get rid of those.
Then don't.
So we need a big wardrobe.
We can get a big wardrobe. Pog, we have the biggest wardrobe in human history.
I know, but like, we still need the other one in the other fucking room.
I don't know if this is going to work, actually. Oh, this camera never bloody works.
What, your webcam?
Yeah, I was going to switch to the webcams just so chat could witness the sheer size of the wardrobe.
It's massive.
It is legitimately enormous.
But, to be fair, that shelf...
I just really don't know which one that plugs into.
I ain't got a fucking clue.
No idea. Yeah. It's enormous. I'd say it's like 2 meters across.
So I think I did old one to myself.
Yeah, we've got to put it somewhere in it.
Yeah, well,
like Narnia in the bedroom. In it. It's funny actually. We were actually driving past a place that was very similarly named to that.
What?
Narnia.
Oh yeah. It's winding me up. I think with the wardrobe, we're gonna have to wait till we get the place so we can measure and stuff.
Yeah, we need to be able to measure it stuff. But that's fine. You can just use temporary stuff for that. Yeah, well, the bed is fine. We'll just go to IKEA for that because this thing is fucked. This thing's being held up by the stuff underneath it. House move potential. I mean, not really. No. Do they come with houses now? I hope not. Are we taking over a door? Kids, they don't come with houses. You don't get those. I hope not. Anyway, that would be weird. You just rock up and there's just 2 kids that are like, all right, mate. All right, fella.
All right, fella.
Get in the cupboards. Yeah, there you go. Exactly. To be fair, this does have a nice big airing cupboard in the bedroom, so it'll be nice and warm in there at least. There's a nice big understair cupboard that's Harry Potter size.
Kids in there.
Yeah, exactly. They've got somewhere to stay. Once they're off to Hogwarts, we won't have any of these issues, you know? Taking on loads when you're joining a new team. In it, yeah. Or it's like accepting these brand new long-term contracts that they've signed to 2 random youth players that you don't even want. I want to be able to read through the wording of that contract and see if there is anything in there about pets.
I don't think there is.
Hey, if there's a corgi loophole, we on it.
If there is a corgi loophole, then yeah. But I swear
I don't recall it saying anything on the listing.
I remember seeing something about no pets in
No. It didn't say. It said, "Do you have any pets?" I don't know. I guess we'll find out. I mean, it's not a big deal either way, since we don't have any pets that I know about. Well, we won't be able to. I mean, that's just, you know, that's unfortunate, but it is just the way it is, you know. To be fair, not everyone brings their dogs to everyone else's houses when they go there anyway, do they? So, like, Sabakar supposed to start. He's the only option. He is literally our best fit striker currently. Call them chat. This is true. I have a whole pool of pets right here. You monsters. I sounded like Kev then. Sorry, I should have said rascals. Yeah, it's cat. Exactly. You're not wrong. I could get a horse in someone who just Pod comes home from work one day. Whose horse is that? It is an racehorse, chat. Well, allowed to ban pets from rentals now. It's one of these things where someone not being allowed to do something doesn't usually stop them from doing it. It might be a case of instead of like banning it, they just don't mention it in the listing, and thus people are so like Stockholm syndromed into it that they just assume they can't. But I don't know what law that is or whatever. When did Pop become Irish? No. It's yeah. It was a reference. To Jockey, more 11. I mean, you know that already. I love this song so much. You see? So what you're saying is, but would they be grandfathered in? So would it suddenly change and then we would be able to get... So what you're saying is we have to wait a year to then get a pet. All right. I'm down. What a goal from Peters. Sirens won. Who needs a striker when we've got Mohamed Peters? What an absolute monster. This is the year that he finally breaks Vida's record, I'm telling you. I'll have to look into that. That would be cool, actually. But honestly, I think really it's like, let's get this place, is then like just start trying to put as much money away as possible to try and finally get a deposit for a house to buy, and then it's like have as many pets as you like, right? That's the plan. It's a long-term plan. Hammered already losing. Good times. I get the feeling that the only chance we've realistically got of any points in this match day, other than us, is Sweetie Porto, potentially. Cries dog interviews. I like the idea of a dog interview. Just in general. I just really like the idea of a dog interview. Gonna get a baby one day. But I've been heard that they come with the house. I've heard that they come with the house, so I'm not even going to worry about that now. I believe if what I've been told and learned in science is correct with babies, you just have to wait for a bit and then a giant stork comes and drops one down your chimney. Now, I don't know how this is going to work on account of this house not having a chimney. Oh my god, our third choice striker has just injured himself and now it's 2-0 and Mohamed Peters is the new striker. Well, Peters has got a brace in the first 28 minutes and now we're going to be on our fourth choice striker. Because Tavakar, this was his one chance. Like, he has been handed his one chance to play for Sirens in the Champions League, and he's fluffed it by getting injured there. It looks like an actual injury as well, because it's got the little thing on him. We'll see. If it pops up and he's got an actual injury. Oh my, it's a red injury. Oh my god, we actually might be screwed here. Right, well, Fourth choice striker Javier, everybody. Makes his Champions League as if we're on our fourth choice striker. Definitely Dynasty. The thing is, though, he rarely ever got injured for the most part. They organised by the Lex. Ah, yes, because maybe the dogs are doing the interviews. Better than Tabakaru? No. In what way is he better than Tabakaru? I would love someone to tell me which way he's better than Tabakaru, because we did just discuss this, but I'm not... What am I missing that other people are seeing that makes him better than Tabakaru? We don't know his big matches either. Like... Oh, yeah, no, sorry. Sorry, Jesus. We were discussing this exact thing before the game, and chat were trying to tell me that he was better, and I just couldn't understand why they thought that, other than the star rating, which, as we know, is kind of irrelevant. Like, he's just got better attributes. He's faster. He's got much better mental attributes. The only thing that Javier has over him is first touch. I would say, actually, let's have a look. Let's have a proper comparison. Red injury prone. Yeah, but, like, end of the day, you're either going to play or you're not, right? Red injury prone doesn't affect what he does on the pitch. It only affects what he does when he's not on the pitch. Yeah, it's still Tabakaru in most ways. No, Javier's by far not bad. But, like, I wouldn't have started him over him. Tabs is just... The thing is, though, Tabs is also 5 years older than him, so he's had a chance to develop more of his mental side of the game. The one thing that Javier doesn't have, though, is the physicals, and I don't think he's ever going to get them, which is a downside. But, hey, it doesn't matter. Let's be honest, he's not our main striker anyway, because it's Mohamed Peters. Oh, he'll be fine for a few... I mean, he'll be better, because he'll be the literal only option we have, right? He'll do fine. But I am curious to see how he does now, because he's actually going to have to play in our first... Well, it depends on how long this injury lasts. Because Reynoso's got at least another couple of... Hang on, wait. I thought... As if he's got an assist as well now. We're 3-0 up against Man United with this ragtag bunch of misfits. Oh, what's the ballyhoo? This is incredible. Mohamed Peters is having quite literally the game of his career here. Every goal so far he's contributed. Look at that. I mean, that's very fortunate the way it's fell to Kravets, but... I guess we just don't need strikers. I would really like Javier to get a goal, though. Just because he is going to have to lead the line. We're 3-0 up off of very little XG. Go on, another assist for Peters. Let's have it. Oh. Go on, another go at it. You know you want to. Wait a minute. Oh my God, he's actually done it. It's Javier! There he is. Sirens 4, Man United 0, and my Lord, he's got Fellaini hair. What a pick out from Mohamed Peters. This is why he won... Defender of the Year. No, he won Player of the Year in the Champions League for 2 seasons in a row. And I think Ballon d'Or for Peters this year. What a pick out that is. Like, it's a great goal, but the pass is what made that goal great. He's just got to put that in the net, and he has, to be fair. I think it's because Javier is in the under-23 squad. Because he's technically a youth player, I suppose, because he's still so young. He will get moved up after this game, though. 4-0 up at half-time. Peters is already on a 10 out of 10. 2 goals, 2 assists. Oh, yeah, no, if Peters doesn't win the Ballon d'Or this season, I'd love a left-back to win the Ballon d'Or. I don't think there's a lot their keeper could have really done about the goals either. They were all like, almost like hockey goals, where they like swing the goalkeeper across and he just can't get to his back post. Man United's keeper was caught in the RVH. Still 0-0. Ah, Bayern winning. God damn it. Not a good day for Malta other than us. And we're having a delightful day. Very sweaty goals, yeah. We'll take it, though. And it's nice to see a bit of revenge against Man United as well. And look at it's Boulay as well. The guy we sold to them for 45 million in the summer. So he's actually good enough to play for them, at least. I mean, evidently not on this performance, but what a great start this is. This is, I think, the only tougher game we've got than this is Arsenal away. But I think we could genuinely... And this is also the first year in about 3 or 4 years that we're not playing a Maltese side of the group stage. I think this is the year that we could potentially get 5. Oh, Javier! It's 5. Javier scores his second. That was all on him. That was brilliant anticipation from Javier. He's now scored a brace off the bench. Sirens 5, Manchester United 0. Dreadful defending. Was that Boulay with the back pass? Oh, no, it wasn't. Great anticipation. Takes it round the goalkeeper. Good finish from Javier. He has scored a couple of those, but yeah. Nice. The keeper's rating. I mean, that's not even on him, is it? But, like, the keeper's rating is 6.1. Oh, they're all losing. Wait, hang on. Eder Joffre? Oh, as if Hamren sold that. I didn't realise they'd sold him. They bought him for 12 million, didn't play him, sold him for a £5 million loss, and then 3 years later he moves to Porto for 14 million quid. Good God. Oh. Okay. This is not a good day for Maltese football. Honestly, the rest of them are really letting us down here. But we're having a nice time, and that's what matters. I do want 6, I really do. Well, what subs can we even make here to freshen things up? But basically for... Do you know what? Blash Crowell, not Zimmer. Zimmer's annoying me lately. Crumpy Wompy's always good off the bench. No, I don't want to take off Peters in this game. I feel like he's deserving of a hat-trick of some form. His choice of which hat-trick? God, what is going on, Hamren? Lads, come on now, you're better than this. That goal difference swing there could really hurt them. We're 5-0 up against Man United. What are we doing? I mean, this is brilliant from us, but I'm just... there we go. Goodyear with the equaliser. Milovic. That would be a very good point for Goodyear, at least. Savio's given it all. We'll get Brooksy on for that spot. It's not really going to do much good, is it? That's great. The question is whether that helped. 5-0. Peters, man of the match, obviously. 2 goals, 2 assists. Javier, 2 goals off the bench. He's going to be starting... Well, actually, probably not the next game. Our 5th choice striker will probably have to start the next game. Because we'll need to rest Javier for the next Champions League game, incredibly. It's just as well that we actually had 4 strikers registered for the Champions League. Sweetie lose, but Goodyear get a draw away at Bayern Munich. New Goodyear manager's cooking. That's a disappointing one. That's very disappointing. I want to see what the stats for that game are. Probably like the same as ours. He's done. He's done for a month. Tabakari was out for a month. I don't even know who our 5th choice striker is. It might also be a player out of position. It might be someone like Figueira or even Pereira. No, except it can't because he would need to play. Yeah, no striker scored. Oh, no, that's not true. Javier scored 2 goals, didn't he? Right, let's have a look. Hamren were crap in that game. They've deserved the defeat. Same with Sweetie there. Good lord, lads. Come on, pick it up a bit. And honestly, so were Goodyear. So bad. Hajarowan, I just wouldn't want to overplay him there. He's not got the speed. But at least we've got options. And also, we can't play Hajarowan there because he would need to be rested for the next game as well. We need a player that wasn't in the starting 11 in this game, basically. Bayern did get rep rolled, yeah. It's nice to see for once. That wasn't great from us there. Goalshy Hammer set new record. Wait, what? Oh, that's hilarious. Because we play Hammer in it so much, they've not scored against us in that same period of time. Speaking of Roy, by the way, you'll like this. I totally forgot about Roy. So Roy has gone back to Sweetie United on a permanent deal. They've signed him on a 1-year contract. So that's just nice to see. Roy's back to the team that he actually did stuff for before he so rudely left to go to Inter in the first place. But yeah, it's nice to see him go back again after all those years. Staff attributes, no, nothing yet. But he also has quite high natural fitness. Yeah, what was his value? Was it really low? Yeah, it's because he's only on a 1-year contract as well. Value crash too. Weirdly, you'd think that would be the case, Bala, but I don't believe AI teams suffer the same problems as you do in those situations because they've not really sold anybody. And normally AI teams just sell their players when they get upset and want to leave, for the most part anyway. So it's unlikely that that's actually affixed them. Yeah, he's got multi-citizenship, he's just never used it, sadly. Yes, we've had a value crash. Our player value's halved. And next year, it gets worse by times. It's going to become even... they'll go down by another 60% next season. So next year, our best players will be worth like 20 million at most, which is a real shame. Televised against Ajax. Ajax, oh, I think he could clean up there, you know. Beginning of the end, yes, we've already decided. Pretty much, unless we are able to get to within touching distance of England before this season, then it's this year and next, and that's it. That would set us up. That would be 30 years, and it will also allow us to become the highest title winner in Maltese history. And it will also give me a chance to move. Why is that? Because FM is built poorly. Unfortunately. Doing plays in the UCL line plays. Yeah, literally. Yeah. Do that for sure. Yeah, Hadrian went ahead on the save file, just simmed a year just to see what the values would be like, and they went down by a further 60%. So all the best players that are now £60 million as their base value, then went down to 20. So yeah. It's a real shame. Because basically we were expecting to get it in 2052 and we got like a precursor to it this year. Like you'll notice that our values are actually not that bad. Some of them are actually still really, really high. But that's because those players they've all been bidded up by other teams. So the base values on players that haven't had loads of bids are players like Babasi. Like, he's worth 50 million now when he was worth over 100 last summer. And that's the thing. The only reason he's not worth more is because he hasn't had any bids on him. So that's a shame. Picture tactic, absolutely you could, yeah. Score 130 goals in the league. The other top teams didn't win any of the games. They both play 4-3-3. Okay, yeah, feel free to put it in chat. We can have a look. If we bottle the title in one of these 2 years, it would be extremely funny. I just don't see how it's possible. We've got so much better lately. But, you know, I've said that before, and then... I've always said I will never bottle the title in one of these saves, but we literally did in that Tromsø one. We actually somehow, in like season 22, lost the title to Molde one year. Right, so what we got here? We've got Zabar versus Lask, and... Who's the second, chaps? Is it Sleemer? Sleemer versus Tottenham. Last time Sleemer played Tottenham, they got a draw. So you never know. And obviously no Conference League today. I get the feeling that this season is going to be a disaster for coefficient. I just don't see us getting anywhere near. Bear in mind, last year we managed to get our record season ever when we had 7 or more teams. And that was with 8 teams as well. So this year we've got less dilution. But I would be willing to bet that we're going to finish like mid-17s this year. Something just feels off. Competitive for the title. When did I say I didn't want them doing better in the league? I never said I didn't want them to be better. I'm just saying they're not. Yeah. I think we've got a bit confused there. I have never said that I don't want them to be competitive. They just aren't competitive. Compared to us, anyway. Like, we're the best team in Europe. And arguably the best team in the world right now. It'd be tough to be competitive with us without also being like Real Madrid, basically. And that's just not feasible in the time frame. So the segment, yeah, no worries. Yeah, we can have a look. I mean, I don't know how much feedback I'll be able to give, because when it comes to tactics, I'm really bad unless I can see them in game a lot of the time, right? Want to sit clear at the top with us behind? No. You just end up, that just happens because oh my god, they did it again. Oh, that's shit. This is what I mean. Oh, for God's sake. So yeah, Zabar lose at home while dominating. Sleemer at least get a point. But the thing is, right, of those 2 results, I'd much rather Zabar just won, because now they've only got 1 point out of it, when it's just like, oh, they've mugged off Spurs and got a point. That is funny as fuck, though. That it was Spurs yet again. So yeah, basically, by virtue of you being good and having all these players, you're going to be better than everybody else, because it's just a natural hierarchy, right? It'll be difficult for you to maintain a team outside of your own team that is better than you, because all those players would be good enough to play for you and would want to, basically. One of the ways that you can maintain having really good players out on loan is by having better guys at the club, and I feel like the game knows that. It seems like when you start seeing your squad get thinner at the top part, that's when they seem to come back from loan, I've noticed. So if you sell too many players that are in your first team in one position, those loan guys that are really good but aren't quite good enough will start coming back. Which is something I've only just really thought about, actually. Sell a player I don't want who's worth £80 million, doesn't want to leave. There's not a lot you can really do. If he doesn't want to leave, he doesn't want to... As in, is he turning down contracts? Or are you just not getting bids on him? But yeah, so you want them to be as competitive as possible, but they're never going to be as good as you, because that's just not possible. The only way that they could maybe get as good as you would be if one of them got a tycoon takeover in like season 20, where they're already established and have decent rep, but now they've got the money to compete. At that point, they might actually start being competitive. The issue we've had in previous saves is the tycoons have only taken over clubs that aren't that competitive. So in Treaty, Longford Town got a takeover, but they never did anything with it. With a tycoon, and Pushgas got a tycoon takeover in the MTK save, but they were in the second tier at the time, and as a result they never really spent money in the right way. We'd need someone like Hamron or Sweetie to get a tycoon takeover, and that might actually show some interesting stuff happening at that point, but it's just really, really unlikely. It's kind of mad that we've never had a single tycoon takeover in this save, actually, for any side. I thought you'd see at least one, just statistically, particularly as we've got 3 divisions on. Here it is, let's have a look. All right. Let's have a gander. Okay, so we're going asymmetric. I rate that. Defensive wingers, interesting. So it's very attacking. Play out defense, which is fine because you've got wing back. You've got wide centre backs. Passing to space. I never like passing to space as an instruction, particularly with shorter passing. I feel like shorter passing and passing to space are kind of somewhat not polar opposites, but I feel like shorter passing to me implies passing into feet quite a lot, whereas passing into space I feel like is more expansive, but that's each to their own. Short kicks is fine. Distribute to centre back, counter and counter press. It's very aggressive. So that one thing I will say as well is if you're playing counter and counter press against really good sides, you're likely to find yourself in a position where you get dragged out of position an awful lot, because if you lose the ball in the final third, you're going to continue to press them to win the ball back, which is great, but against a team that can play through your press, you're probably going to find yourself getting caught on the break quite a lot doing that, which is why I believe I actually have regroup on mine. Much higher defensive line, that makes sense if you've got fast players. Prevent, the standard stuff, trap outside. Couple of things I would say to do. I truly would turn on things like run at defense and invite crosses, because it just makes your team better. But, hey. Also, remember, attacking mentality is essentially a higher risk attack, right? Long pass into space. Yeah, the problem is the game doesn't know that. The game only knows those instructions, so it doesn't differentiate as to the scenarios of that. You can't just basically say... The one way that you could mimic the whole passing to Gyökeres is if you were to find the player that completes those passes to Gyökeres the most and added more direct passing to that one player, you might find that that kind of achieves that goal, just out of interest, right? So in our tactic, we actually have that exact thing set up. So our BWM here actually has more direct passes on, weirdly, from back in the day, and it seems to work quite nicely for us. But I think I have it on... So I actually do have counter and counter press on these days, but sometimes I find if I'm a bit struggling, I'll turn on regroup if I'm building a tactic from scratch. Master... Oh, there's been loads of takeovers, but no, no tycoons, basically. Sign a new contract. Yeah, if you just sign a new contract, they're not going to leave because other clubs aren't going to be interested, because them signing a new contract is essentially like saying, hey, this guy's going nowhere. Make them run forward. Do not start them upfield and make them run back. Yeah, that's an interesting logic point, actually. I guess that's why Second Volante works really nicely for us, right? Replicate. Bumping the league money further once you City money in the Champions League. Well, there's nothing you can do about that. You can't bump the money any further than you already have, really. The money is the money. Bear in mind, our league money isn't really that important. And also, I find that clubs with money and clubs with a tycoon are not the same thing. A club with money will behave very different than a club that has a tycoon, because a tycoon comes with like AI expectations of buying loads of players and stuff, whereas a club having money, they don't always actually spend it. You'll notice in here, whenever a team has sold a big player, for example, O'Kaley, this guy here, no, Goodger sold a player this summer for a lot of money. Wait, I swear they did. This guy here. No, wait. Was it not Goodger? Maybe it was Hamron. Someone sold a player this summer for a lot of money, and I thought it was Goodger. Am I imagining things? One sec, chat. I swear I saw a player called O'Kaley leave for huge money. Ah, it was O'Coley, and it was Bikikara, actually. So this guy here went from Bikikara to Manchester City for £43 million. Bikikara didn't turn around and spend any of that money. Were they to be a tycoon-backed club, they would have spent a load of money, but they just don't, because the way they look at it is... Also, I feel like the game cheats them a little bit, right? They got £43 million for that. 34 of it was up front. But yet, their budget has £9 million in it when they haven't spent any money, really. Oh, they spent £16 million. That's last year. One sec. No, sorry, yeah. They received £35 million in transfer budget. So I guess it means they're not allocating it into the transfer budget, but it's just weird that it doesn't seem to be doing anything useful for them. So that's the thing. Clubs will handle it differently. Turn off counter, you're the better team. The problem is if you turn off counter, then say you're the bigger team. I find that if you're turning off counter here because you're the better team, it means that you're less likely to be able to make the most of other teams' mistakes. Which is fine if you're like winning the game, but I feel like one of the big things that matter at like elite level football is capitalizing on other teams' mistakes. But again, I don't know how that actually plays out in the game, right? So to the real one. I mean, hey, at the end of the day, if you wanted to play like the real one, I was just trying to provide suggestions that I thought might make the tactic more successful given the current match engine and the way that it works. That might be wrong, of course, right? They might have very low, yeah, probably. But this is what I mean about how, this is why when people say just give the other multi-sides money, I can't turn around and be like, that's really easy to do, because for reasons exactly like this. Right. So rotation. I'm curious to see who... Wait, what am I doing? I meant rotation. There we go. Full rotation. So Reynoso can't feasibly start this game. He is not... But it's going to be Emmanuel and Barr. Move offices. Yes. Yeah, the same stream times will be absolutely fine. It'll just be a different property to be streamed from, right? AI generated counters that automatically happen, so team does still counter. True, but I don't know. This works for me. The situation we've got ourselves in, I think, proves that this is a sensible tactical setup, but, you know, it might not work for other people because they'll be using different roles and different players and different setups, right? Latrak is, at least Silver Salamander still playing. Well, hopefully, Tom. It's 99.9% confirmed, but we're still waiting for that final, like, you know, come and sign a document type of thing, right? But yeah, the stream times won't change. If anything, we'll probably have time to do extra stuff more than anything else. Because I don't, like, the reason I don't do nighttime streams a lot of the time is because this is a bedroom, right? So it's Pog's house too. So whereas there won't be a problem in the new house because I'll have my own office/stream room, right? Which we're hoping to get like a sofa bed in or something so that people can stay over and whatnot. Rather than having to blow up airbeds and shit like that because, you know, we're in our 30s at this point. This Hammering team is so stacked, man. It's actually got an insane lineup. And only a few loanies in it too. Artificially create higher budgets by bumping the league's money once you get into Europe money. So you could bump up positional money any way you like, but giving them more money doesn't mean they have more money, in the sense that, like, they will have more money, but they won't use it correctly. They will just go into, like, this balance thing, but they still won't allocate it correctly, essentially. And also, it's difficult to do that because it's hard to balance things without it getting too easy. One of the issues we had with the save in the first season, which is why we had to essentially restart the save, was because the TV money was too high. More premium airbed. You know what? You're probably right, Icarus. I've liked those ones that are like the double width, the double thickness ones that have the pillows built in. I thought about picking up a couple of those just for when people's come over. Because obviously, when you get a new house, one of the first things, or not first thing, but one of the things you do is you have a housewarming party, right? So trying to assemble that's going to be a pain in the arse. Just trying to be like, you know, where's everybody free? Leave Sirens at this point, take over Hammering. Would the save be better? No, it'd be much worse. Have elite teams in Europe and you could win it. But, so for example, I take over Hammering. What would happen is, the first summer that there's a possibility, every single loan player we have, so all 250 of them, would be recalled. So every team in Malta would lose all of their good loan players, which means that we would now be in charge of Hammering. Sirens would still be incredible. In fact, they would actually be better than they are right now. But we would then have to build from scratch with Hammering, including losing all the players that they have on loan from Sirens. But not just that. Goodyear, Sweetie, Melita, all these teams would suddenly be 80% worse. So no, it would actually be much worse if we were to take over at Hammering. It would take you an insane amount of time to make that happen. Also, change the stadium name. Had a bit of time yesterday after I had a meeting. Yeah, AI with money is... The reason we ended up building the loan farm in the first place, the whole idea of the loan farm came about from a discussion with, like, Vaughan and the guys back on the days of Tromsø, when we were trying to think to ourselves, how can we help the rest of this league? And do it in a way that they can be trusted to make the most of it. And one of the first suggestions that comes up when you talk about things like this is, why don't you give the other clubs a bit more money? And I've always been against that just because it felt a bit exploity and a bit cheaty. But then I felt that doing so would basically lead to this, where they can't be trusted to actually spend that money. And the reason the loan farm came about is because the loan farm was a way for us to help them and give them money in a way, sometimes, because it's for free, essentially, and we're paying their wages. But we still had control of the overall players' contracts. And it allowed us to essentially act like guardians of the other clubs and stop them from doing anything stupid. That was the general logic of it. Is if we're in charge of it, it's kind of like your parents looking after your pocket money. That was the sort of paternalistic way that we were kind of trying to handle it. Learning the best way in the world is fine. Yeah, exactly. Now you get it. Hey, don't ask me to justify my hypocrisy. It's just, it is what it is. Also, best player in the world's a stretch. I wish I could. Then I'd all have for Babasi now, wouldn't I? It's international break, isn't it? Can we do... No testimonials. Still not allowed testimonials. It makes me so sad. Why don't we go on a tour? I reckon we should go on a tour. Where are we going to go on our tour? Location. Wait, we can go anywhere? It's on, baby! Yeah. Chat. Tour of Afghanistan's on the cards, baby. It's not even that far to travel. Who's the best loan player? I would say it's probably the Hammering guy, Palamateus. Well, Afghanistan starts with an A. First on the list. Well, honestly, one of the best ways to build a nation would be a Pugliese. Oh, for God's sake, sorry, it's removed all the columns again. Fuck me, FM, you embarrassing company. Just why? Best player cut. Oh my life. CA. Oh, you know, you're right. It is Pugliese actually. In fact. Oh wait. Well, he's all the way down here now. He's actually only 3 stars. Don't get me wrong. He's still insanely good. But you know, you're right. It is Pugliese. Incredible that Pugliese was actually able to go out on loan. We managed to loan a 4-star striker. That was just pure lightning in a bottle type of stuff, right? The same one in the youth. Sold him a few years for 150. Wow, really? There you go. Yeah, so that should give you an idea of how bad AI are at handling transfer budgets like that. I think it's because the game seems to have a weird idea of how much a club should be spending in terms of their transfers, and it doesn't have any dynamics to it to make that change when that club has more money. So just to use Bagpuss as an example here, £150 million player to PSG, 5 years later still have most of that money in the bank still, and haven't really spent it on anything useful. So it's like it knows that it's Slavia Prague, and it's like that's how much Slavia Prague spend on transfers. Now, Hamren and these guys have managed to do slightly better because they've had increases in rep, but it's a bit of a pain. I forgot that we've done these. Yeah, I forgot that you could do those tours. That's kind of fun. Tehavari Huri, right? I think this guy has the potential to be like a legitimate worldie now. He's so much better than I thought he was going to be. And Haranobu as well. Goodyear have got some bloody good loans. Crisanto as well, you know. If he could finish at all, he'd be potentially like world class in there. Right, tour of. Is he actually going to let us do a tour of Afghanistan? I really hope it is. Yep. Chat. Ready yourselves. I like how this one's being played at venue. Does this team even have a ground? No. What? Hang on, sorry. Oh, as if it's taken this off again. Wait, I actually reset these yesterday and it's somehow taking them off. Hang on, wait. Sorry, none. What? Wait a second. This is not a thing. Are we just playing in a random field in Afghanistan? I've never seen that before. Very curious to see what happens there. Fraj! Thank you, my friend, for the 20 months. How's it going, man?
First salary finally arrived. Only 3 weeks late. Life of contractor.
In it. Well, we don't even need to attend it. It's our team. We can't attend a game that we are literally like. Oh, you mean like watch the game? Good point. Hang on, I'll do that now. That way I won't forget. Just to see what the ground looks like. Match. Here we go. Just playing in a random Poppy stadium. Yeah, Poppy field. These friendlies for the first team. There we go. Sick. Yeah, literally. Much like the train station, it's built very soon. Sorry, it's coming very soon. They are building it now. Oh. Okay. This is going to be intriguing. I've never had it not actually have a venue for the game. It's crazy because that means that us doing a tour of Afghanistan is not the weirdest thing we're doing that week. Yeah, we'll do. So it's Attack Energy on the Sunday. That's not for a little while yet because we've still got the game against Ajax in the way before then. But even so, Hamren versus Basel. Okay, that's winnable. They really have to win that. Sweetie hosting Gladbach. Again, I feel like they've got any chance. They need to be winning that. And that means that Goodyear are playing on the Wednesday, right? Hosting Anderlecht. Again, got to win that. Do we not take Taliban on the tour with us? It's probably for the best. I suspect he wouldn't be all that welcome. Car is no longer a thirsty girl. Good. You give that. Did you give Sia a good C into? Good. She's filled her up. Right. It should. I mean, 4 wins. If we were to have any real chance, it should be 4 wins. It won't be. I'll be amazed if we get 2, including us. I suppose. Yeah. We can go to Kurdistan. That's Iraq, Matt. My apologies. Geography, once again, failing me. Reynoso is not good enough to start this game. There's no way that he's fit enough to play this match, which means it is going to be Oh no. 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 Oh wait, hang on. I think it's just because... There he is. Wrong squad. He wasn't showing up because he was in the wrong squad, and it only takes into account the squads that you've got listed on the screen when you do selection advice. However, I thought that he was involved in another match that day or something. Right, there we go. Now we can have Javier in. Lahovi can play instead of Moser because he's not actually going to play for us. Maldonado can play instead of Batista. So it's essentially the same lineup as the last game, except Javier is going to get to start for us this time instead. I'm curious to see what he's capable of, you know. We're up against Jethro Janga, of course. Where's Scordis? Wait, hang on. Isn't this the guy that was at... Yeah. The guy that went to Marsa. Tell you what, for a guy that genned at a Surinamese club, he's not bad. £14 million. That's a lot of money. God, if this was during that Suriname video I did. Right, I need a quick pee break. Luckily, we've got a whiz quiz, and it's all going to be good, and I can grab a Beppis, and we'll all have a lovely old time, and then Javier will break his leg 5 minutes into the game. I shall return momentarily. Hello, friends. Sorry about that, Breezy. I went to get a Beppis and Pog's like, Breezy's raided. I was like, of course he has. For those of you that didn't know, it was Yildiray Basturk, who made a single appearance for Blackburn. I believe it was Blackburn anyway. How's it going, Breezy? How was stream? Thank you very much for the raid. I'm sorry that I was absent. I'm always kind of a bit absent in many ways. Oh, Ilana as well. Thank you very much for the 23 months. It wasn't. Wait, was it not? You're right, it wasn't, was it? Because now I've just spoiled the next one. Pretend you didn't hear that, chat. I actually don't know who it was then. Carl Hufkins, that's the one, yeah. It's because I didn't pee on the last stream, so I had to add a... When I did it this morning, I forgot about it, so I just added it underneath it, so I could just not have to do it next time. Oh, brilliant day. Terrific work from me there, as usual. Made even worse by the fact that, you know when you have like a yearly subscription on stuff? Oh, I've spilled that everywhere. A yearly subscription on stuff, and then you forget about it until you get that yearly subscription. I went for a piss, and I just looked at my phone, and it was like, hey, €200 fee to Envato, and I was like, oh no. So that's good. I mean, it is actually quite good value, but my goodness, when it comes out all in one chunk, you're like, bro. Okay, Ajax. Run the intro again. Why not, eh? Ah, Mr. Beppis ASMR? I wasn't talking. Lovely. Right, okay, let's go. Sorry for the slurping there, chat. I like that Javier's hair doesn't even fit. It's like, why give... Or that's just what his hair actually looks like. So his hair just has a massive flat top there where he can wear like an hat. Cool Tifo. Ooh. Is that Kratos? If so, that's really cool. I mean, it's still cool either way. But that's kind of sick. I love shit like that. Just torn his knee. Oh, now, see, you're regretting even more now, aren't you? Didn't show the subscription. To be fair, it's not quite as bad as my Adobe subscription. That's an expensive one. I'm paying it monthly because I can't afford to just dump £600 in one lump. That's really cool, actually. Right. Okay. We can get second dub. This is where Javier just becomes the greatest striker known to man and keeps out the other 3 strikers. That's how they get. Yeah, I mean, literally. Luckily, I was paying like 28 quid a month for the first year, but now I'm into the second year, and all of a sudden it's doubled in price, and it's a little bit expensive, but, you know, being able to use that stuff is quite important. And Adobe fund well in it, yeah. No, I mean, at the end of the day, it's all like, it's a tax write-off, so it's not the end of the world, but you still have to pay it. You know, just because I don't have to pay the tax on it, or essentially can claim it back in tax, doesn't mean you don't have to pay it in one up front. Enjoy your lunch, Breezy! Scoff it down, and whatnot. Hammered already winning. Pugliese doing bits. Love to see it. Broken leg. I mean, there's every chance. Was he injury prone? Did we know that? At the very least, like, I would say Reynoso will be able to come back for the next Champions League game anyway. So really, this is Javier's like proper chance. Like from the beginning, this is his chance because Reynoso will be back in the game, back in the team next game, and Moser will almost certainly be back as well by then. 2-0 already. Hammering us, smashing it. Fair play, lads. Rate that from you. Oh, that's a nice short one. Go on. Oh, it's a beauty. Shurabadi Hajarawan. Pereira with the assist, and we lead 1-0. Glorious start to the game. I've noticed that Peters has not scored or assisted so far. It's been 25 minutes. What is he doing? If he's going to win the Ballon d'Or this year, he's going to need to be better than that. But this is nice from Hajarawan. Nicer from the defender. It was clearly already going in, though, because it didn't go down as an own goal. Sorry about this. We've got double dugouts here. It resets them. There we go. League table. That's better. Just need Sweetie to do it. I think Sweetie should be good enough to beat Gladbach, and they are. Whale Zaki with the goal now. 3-0 to... Oh, dear. 3-0 to Hamron at the very least. They're having a lovely day. This one worries me. Sweetie have got to be winning that. If they've got any chance, these are those winnable games. Like 3 wins on the same match day. It's now 2-1 to Gladbach. And even worse, the guy that's just scored for Gladbach against Sweetie is a player that Gladbach signed in the summer from Goodyear United. That's Sulemala Samaka. Very annoying. Sweetie can't be throwing points there. They're never going to qualify if they do that. We're not doing that well ourselves either. I don't see them turning that around. I get the feeling that's going to be another one of those FM games. We really do seem to struggle against Ajax, for whatever reason. Like, we create a decent amount against them, but just struggle to score any kind of reasonable number of goals. It's not the first time this has happened. Like, we lost them in the group stage last year. We kind of scraped past them in the knockouts. Why is it suddenly taken my graphics card? Like, what's going on here? That was half time. What are we doing? FM, have a word. As if it's actually being a penis about this. Oh, there it goes. Back again now. That was a good save. 30-ish% discount. Oh, no, I don't want to cancel. I can't cancel Adobe. Like, that's where I do all of my video editing. Hello, Wills. I wasn't trying to cancel or anything like that. I was just saying it's very expensive, and Adobe are a horrible company. Back in the day, you could just buy Adobe. But oh no. They've realised that why would you buy them? Why would you buy it when they can make you pay as if you're buying it, but every single year? There are some cool features in it, but lordy lord. It is a rip-off. Okay. Yeah, they're never coming back there. Threaten to cancel, give you a deal. Oh, really? Oh, okay. That makes sense. Might have to try that then. Knowing my luck, I'll ring them up and they'll be like, actually, we're going to make you now pay twice as much. Just for having the gall to complain. So on Learn DaVinci Resolve, I just don't have the time. Unfortunately, it's one of these things when it comes to ecosystems. I don't have the time to learn DaVinci Resolve. That's why I always recommend DaVinci to newer creators when they're starting out, because I don't want them to get stuck in the same pipeline as me. But unfortunately, time is money, and I don't have time to learn DaVinci Resolve. Even if it would save me money. But it certainly wouldn't, because it would cost me too much in the near term, I suppose. Right, can we have a second goal, please? Like, we beat Man United 5-0, and yet we're unable to... Oh, he's done it again. Oh, he's offside. Please don't be offside. Oh, he actually is. That would have redeemed him a little bit if he'd actually scored there. Something to do with it. Yeah, no, I've done that in the past. I did it with a phone contract once, and they just gave me so much stuff. He must have just come back from an offside position there. I thought maybe, like, if he scores on this play... Wait. Oh, it wasn't him offside. It was Pereira that was offside. Okay, nothing against Javier then. That's nothing he could do about that. I hate the fact the players get punished for that. Like, how's that his fault? He still put the ball away. Just because Pereira couldn't keep himself onside. Oh, Gudmundsson, there we go. It's a Kravitz cross, though. Okay. That should get the dub done, but Javier has not had a good game for us so far. Luckily, given that we're 2-0 up at the moment, I'm going to give him the full 90, I think, just to see if he can do it. But he has looked a little bit fish out of water here. God, Gudmundsson just out-jumping 2 blokes there. They might as well have stood on each other's shoulders. They still wouldn't have got to him. Okay. Even though we're about to do a highlight, I'll leave him on, because the only option would be Reynoso, and he's not fit. Peters has had a poor day. What else do I want to do? I'll get Silver Salamander on for a bit, just because I want him to play. Oh. Even if it won't matter. Kravitz off for Brooksy. And maybe Maldonado. Actually, I'll tell you who needs to come on. Oh, not him. Crompy. Yeah, he just needs teammates that aren't offside. This is very true. Because that was actually a really nice finish. He held the line really nicely there. But I'm going to give him the rest of the game because Reynoso's no point in getting him in. We'll get Reynoso into like a league game. Or, to be fair, he'll come on the Afghanistan tour and he'll get to play in there. So that'll probably get Reynoso back to fitness. Peters. Hajaro before he gets substituted. Otavio. It's Kravitz! Oh. It should have been a goal, but it's in fact not a goal. Very typical of us there. But Basie's had a good game. I am so pissed off at Sweetie United. They can't be losing games to teams like Borussia Mönchengladbach. Like, at home as well. Hamren have done me proud here, but I'm worried that this is the year that we only get like 2 teams through to the knockouts of the Champions League, and it just kills us at that point. On a potato field, I just want to see what the ground looks like. It's going to be fascinating. Yeah, at least having some English teams losing is helpful, but if we don't get any teams... If we only got like 2 teams through, it would be curtains for us pretty much. Oh, it's lovely. Oh, it's beautiful. There we go. Javier scores. That's more like it. Really good from Lahovi. He might be getting on a bit, Lahovi, but he can still do it at the highest level. He truly... Uri Lahovi is a world-class footballer, no matter what. Look at this run. Brilliant from Hajaran, but look at this for a little pass, and the finish is delightful. Just a little scooped finish. Bang. 3-0. Javier scores his 3rd goal in the Champions League this season. Well played, buddy. Well played. Glad I left him on. He deserved that. Yeah, he's just our starting striker now. Oh, it's an injury to Sweetie United as well. 5-0 to Hamren. Good for goal difference at the very least. They're kind of getting back some of the goal difference they lost against Atleti. Come on, Sweetie. Just get a draw or something, please. Wow, you're useless. They have to do better than that. We were just about bang on there. Javier does redeem himself towards the end. Shurabadi was great. Gudmundsson was spectacular. Love that. Good for the goal difference. Hamren are popping off. They're going to need to continue popping off, though, because I think their goal difference is still going to be +1 after that. Because they got ridden by Atletico. Yeah, +1. Sweetie, on the other hand, though, no points after 2 games when they've played Porto and Borussia Mönchengladbach. Those are games that they've got to be doing better. So Reynoso was injured, and then Moza got injured, so we started Tabakaru, and then he got injured in the Champions League game against against Man United. So Javier had to come off the bench as our 4th choice striker in that game. Scored twice, but then because he was the only fit striker, our 4th choice striker had to start this game against Ajax as well, and he's now scored here too, after playing appallingly. But to be fair, he should have had 2 goals, really. So I can't begrudge him too much. Bit of money for us there. Nice. Yeah, I'm worried about Sweetie. What are the rest of their fixtures? Because these games feel like they're winnable ones for them. They've got... Oh, no way they play Hamren. Sweetie and Hamren play each other. I kind of want Hamren to win that. Chelsea, Napoli, Marseille, Juve and Liverpool. Sweetie have had it. 2 of their winnable games are right up front here. Porto away is never going to be easily winnable, but Gladbach at home, you've got to do better than that. Who is actually doing the best stats-wise? Now that we're out of the summer, we can stick the analysis back on again. So top scorer is Javier, but he is overperforming his XG. Peters is obviously smashing it as per. Nobody's got more than double. Only those 2 have got more than 1 goal. Thus far. Hello, Dan! How's it going? I've been seeing so many clips on TikTok of like limbs in the Fulham. I think it was in the Johnny Haynes or the Hammersmith end when we scored that goal. 1 minute of how to build a nation. Oh, sorry, phew. I thought you were going to say how to do it in 1 minute. That would have been a bit tough. But how it works, basically, is we're trying to make Malta the #1 league in Europe. Now, we're 4th currently on the coefficient chart. We have been up as high as 2nd, but Obviously, the number of teams that you get in Europe affects whether these points are counted. So once we got 7 teams in Europe, it became more difficult for us because it divides it by 7 instead of like 6 or 5. So it made it more difficult. Although we actually had 8 teams in Europe last season and still managed to get 19.3 points. But it's catching England is the real difficulty. Like, we're still massively in touching distance with Spain and Italy, but it becomes extremely tough to catch England. They're the real difficult one, basically. Get my sort of full time, but that's really cool, actually. I expect I'll be doing the mock-up for it then. Oh, I've seen so many clips of it. It's just so good. Just such a cool result. Just, like, it's the fact that it was a good result and a good thing to happen no matter what the game was, but the fact that it happened against Brentford just made it that much better for me. Good job hosting Anderlecht. Lads, come on. It's Anderlecht. You've got to do better than that. Yeah, hopefully that's enough of a breakdown phrase. If you've got any questions, ask away and I'll do my best to answer it the best way I can, which is usually bad. Finally, Dan, all right, I'm taking a punt on this one. I reckon Fulham get into the Europa Conference League this year. Something about us, we're still underperforming our underlying numbers and actually doing quite well points-wise regardless. I think we're cooking something here. I think we're cooking something. Iwobi has the joint most passes into the final third of any player in Europe, tied with Lamine Yamal. I think there's something cooking at Fulham, and people are not cottoned onto it yet because people don't watch Fulham, obviously, right? And I'll happily let people continue to go on about Forest because they're doing really well as well. But I think there's something there. Because I think our underlying numbers are actually better than Forest. Remember, the only team Forest have lost to was Fulham at home. Let me doing well yourself. Yeah, so basically, doing well ourselves helps the league in general because more money comes flowing in, right? But the way that we help the other teams in our league is by loaning them footballers. So a lot of the best teams in our league are made up of... We have minus 33 loans, which actually means 220... I forget what the exact number... It's around 200 and something loans. 230 loans to other teams in our league. Most of them are other teams in our league. So you see Hamron, Gudja, Sweetie. And they've got players out on loan there that are like 3-star CA in a team that's won the Champions League 5 times. So that's how they get better. We give them good players on loan, and then they improve and develop at the squad, but then they're able to sign better players because they have better players. It's sort of like a self-fulfilling prophecy, I suppose. New manager, please. So, when someone mentioned Robbins, my first thought was Bristol City, just because of Robbins. So, he was Coventry, right? Bournemouth are good as well. Like, I think that result against City was tremendous. I just think that people are underestimating Fulham at the moment, and I'm fine with that because we have had some annoying results. But like, if we could just defend in stoppage time, that alone would have had us 4 more points. But that's all ifs and buts, right? At the end of the day, I think the underlying numbers are there. It's intriguing to me. It's a hell of a lot of loans to manage, but luckily we can do 2-year loan extensions every summer, so you only have to deal with them like every other summer. Should have beat Man United. I don't think we should have beat Man United. I think people are perhaps overrating that performance from us. I think we were fine. I think a draw would have been all right, but we had one really good chance against United, which we fucked up with that pass. I think that, honestly, I feel like the best a team has played against us this season, genuinely, is Ipswich away. Yeah, we've got to beat Palace and Wolves, or at least 4 points from them, because one of them's at home, one's away, right? So a draw in the away, and then well played, good, yeah. Yes, lads. Jake Aspin, John Dominguez, and Gonzalo Maciel with the results. 3 wins out of 4 ain't bad, I suppose. Was he really the longest serving? How long had he been there? Hello, Daz. Sorry, yes, we were bringing up Fulham because Dan was here. Last chance. I know, I suppose. I still don't feel like we should have beaten Man United, though. We should have beaten City. Like, statistically, we should have beaten City. If Adama Traore could do anything like finishing, we win that game easily. Well, not easily, but we win that game. But what I would say is, we don't have those chances unless he's in the team. No other player gets those chances because they are not fast enough to get those chances. It was a great result for Zagreb, wasn't it? Was that Slovan Bratislava away? Fulham special class went, yeah, man. Harry Wilson's now got a team of the week. So I'm going to try and, well, I don't even need to pack that. I can just buy it. It's like 12k coins. Hopefully there'll be a nice Evo I can whack that in as well, because he's pretty much already better than my Evo'd Harry Wilson because he's not fast enough in this save. Oh, really? Sorry, my bad. I thought we were talking about the game last night. Oh my, that's a really good... to be fair, what I will say... Do you know Zagreb, I would probably say, are better than Villarreal. 4-0 still a bit of a stretch, but Villarreal regularly get their asses handed to them in the Champions League in this save. Very rarely when we play them do we do anything other than beat them for 5-0 or something. They are usually pretty bad. It's kind of like how Napoli were in this for a few seasons where they were just awful. 7 years. That's awesome. What? Whereabouts in the league are Coventry right now? Yeah, Coventry, when Fulham went flying in the Championship and won it, Coventry were, I remember, I think it was New Year's Day or something. I was driving back from Vikings' house or something like that, and thinking, oh yeah, it's New Year's Day football, it's going to be brilliant, and then Fulham were just getting ridden by Coventry City. I think it was like 4-1 or something at the Rico? Or has it got a different name these days? Dubrovsky, yeah, he's a good player. He was one of those players that if we'd come across him now, we probably would have signed him. But at the time, he was just a bit too pricey. You can see that really, mentally, he's spectacular. He does still have a few little gaps in... I mean, he's a defensive midfielder, I suppose, so... CBS Arena, very nice. Oh yeah, someone else mentioned Burnley earlier. Any other Burnley fans in chat? Because I don't know if you're still in chat now, but yeah, how's Scott Parker ball going? Left as a matter of urgency when it went 4-1. Yeah, so I was right. It was 4-1. Yeah. No, Coventry, that was such a good team as well. I liked that Coventry team. I actually think of them and Luton, I was kind of weirdly rooting for Coventry a little bit more. I don't know why. I had nothing against Luton. I just really quite liked what Coventry did. They had some really fun players. Not that Luton didn't. Yeah, he's a guy that... He wouldn't have suited our style of play. I suppose that's the best way to look at a guy like Dobronovsky. He's just... He wouldn't have suited our style because he would have either had to play up here and he wouldn't have the athleticism to do so. And in our two DM roles, he wouldn't have suited our style of play at all. God, Gyökeres, what a player he is. Holy shit. His numbers are phenomenal. Hungarian lad, there's nothing really to show on him. Like, he's 15 years old. He's not really developed in any way because he's only been like 6 months. Was it Weitner? I was seeing some little bits of development. I just don't believe this guy. As you know, he's down to 3-star potential as well now. This is what happens with youth players. I'd be willing to bet that he's probably not even going to get much better than he currently is. It's a shame, but yeah. Gazzaniga in goal. Oh, God, those were the days. Would have hit him potentially, yeah, but the way he's been for Sporting, hasn't he got like 23 goals in like 17 appearances this season for Sporting? He's got like 16 in 10 in the league. That guy's numbers are ludicrous. Palace have Eze and Ketty and Wharton out. Well, the fact they're missing Eze and Wharton, I suppose, is a good thing. I don't feel like... I'm not a Palace fan. I don't really watch them very often, but it seems to me from the outside like Nketiah hasn't really done a lot for Palace this season. Which is one of the reasons I was so worried when we were linked with him. And I thought it was not going to be a good move. Maybe you have a different opinion on that one, but I don't... Maybe I'm just looking at pure numbers more than anything else. It seems like he hasn't really... Which means he will score against us, no doubt. I believe it was Daniel Toth, wasn't it? Was Toth Jr. There he is. Daniel Toth. Was struggling in such a short time. Well, that sort of implies that he kind of already was at that level. He's just like taking it up a little bit because he was playing with better players, right? I suppose sometimes it's about service. A striker can only do so much. Only do so much. So I want to pick Gyökeres up. Yeah, I bet you do, honestly, yeah. Nunez to Gyökeres. Mostly rate players in the league based on how they perform against the rest of the top three. Yeah, no, I mean, I don't know what his numbers are against those guys, but yeah. A striker can only do too much, chat. He is a player of all time. That he is, my friends. That he is. Best player in the world. I still don't know how we really judge that. That's the problem. I don't know how we really judge best player in the world. We could look at like the Ballon d'Or winners, but I don't think that really is a fair Oh, actually, while we're here. Hello. Yeah, but Ballon d'Or winner isn't actually... They're not actually going to be the best player in the world in FM. Like, there are better players than, like, pure attribute-wise than the Ballon d'Or winners. Because the Ballon d'Or winner this year was Ben Hiard. And, like, while I think he's good, he's nowhere near the best player in the world right now. Not even close. Even Granelli in his current state is better than Ben Hiard. And he's, like, 37 years old now. That's why it's so hard to, like... But like we could class it as Ben Hiard, but for me, he just isn't him. It's probably more like, hello, Pog, I think.
Stinky.
Huh?
Stinky.
Why are you calling me Stinky?
Because you're stinky.
Unbelievable rudeness coming out of your mush there. Wash your mouth out.
I'm going to have a bath.
You're going to have a bath? Because you're stinky. I see.
I'm also stinky.
Uno reverse.
Yeah, we'll have a bath. And
Enjoy.
so I don't look ridiculous when we'll go around B&M.
Because one would not want to look ridiculous while walking around B&M.
Yeah.
One needs to look at one's best.
Yeah.
It does, Zeep. It does.
Yeah. Bye.
Oh, have you know I'm wearing Cologne? I'm actually not.
You're not wearing
I'm not wearing Cologne at all.
Smell you from here.
She's just mean to me now. Get her a house, and this is what she treats me like. What about Sally? Nah, you see, like, he's good, but he's not that good. Marigali? Oh, definitely not. I mean, he's actually quite limited. He's not limited, sorry. He's, yeah. Don Baker, maybe? Why are you giving that to me?
Because it's down there.
I've already got a watch. I don't need another one.
Can you put it on charge, dickhead?
Maybe, if you're nice to me. Which you're not, because you called me stinky. Do I receive affection? Ooh, look at the jaws on that. How do I know if it's charging?
Oh, for God's sake, put it back on. And then...
Oh, okay. I had a watch face on my one that lets me know when it's charging, because that would be stupid otherwise.
Mine doesn't for some reason, but I like how simple that was.
Oh, you're not wrong. Don Baker is a libero. He's so good, isn't he?
Bye.
35 million from Burnley. Bye, Pog. He's pretty good. Pog will make it a home. Should make it a miserable place to be. Who's the highest CA in the world? No. Because how will I know that information? The only way I know that information is if I had the editor on, which obviously I don't. So no, I can't tell you who has the highest CA in the world. Yeah, Don Baker's been playing for a while. Mercado. I love how they're all Man United players, but that might just be because we've got them scouted a little bit more. Sorry, who's the Celta Vigo guy? He's 22. I need more information on him. I know he's a left wing back. Nicholas Taboas. He's intriguing. He's giving overpriced payment potentially. Scouting I am.
This isn't where I park my car.
Aiden, thank you for the follow. In fact, while we're here, is there any like random smaller teams that have like there's this guy here as well? I think we've looked at him before, but even so, oh, he's very expensive. Stefani Placathala. Why are they both left-sided wingers? It's probably why we haven't signed them, honestly. Grinelli was certainly... He must have been high 190s, for sure. Liverpool, Ajax. That's literally one of our former players. Nice. 28. Leeds United. Rob Dahl. Oh, Robbie. Okay, we'll scout you as well. Have a little looky look. Right, there's guys at River Plate and Santos here as well. They're 30 and 28. Oh, it's Bossio, right? Zenit. 24. Dimitri Melnik. 199. Did he say that? Oh, I don't know then. There you go. That makes sense, given what we know about his actual... Wait, there's a Hamron dude? Oh, it's Gianni. God damn. Random guy at Wolves as well. Dave Beasley. Wow. I think Wolves are in Europe this season. I think Wolves are the English competitor in the Conference League, if I remember correctly. Right? I assume they got in. Yeah, be weird if they didn't, right? Highest average rating each season. I'm not sure what you mean. Because you can't see average ratings for players in leagues that aren't switched on. Can you even see that stat? Where would that even be? I'm not sure where I would even find that information. I don't think you can even look at that on Scouting, can you? Career, that's just general stuff. Oh, hang on, it might be in here. Average rating. Oh, yeah. So the best player in the world is this guy from the Faroe Islands. Now we know. In a save. We've won nothing. I can already tell you that. Basically, when the league's not switched on, there isn't a lot of variation in it, essentially. Why is this? Yeah, he's played one game and he has an average rating of 10, essentially. We've got to sign him. He's the best player in the world. I want to see some mad low ratings. Yeah, we've got to sign him. He's the best player in the world. It'd be rude not to sign him. Wow, he actually demands some money. Fair play. Worst rating. Right. I love that. Right. Hang on. I'll do a searchy search. Proper one. Actually, can you even do that? I'm not sure you can even do that. Yeah, I'll just scroll it.
Hello Matt and Chato. Was at the dentist and found that I need a silver crown on one of my teeth, and I had got prescribed fluoride toothpaste, and now I have a slight mental trauma from the water drill cleaning. I am okay, don't worry. I am having lunch and thanks for keeping me company.
I was on tender hooks there. I was... Oh, we're into the reds now. Nearly there. Scroll for a little bit. But drop on the note. I mean, you've done it. Work is complete at that point, right? Fuck's sake. Oh, some 4s. Here we go. 4.8. No, wait, that's 4. Yeah, it's 4.8. 4.7s. A few 4.6s. I like how it's all quite uniformic. Do you reckon you got any in the 3s? We're getting pretty close here. I never even thought to look at this stat before. 3.9. Wait, surely it doesn't go much lower than that. How are you putting it? Wow. Worst average rating is this guy. Who... What do you have to do on a substitute appearance as a goalkeeper to get a 2.9? Like, I must know what you need to do as a human being to make a substitute appearance as a goalkeeper and get a 2.9. You can see the 2 goals, but, like, did he physically pick them up and throw them into his own net? Like, how does that work? I'm so confused. What about this guy? He's a goalkeeper as well. Surely it can't have gone any worse for him. He also made a substitute, got 2 conceded and a yellow card. I want to find the first outfield. Here we go. Owen Toulier, who is a substitute that didn't do anything and got a 3.4. Sorry, words. What does that... FM is so dumb about... But this is why I don't trust stats a lot of the time. You'd have to have every league loaded to even get vaguely reasonable stats, because it just does this. Do you remember when Wolves, in a pass save rather, had, like, goalkeepers that would regularly concede 100 goals a season, but they would never get relegated from the Premier League? The worst starter. We can find that out, I suppose. I mean, I think he slept with not just the coach's daughter, but the entire backroom staff, it would seem. I'll refund your points to that. I'll get to that in a second. It seems like substitutes. I reckon they're all subs. If I was to bet, I reckon that all of these are subs. That's the same guy twice. Here we go. 3.5 for Andres Huerta. Who... I don't know what he did to justify a 3.5, particularly as he's actually had like a... Wow, he's just not had a... He's been so shit. Holy shit. This man actually had the best season of his life last year and then dropped to this absolute clanger. Imagine averaging under a 6. Like, were these guys just getting battered every single week? With the Champions League last season, we did, yes. 2 in a row. Incredible. Like, at that point, just get rid. Crazy. Take a blood sample. When you were for the first time, they couldn't really hit the vein. Oh, God. Yes. It's like the time that Pog went to that person that could simply not find the vein. Her entire arm, from, like, the centre down here, all the way up to, like, the wrist and halfway up her arm, was just black. It looked like she'd been in a car accident. Crazy. Yeah, Fulham won't have done anything in this save. They've not even been in Europe, I don't believe. When a league isn't switched on, it tends to be pretty stagnant when nothing really happens. I'd be amazed if they probably haven't just been like relegated and promoted a few times, but that's about it. No, they've actually just stuck in the Premier League the entire time. Yeah, how do you do that? Like, what were they doing at that point, right? Beanie Mac, are you like laying on the keyboard, my friend? Or are you just spamming? Or have I just been very rude about a language I do not speak? Let's see. We've got Zabarovic, Juventus Zvezda. Slima are going to disappoint us against Sevilla. Spurs against Legia Warsaw. Legia. You got this, lads. Worry not. No worries, man. That's why I was just checking. A cat could also be trying to communicate with us. And do you know what? I'm down for it. So can he check? No, I think he just, like, accidentally let on the keyboard. That's fine. It happens. I pressed the wrong button 3 times today during the first 10 minutes of stream. Who am I to judge? Let's get the intro. Oh, that's amazing. Oh, that might be the best one ever. We'll just start round again. That was brilliant. Cats are just very good at that kind of thing. Oh, they've lost. And wow. I mean, this is bad from them. Oh, for goodness sake, Football Manager. That's 2 in a row now that Zabara have been massively the better side and have lost both. Sliema, on the other hand, have just mugged off both Spurs and Sevilla in back-to-back matches. So 2 points for... They'll still not qualify, and neither will Zabara at this rate. Oh, my God. This is going to be a disaster year for us. What about the Conference League? Hibernian... Oh, my God. Hibernians beat Wolves. See you later, Dan. Gabane with the... And it's a deserved win as well. Like, George sent off early on for Wolves as Hibernians get the dub over the English team. Right. Sliema won the S Derby. I mean, that's given me a bit of hope, at the very least. Is it Quantum Wolves? So, coefficient on the year. There we are. All the way down in like 13th or 14th. Haywood is one of the fun Welshies. Yeah, it was Martin Haywood and Frankie Jones. Yeah, I mean, early stages, obviously. But Germany... No, they're not catching us. But we're right in line with the others, actually. We're not that far behind. Like, we're right... Are France still being shitty? God, they are. France, again, are being shit. France legitimately could fall to 7th or even 8th soon at this rate. Wolves. Wolves have done a few things. The biggest things that Wolves have done, they've actually been in Europe a few times. Like, it's been... Oh, yeah. Who the hell was that? Wolves have actually been in Europe, I would say, 3 to 4 times. They've been the English competitor in the Europa League, obviously. Sorry, Conference League. Never anything beyond that, I don't believe. Actually, no. I think they were in the Europa one year as well, actually. I don't think they won anything. It must have just been through league form. Turned out by the boatload of staff who decided to stay at worst teams for worse money, making spending. I guess that's not as bad as the staff wages when they're not at a club at all, where they demand like £10,000 a week despite having never had a job, and they're like a really mid coach. So Chelsea's current goalkeepers, they've got Daniel Gutierrez still, who's now actually been at Chelsea for 8 years. He's 37. He has one eccentricity, bless him. 50 million. I still think that was a good deal for us at the time, as it allowed us to buy Buick Sultan, and Gutierrez was just not it. Like, there's a reason why Chelsea have not come close to winning a Champions League during those periods, and I feel like it's the goalkeeping. What we're going to do when Buick retires, I don't know. Although, well, man, will it? Anthony Heatley, as well as their other guy, who's also 31, who they signed from Newcastle. No, they didn't. They loaned him to Newcastle for 3 years? Oh, no, they didn't. He just did 2... Wow, he's barely played. He's 31, and he's only made 71 appearances. 52 of which were for Newcastle. Damn. And there's no one else at all. Any under 21 goalkeepers? They've got Gary Baker, who looks mid as all hell. He's literally the token English goalkeeper. Yeah, he's Scott Carson. Wait, was he England goalkeeper? Wow. Did England just get a bit shit there? Yeah, I was going to say, if you made a list of all the things that that FM doesn't do particularly well, that video would be very long. It would be an entire Let's Play series. Not even Let's Play. Let's Not Play, it'd be called. Finally, a scout report. Oh yeah, I'm doing it differently now, aren't I? Actually scouting people a little bit more to give them a chance. I'm not going to be able to do that, am I? Going to have to do it in little chunks. Haven't seen any more out of our Georgian friend yet. That Naldo guy looks kind of intriguing, though. There's a Welsh Maltese. Oh, Joey Jones at Abergavenny is one of the Welsh. Is one of the Maltesers. I did shortlist the Nazareno Ponce. Good name. I shortlisted the Georgian lad. That way we can keep an eye on him. I'm still not convinced he's going to be that great. Wow, is that really all extensive? Holy shit. Most of these are going to be crap, aren't they? Yep. Oh, wow, that's a lot of crap. But that's okay. It makes it easier for us. Elamari, he's already there. Tarshin players. Why is there so many domestic guys showing up here? William Rosales. Datherson. He's actually all right. With Big Franco being retired. One of them hopefully will have big matches, right? They both look to be like pretty... Lacharak looked like he was going to be good as well. There's a couple called Big Players. Which club was that? Why is there loads of PSG guys in here? Loads of very mid PSG players. Champions League best 11. You'd be surprised how few of our players make it into that best 11, despite the fact we've won it 5 of the last 9 years. 5 of the last 7 years. I will keep bringing that up because it's true. Let me just check. I'll come back to this in a moment. Fuck. to like dream team. So like Alan Skinner at Man City, 150 million roughly. Ben Hiard at Barcelona, probably more like, actually he's 32, so maybe about the same. Scarpellini at Real Madrid is absolutely ludicrous. Karalic as well. Love this for him, by the way. Bear in mind, this is a guy that Hamron bought off of us, then sold to Barca for £10 million, and now he's just moved to Liverpool for 62 mil. And then obviously they've got Riviere Peugeot as well. Then the back line. I realise my face is in the way, one sec. Bear in mind, 5 of the last 7 Champions Leagues, and yet we have the back line, 1 midfielder, no strikers, and no goalkeeper. Like, what is this nonsense? It's hilarious how few players we get in here. Year before, even worse. Bear in mind, this was a year that we also won the Champions League. Porto, the team that we beat in the final, had the same amount of players in it. Crazy. Yeah, Karalic is a former Sirens guy. He's a guy that we sold to Hamron. No, it's after the season. It just... I don't know what it does. It's crazy. Even I swear Reynoso wasn't even in it. Oh, no, he was. That was the year that he got... Yeah, he got it with 11 goals that year. Got it with 10 goals that year. Did get in it when he got 20 that year. I think it's once again just reputation based a lot of the time. Unless they do something ridiculous, it's mostly reputation again, which is just a bit annoying. Tanner's keeping his star rating quite nicely there, so we definitely want to look at him in January maybe. Ah, yeah, this guy, right? Came through from Legia Warszawa in a... it was just straight up team report, actually, I think. He's very young, so it's really hard to know whether there's actually any real potential here. But he looks solid at the moment. Certainly want to keep an eye on. He's temperamental, though, so there is that. But he's intriguing to me. You two are at, like, massive clubs. You're at Bayern Munich. You're one we've already looked at a few times. He does look solid. He's so young to really know. And I don't think we literally can't sign him at 15, but, like... And this guy, I'm not convinced by. He's weird. Like, he's a winger, but... Except he's not really. He's more of an inside forward. 3 media handlers. I believe you can have up to 3. Wolves. I've never managed Wolves before. I've never had any reason to, personally. But like maybe I could in the... Actually, have Wolves been in a European final ever? I don't know if they're allowed to or not in the Outcast to Icons or not. I think they might be alright. I think I'd try to avoid English clubs in general. But actually, I might shortlist you as well. They have. Then we can't do Wolves. I wonder what the best English side we could manage in Outcast to Icons would be. So, Mamias Lopi has actually gone on loan to Sliema Wanderers, if I recall correctly. Oh no, Balsan Youth. My apologies. Fulham. I mean, I don't know. Brighton probably are up there, I would have thought. Have Brighton been in any of them? I thought Brighton's squad is pretty solid. Because they've never been in the Europa League final, have they? They were in the Europa League last season, but they weren't in the final. Fouché, Cashers at Real Madrid. These are all massive club players. Here we go. Slightly more our speed. God, he's 15 as well. He's never going to leave South America anytime soon. I think we might have had a recruitment focus come through that actually had some like 15 and 16-year-old players in it for once. Oh, by the way, hang on. This is like a total side issue now because these guys are like kind of very mid. What's the name of that guy from Envigado? The centre-back. Oh, we'll just find him like that. We got an updated scout report on him. Is it Caracas? No. He came through a newer scout report with like a Carvajal. This guy. Right, ready? Oh. It's just realised we've literally had him so long that we don't even have an up-to-date scout report, which has now gone off the end of the thing. Basically, he was 3-star, 5-star. And it wasn't like the little half-star. He was now proper 5-star. Oh. And his attributes do look very, very good. He joins us. I'm so excited about this guy when he joins us in January. Intertoto Cup. I don't think we counted the Intertoto Cup. I can't remember if we did. I think I only counted the Cup Winners' Cup, Europa League, Conference League, and Champions League. And like European Cup from before. I don't believe we counted the Intertoto because it was too hard to figure it all out. It's certainly not in the spreadsheet. And I trust the spreadsheet. I think it's Zabara and then it's our tour of Afghanistan, is it not? I'll make like an updated command for the spreadsheet so people can see it. New state. Oh, what did you pick? Yeah, that's when the Afghanistan tour begins. 1972. Okay, so we can't do Wolves. That's fine. I mean, I'd try to like not manage a English side. The thing is, though, I think there's a very strong chance that by the time we Newcastle are one of those ones that, while technically true, 3-star PA. No, that's what I said, Viva. No, legitimately, that is what I said. 3-star CA. That's why when he came through that report, I think what happened basically is he came through a team report for Envigado, and that's why his thing's gone off the end of it so quickly, because I've not been scouting him anymore because he's just joining us. I'm pretty certain the report said 3-star CA, 5-star PA. And I was like, okay, damn. He's a little bit special. But yeah, the thing with Newcastle is, while they may well be a team that we are allowed to manage in that save, by the time we are in a position where we could get the Newcastle job, I don't know if I'd take that anyway, they will almost certainly have, won something or been in a European final. They're almost certainly going to get to the Conference League final in that save before we get a chance. Doesn't look like it. I mean, it sounds like I think he looks pretty good. Like 16 tackling already. 16 stamina. He's got good acceleration. He's got good jumping reach, good agility, good balance. Marking solid, positioning solid. He's only 18. He's more likely 2.5. Would be my prediction. But if he's got good potential too, it won't be long before he is. I think he's one of the best talents we've probably picked up in a while. And he's unflappable as well. So decent professionalism in there too. Yeah, I think they'll get there pretty early. It's probably just my scout being scouty, you know. They'll do that. Right, Zabar, who are we thinking here? It's probably a Reynoso day. He does need to start getting some match sharpness somewhere on the lines. Badly made boy. Thank you for the follow. Did I look at Wolves goalkeepers? I didn't, did I? My apologies. One sec. Let me just get out of this game. I hate that Lahovi's not making the bench here. Like, he deserves to be on the bench just because it gives Peters a chance to have a little rest. But I need to get some match sharpness back into Reynoso's legs, despite Javier doing well. He has, and technically he's going to be able to come off the bench in this game anyway. Watch him score a penalty off the bench or something crazy like that. I don't know what his pens are like, to be fair. How would you get 3 Liechtenstein teams in European football? Usual suspect. I'm curious. 5-0. Oh, Kravitz missed a penalty this time. A hat-trick for Reynoso. Okay, maybe our boy is back. That's much more like it. God, Zabarov not done well there. That was very good from us. Stars in position worry me. Oh, give a shit about stars in position. I was talking about stars on his overall report. Stars in position are, for the most part, utterly useless. They're, again, like anything else, they're not entirely useless. They are just... Everything needs to be taken with a pinch of salt. Do your own research, look at the players properly, and use your own judgment. Because if the stars were 100% accurate, there'd be no point in doing any of... The game would kind of be a bit pointless at that point, right? If every star rating was entirely legitimately perfectly balanced to what they're supposed to be, then you wouldn't need to do anything beyond that, and you just sign the perfect player every time, right? Who? Well, this is your fault. You could have stayed out on loan, but you've chosen to come back. Right. Importance of the team is to be recognised properly. You don't have an importance to the team. That's why you've got breakthrough prospect. I mean, I'll sell you. All right, fine. Off you go. Like, sure. Win Liechtenstein Cup, Europa Champions League, first team. Oh, so you can get multiple ones. Interesting. Okay. Attributes, star rating, scout opinion, positional stars. Yeah, I would say so. Honestly, like, scout's opinion, like, in terms of like the letters, is utterly pointless. Wait, who are you bringing in? Oh yeah, I forgot I sold them Jefferson Castro. How's he actually done for them? He's not played at all. Okay, cool. Player interactions? That's the one. Bit of that, 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 bit of that. Chilla Moritz. Alright, cool. Yeah, it's like... I think in your quest to get perfect scouting information, you could essentially just run down the corridor of getting too close to just essentially playing without attribute masking on. Because at the end of the day, if you want perfect scouting, then you might as well just play without the attribute masking, because then you're going to get perfect scouting. But you're never going to get that and have any semblance of realism, right? It's a choice you have to sort of make. That's why I feel like we kind of get over that by mass scouting instead. We just take a scattergun approach, and usually it works out for us, because we've got the money to do so. We pass tomorrow. Okay, fair play, man. That's awesome. One of the things I'm actually really looking forward to about doing Outcast to Icons is we'll actually have to work for scouting again. Like, we're going to have to do some scouting, make proper decisions about players and be like, oh shit, can we afford this guy? Like, is he going to make the cello? Like, finding a guy that's worth £11 million like this, I mean, he's got low determination, which isn't amazing, but... Can you find Outcast to Icons? Yeah, it's a, there you go. It's a journeyman save, basically, where we have almost every league in Europe switched on, including ones that aren't in the base game. No coaching badges, start from the very top and have to basically win the Champions League. However, we can't manage any team that's ever been in a European final, including teams that reach European finals during the save as well. So it stops you from just basically getting loads of badges, taking over Man City and winning the Champions League. It doesn't work like that. You have to win the Champions League with a team that's never been in a European final. It's just like a fun little extra challenge that I feel like makes it worthwhile and gives it a little unique twist. And I like the dynamic side of things whereby we could really have our eye on this one particular job as an option later in the save, and then they just get to a Conference League final and fuck, it's off the YouTube series, Matt. Well, there'll be recaps for it, just like there are with Malta, but it won't be like a Let's Play series if that's what people want. Because again, I can't do those. But yeah, Conference League and Europa League. It includes even Cup Winners' Cup. Yes, Pog. How's it going? You're looking awfully towely. Nice bath? Good suds? Good soapy? Made it too hot? Yeah, I thought so. Pog, every time she gets out of the bath. Oh, I've made it too hot.
I feel like I'm going to pass out when I get out of the bath.
Pretty much Plymouth. Probably not. I try to avoid England in it just because I find it a bit boring. When is it starting? Not sure, Rob. Basically, likely when I move. So, we're doing 2 more seasons of this, including the one we're in. Norwegian side. Yeah. I did a full save with Tromsø. Amazing fun. I've also managed another one as well. I forget who it was though. Oh no, it was Tromsø again, wasn't it? That was in Nordic Nomads. Yeah, so basically, OTI will pretty much start when we move, I would say. So we'll have 2 more years of this save. And Rob's like noted, that way I can not tune in. Yeah, this save won't continue because we've hit the financial crash now. We're unlikely to have any realistic chance of catching England. Just for OTI. No, so the thing is with OTI, right? You can take a condensed version of team report scouting because the only time we'll really need it in its full version is going to be the last club or one of the last clubs when we finally get to a team that's in a position to have that kind of scouting. Most of what we'll do prior to that will just be normal types of scouting. Recruitment focuses, obviously, using agent filters, but then still using team report scouting, but just using a lot less clubs, because the smaller your club is, the less realistic options there are for you to sign from, I suppose. 2 more is your Sirens, yeah. Well, I mean, we've got 5 months, so I've definitely got time for 2 more seasons for sure. Out of debt. Southern Developed Youngsters pay for a takeover. Southern Developed Youngsters, you can't rely on a takeover because it just ain't gonna happen. We've been taken over once in this entire save. Sorry, I know what you meant. Don't worry. Avoid repeat teams. Yeah, so I wouldn't manage a team I'd ever managed in OTI before. I would try to avoid leagues we've managed in before, but obviously that becomes more difficult as you go up before moving. But it's not going to be... When I say it starts when we move, as in, like, not the first thing the moment we move. It's just, like, it will happen when I have moved. Like, we can get through these seasons or whatever. It'll be fine. I just wanted to allow myself time to get the move done, hopefully, touch wood, and get all the stuff set up for OTI, right? Because I obviously want to make an introduction video for it for other people. Hadrian and I want to make sure the databases are all set up properly and all that kind of jazz, basically. Come through a lot slower. Yeah, well, no, with team reports, they come through at the same speed. So it won't make any difference. You could have one... If I had 1 scout right now, we'd still get the exact same amount of team reports. Which is crazy, by the way. Zealand UK holiday home. Getting the keys, if only that was the case. Well, no, because we would technically get them next Tuesday. If things go right? No worries, Steve. Like, yeah. So I realised I should have been more explicit, because I'm like that too. I want, like, specifics. Oh, that's cool for him. The plan at the moment is, now that we know that the financial crash has happened, and also it's going to get worse next season, I wanted to do the 2 more years, because that gives us a chance to potentially catch England, but not really. But it does give us a chance to finish Malta with the most league titles in Malta. Take any supplements? Iron, vitamin B. I was taking magnesium L-threonate for a bit, but I stopped. Not because it wasn't working, because I actually found it was really, really helpful. But the one I was buying off of Amazon was the one I really liked, and they ran out of them, basically, and I haven't been able to get any since. But I was finding magnesium L-threonate was actually really helping my focus, or at least allowing me to offset some of my horrendousness. You know what I mean? Empty living room streaming OTI. Oh, mate, yeah. No updates, Wandering Scarlet. I've been too busy with other things right now. It's... L4. You got the updated model. I see how it is. We've just been too busy doing other stuff right now, really. Oh, yeah. Wait, this isn't the friendly, is it? This is not the friendly. This one we can skip. It's the attack energy one we want to watch. But, yeah, basically, I just didn't want to start OTI too soon and then have to take time off to move house because then it would just kill the momentum of the save. I just wanted to make sure that that was a thing that we did after, you know? Has it actually put in there yet? No, it's still none. I can't wait to watch this game. Oh, thank you, Rob. Yeah, it's, again, it's still not quite confirmed. It's annoying because I'm one of those people that I don't like to celebrate things essentially until they're like done, right? But it's very likely, but you just never know with these things, right? It is hilarious though that we were supposed to be getting the keys and everything next Tuesday when I have to do something. I can't even be around that day because I've got something crazy to do. I won't be streaming. I won't be streaming next Tuesday, by the way, chat, in case you hadn't realised. But just not for that reason. New noise. Oh, nice. Okay. It's going to be so weird seeing a different background. Yeah, I've got to build a different background. Firstly. Might finally be able to hang out some of the cool football shirts. Is that in 5 days? Yes. That's when we take over the keys. In 5 days' time, yeah. In theory. That's when the tenancy begins, according to the website anyway. I still haven't checked Wolves goalkeepers. God damn it. I'm sorry, Luca. Building a backdrop. Yes, that's the plan. I really am going to, at some point, do the green screen with the old backdrop. That's going to be the plan at some point. Yeah, this is the thing. I've actually already moved in, chat. That's why it's slightly more echoey. What am I doing here? I just nearly offered out Hans Zimmer. Wimpy or a little chef? Always a little chef. Like, come on. Do I look like a wimpy to you? Don't answer that. Right, let's look at Wallowes and their goalkeeping situation. So they have 3 at the moment. Oh, good. James Boothby is a face in the game. Because we had James Boothby at MTK, didn't we? And he wasn't a goalkeeper, if I recall. He was a DM that we signed from, like, Man City, I think. Might have even been from Wolves, actually. So, yeah. He's one of their goalkeepers. How's he getting on? See, that's not too bad. Still... Wow, he's managed to bang out 6.6... Oh, no, that's 0.82. 54 and 37 is not horrendous. It's not as bad as it was. Nothing from Wimpy. No, exactly. I've not been to a Wimpy... The last time I saw a Wimpy was in Barnstable. I don't know where the nearest Wimpy is to me at all, honestly. I've just gone past it, haven't I? They've also got Tony Knowles, who is only 20 years old and hasn't actually really played for Wolves right now. They've got Alex Blair in the squad as well. Oh, it's a shame Wolves aren't doing their usual Wolvesiness. Got a Zimbabwean dude, though, which you love. Pebble's getting on. He's still playing for Benfica, I believe. To be fair, every save has had loads of jet skis ever since that one. I've been amazed at just how like often hip injuries seem to occur in FM, and I feel like hip injuries occur in FM way more than in real life. Also, I loaned Cortege to Osasuna for a season, and he's actually played 10 league games for them already. This was my last chance at getting him a bit of development. I thought if he can have a good time at someone like Osasuna, get a few games under his belt there, maybe we could still salvage his career if he's got any potential. Like, I don't know how much development he's going to really be able to make in this time, but maybe we can get a late developer out of him. I don't know. In Addleston. Dazza, is there a restaurant in Addleston called Smith and Weston? It's like a steakhouse with like a Western theme, obviously. I'm just wondering if that's the same place. I mean, obviously you may not know that information, of course, but I think that is the one. Yeah, so basically last year, Pog and I went to dinner with Mike and Chloe in that exact restaurant. It is banging. I've really wanted to go back ever since. We went down to see Mike and Chloe, and that's where we went for dinner. It was really, really good. Like, really massive portions, and it was really reasonably priced. Cocktails were good as well. I had an amazing steak in there. Could have gone with you. I could have done, but then I wouldn't have gone to Smith & Wesson. There's a really good... there's a restaurant in Cambridge called Rockers. It's like a kind of dinery type place, but it's more like a restaurant. It's not steak and stuff like that. But they always play like, you know, rock music and like 80s music over the top. It's really, really fun. And their steak is legitimately really good. And there's also another restaurant in Cambridge called Butch Annie's, which does a really good Just does really good food as well. I would recommend that too. It's really hard to see because it's like an underground restaurant, and so it's just got like the doorway, and it's right next to another steak restaurant, which is really mid. So I feel like they lose out on business on because of that. But like, yeah, it's so damn good. I assume I always go to these restaurants with Mike and Chloe. It's just, whenever Mike and I go to dinner, it's like we're going to a steakhouse, and I'm just like, yes, we are, baby. Hopefully there'll be some good... One thing I'm looking forward to potentially about this move as well is that it's a city, so it means that there's actually stuff in it, whereas where I live right now is in the arse end of nowhere. So literally, as far as restaurants where I live, there is a single Indian, which is very, very mid as well. And that's it. And there's the local pub as well, which is a bit of a like poncy pub. So you get like, you're not even gastro, like beyond that. It'd be nice to be able to just go out for dinner in the same place where you are, rather than having to drive to Cambridge. A Taiwan kid... Can he be better than mine? Immediately, yes. Oh, hang on. I have questions. So many questions about his positions. Like, the one position that he's actually good in is probably this. Actually, he's got good tackling. Marking's quite high as well. If anything, he's a bit of a wing-back, I would say. The idea of him playing a centre-back is a war crime. And they should be stricken from the record for even suggesting that he would play as a centre-back. But still, we take that. This is still not the one, is it? It's the next one. That one. Yeah, no, definitely. He's a wingback because he's got the attacking attributes, or at least good ones, and he's got good tackling, marking, positioning. Reasonable speed. I didn't see his agility. What did I just press there? Why has that not worked? That's all right. And he's still only 16 as well. Which is the other thing, right? Looks like he wants to go to Liverpool. Oh. 45. Wait, hang on. Am I missing something here? Anderlecht, Eredivisie. Is this like a Benelux database or something? Either way, that's insane numbers. Wait, why have I got a random Discord message? Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, okay, cool. Just some tickets being sorted for me. Yeah, so is that like a Benelux save? Or like a Benelux database? Oh, you moved them. Because you used to be able to get some databases that had basically like Benelux stuff all into one database. Because wasn't there talk of that being a thing as well? Oh, we get Luton in the first round. That's annoying. I was kind of hoping we get like usually a third tier side or a Gosserton team. 90 jump. Oh my god. It was 5'6". Hey, who cares? If you've got 19 jumping reach and 5'6", which is insane, by the way. I don't think I've ever seen a player who's 5'6" have 19 jumping reach. In fact, ever. Like, not even close. I see guys that are 6'7" that don't have 19 jumping reach. No, the height doesn't matter, but the jumping reach is what matters. But what I'm saying is I don't think I've ever seen a player that's 5'6" and has 19 jumping reach. I'd love to see a screenshot. That's insane. It's just one of those things that rears its ugly head again every time. But it's like, oh, we should do a Benelux league. I mean, who would that really benefit? Would it even benefit the Luxembourg teams? Because they wouldn't be in the top flight of it, surely. Dude Lounge are getting relegated to the Dude Basement, I would have thought. Me when I used to... Like, even this guy here, by the way, 6'9", still only has 15 jumping reach. Which is a travesty. He should have better than that. It does feel like elite level players tend to have things that are above that. So, for example, our elite centre-back that is 6'6" does have 20 jumping reach because he is truly a monster in the air. Also, you support the idea. I guess... I mean, what would be the benefits of doing it, right? Oh, 6 million for Roman Ibanez. I sold him to them 4 years ago. But sure. 19 reflex. That's pretty solid. Planet Coaster 2. I haven't even really played Planet Coaster 1, honestly. That would be kind of good, actually. I don't know if the game would even let you... I mean, it would let you do that. It would start equalizing it out quite quickly, I've found. That would be quite funny, though. Just to see them try... Just every single set piece would be an absolute... Because they'd all be, like, essentially on step ladders, but they'd be jumping as if they are. That'd be quite a fun little, not even a video per se, like just a fun little TikTok. Maybe something for the second channel, perhaps. Oh, I forgot about Salim Kadri. Good for him. One of these days, someone will pick him up and it'll be a nice old time. They always perform bad. If they're bad, then they're probably not a wonder kid, right? But I guess it depends what you mean. Are you looking at players specifically that have the wonder kid designation? Because I find sometimes that isn't actually that meaningful. We've had a lot of... as far as I know, Reynoso was never considered a wonder kid by the game. And now he's a legendary striker. Hello, Michael. I was just telling chat about the various steakhouses that you and I have had dinner in. That's the thing. Those teams would benefit from it probably because you'd get the best Eredivisie sides, but you'd also get to add like Genk, Club Brugge, Anderlecht, those sort of teams to that as well. So I guess it would strengthen the league itself, but it would be at the expense of everybody else, right? As soon as you add more. Well, like that one you took us to in Addlestone was really, really cool, and the Smith and Weston one, and I quite like that one we went to in Cambridge as well. England squad. Oh, let's have a look. This is relevant to me actually. They'd have to get us spots, wouldn't they? Because they'd be using one league. And the question is, whose league would it be? It would have to be the Eredivisie, right? What the fuck? Hang on, was that a link? Oh, I see. Sorry, I thought it was a picture. Let's use the image. I can't make it any bigger, though. Henderson, Pickford, Ramsdale, Shaw, Trent, Levi, Colwell, Mark Gay. Taylor Harwood, Bellis. Okay. It's sort of, kind of, what I would expect. My teammates, yes, chat, my teammates, my fellow England internationals. A steakhouse in Riga. You bet your ass there will be, Michael. Okay. Intriguing. I mean, honestly, right? I care very little about... Actually, that's not true. I care about the national team in the sense that... But it's Nations League, isn't it? Like... It's at least nice seeing this team, but... Is Carsley still in charge here? Because Tuchel's not in charge yet, is he? No. Right. Hello, Tutpog.
Hello.
Hello. You right? Yeah? Agoo. Yeah, it's Nations League. Is Lewis Hall in there? Oh, he is, yeah. Okay, cool.
Okay, bye.
Bye, Pog. I was surprised to see Harwood Bellis, but hey, there you go. Playing this competition. Yeah, but the thing is, I feel like when they say it'll benefit the country, what they mean is it'll benefit the best teams in that country and not the smaller teams that are benefiting from being in the top flight as it is. Because if you're merging the Belgian and Dutch leagues, say goodbye to the bottom half of both of those leagues. I could see that why they would probably have a problem with it, right? No, probably not. But it'd be nice if you just got a random cap out of nowhere, I suppose. I mean, as a internationally capped athlete, like, I feel like I can speak on this. One kid based on CA and age. I don't know exactly what it's based on. Age, yes. But I don't know. I've had some players considered wonder kids that just aren't very good in general. Nations League 8. Oh, does it, Cameron? Does it? Right. Hang on. Let me just pick a team for this. We'll pick quite a strong team just for the memes. Maybe not Hajaran, actually. Did we not bring anyone else to Afghanistan with us? Why are they all injured? Don't answer that. Okay. Here we go. So, for those of you wondering what's going on with this game, we're doing a tour of Afghanistan during the international break, but one of the games we scheduled doesn't have a ground. The game is being played at none, like literally no stadium. So we wanted to watch the game because we want to see where it's going to put the match. I'm going to save it here in case it crashes. So ID Wonder Kids, there is no such thing. Like, a Wonder Kid is an entirely subjective viewpoint of a player, right? It's a bit like saying, like, only you can decide if a player is a Wonder Kid. If a player is good, and they're good for you and they have high potential, then that's a Wonder Kid to you, right? Them being called a Wonder Kid about the game is completely irrelevant to you, right? Are they good? That's what matters. Right? So I wouldn't pay attention to things like that. Like, if they happen to get the Wonder Kid designation, then brilliant, but it's irrelevant. I don't think... I'm pretty certain Gonzalo Reynoso never had Wonder Kid on his media description at any stage, and yet literally one of the best strikers in the world. God, he's so good. Right, let's go. Let's see what the stadium looks like. What's the betting? It's just a boring-ass normal stadium. Playing a better standard more regularly than you do now. But who gives a shit if you're playing a better standard of team if you're in the second division and earning less money? Like, attendances drop, money drops, They've got less teams. There's more teams in the way of them getting into Europe, which means they've got less prestige. More teams to potentially take them out of cups. I just don't see how that would actually benefit them in the long run. For those, it will benefit the very best teams for me. I just don't see how it would benefit a second division side. Their pathway has just suddenly been made a lot harder. Right, let's go. Oh. Was anyone expecting anything other than this? It's just a car park, isn't it? With some burger vans. It's just a state. Hey, look! There's just no seats, essentially. Yet the clay pitches are a great one. I think those are still in the game, actually. I was going to say, Afghanistan looks different to what I remember. It is a little bit prison, isn't it? 502. Yeah, where are they then, exactly? As if we've got a penalty already. Right, well, it's a bit of a failed experiment there. But at least I hope he's going to score a penalty. Watch us get Reynoso injured in this game now. It's quite a good setup here for Afghanistan. It's weird that this team just doesn't even have a stadium. You think you'd need one? You need a lot of burger vans. I mean, that's where people are sitting. They're sat in the burger vans. I like this. It means we get to do a fun tour every year. Every international break, we'll just do a random world tour. We could do North Korea next. Because there's a November international break as well, remember? There's a lot of people, you know, everyone gets their own burger van. Wait, is this? Oh, still a guy. A tour of Scotland. Scotland's not dangerous enough for me. I reckon we should do a world tour of Eritrea. I don't know where those 502 people were. What was the attendance? It said 502. Yeah, 502 at none. So strange. Greenland? I don't know if that shows up. No, in fact, it won't because it's technically Denmark, isn't it? Bring back some players with you. I think we've got a few guys on the plane. Maybe we should... If only they had players that we could actually sign. Is this their actual badge? Oh, love the blur. Heart Football Federation. Oh, Herat. Sorry, not Heart. Okay. He's punching the ball. See, this is their issue, right? Immediately going to be committing fouls left and right. They're handling the ball. He's not got a goalkeeping glove on. Ergo, this is not a goalkeeper. So they've immediately got the wrong sport. Just get out of here with that nonsense. Miss me with that. Oh, Yanone scored. Nice. I managed to get Yanone another loanee. And this is a loanee that I am relatively excited by because he's actually playing games for Balzan Youth in the second tier. I think he could clean up for Balzan this year. He's got one so far, admittedly. But I think this is a good year for him to develop a little bit. 75 away fans. Yeah, that's beyond just... Sometimes we get less away fans than that in the Champions League. I guess they just felt like a tour of Afghanistan had a little bit of extra spice on it. I can't imagine why. When is our Champions League game and who is it against? It's Slavia, which is fine because that's the same match day that in the Eden Arena. What a lovely name for an arena. Why's my watch going off again? Oh, flash score. Harwood Bellis, surprise call up. Yeah, thought so. Because that's the same day that Hamron and Sweetie are playing each other. String Tourism. Yeah, there was that. Oh, what was it? David Cassidy. Wait, David Cassidy has just got a cap for Northern Ireland. Oh, God. Oh, speaking of that, chat, I talked to my mum after last stream, and she was just like, why were you going on about David Cassidy? This is the actual stadium. Oh. Wait. That's well nice. That's well nice. What? FM's done them dirty there. I think that FM thinks they're playing on this, I think. That's a proper stadium. Are those seats? I assume they must be seats. That's pretty tasty. Big fan of that. Training schedules. I use the RDF training schedules. So if you do ! training, you'll get a link to all of the training schedules that I use. They're not mine. They're Aaron's because he's much smarter than I am. Who else in Europe? The usual suspects, Sweetie, Goodyear, and Hamron. Hamron have done well in the Champions League so far. 2 wins out of 2. No, they've got a win. Sweetie have lost both games. Goodyear. Actually, how are Goodyear doing? Aren't they doing quite well? Yeah, Goodyear got 4 points. Draw against Bayern, and then they beat Anderlecht really easily. It's Sweetie that are letting us down massively at the moment, with 2 defeats out of 2, and against winnable teams as well. Gladbach and Porto. In the Europa League, again, it's even worse, because we've got Sleemer Wanderers with 2 draws, albeit against Sevilla and Spurs. Brilliant work from them. It's Zabar that are the massive letdowns. They've lost 2 games already to Crvena Zvezda and Lask, and they were the better side easily in both games. Really annoying. So yeah, not great. And in the Conference League, we've got Hibernians, who admittedly have actually played only one game, and they have beaten Wolves. So there's that. Yeah, I don't have any interest in training, but I do want to optimize it where I can, because it is super duper important. Wait, really? Oh, okay. It's very important for your development of your players. If you don't set up training right, you're missing out on so much development. Like, it's not a part of the game that I have any interest in, but I know that it needs to be done, which is why I essentially outsource it to Aaron. Yeah, Wayne Rooney's been Northern Ireland manager for a while now, actually. Can't escape another Wolves defeat? No. Sorry. Fair amount of playing time. Brother, we've only played, like, a few games, and you've started... Oh, for goodness sake. Oh, fuck off. No, you melon. This is what happens when you get a player that complains about a lack of football in pre-season. We have played this season in competitive matches. I don't think he played this one anyway. No, he did. Sorry. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 games. He's played in 4 of them. And it's the start of the season. Half of which he started as well. That stuff will never not be... Oh, God, Javi is now injured. That stuff will never not be a pain in my arse. That's an interesting team. I assume this is in Afghanistan as well. World-class centre-back. 17. So we don't know his big matches, which is fine, because it's just, you're kind of just rolling the dice on that. Good jumping reach at an early age. He's not the fastest, is what I would say. Strength is fine. 12 strength is actually pretty solid at 17. He does lack a bit of speed. Bravery is a little on the low side as well, but that's not always the biggest deal in the world. Tackling of 17 is amazing at 17. Heading is actually pretty solid too, because that's not going to grow up that much. Marking and positioning, basically, whack this guy on defensive positioning immediately. Training thing that worries me. Oh, no, that's irrelevant. Bear in mind, he's still getting a 6.8 in training, so this here is... I'm not even sure what that's referring to. Considering if he's getting 6.8s in training, then I wouldn't worry. The training rating is what matters, not this. If they're unhappy so badly that they're training poorly, then you can take into account. But if they're still training well, then it doesn't matter. Yeah, he's not going to be that quick. It may be improved like by 1 to 2 points, so you might get him up to like 12. But he doesn't have to be quick, right? Bravery is a little low though. But yeah, whack him on defensive positioning immediately. He's driven personality as well, so he will likely, if he's got any kind of PA, he will likely hit it or get very close to it. But I would be immediately getting him on defensive positioning because he's got great tackling already. You could probably get him up to like +4 in both. Oh, for goodness sake. Give him some game times. Yeah, brother, I was trying, but he said he didn't want it. Like, cheers, random idiots. What I do find kind of funny, right, is that the two players that are supportive of me here, Valenhout and Pogonza, are both centre-backs. This guy's a goalkeeper. Like, why do you care? Looks is 12 years. 12 years is pretty good compared to some. It's Hawk. I would say it's probably... I don't know what the average save length is, but I would be willing to bet that that's well beyond it. I keep interested to say, we were actually discussing this earlier, because long-term goals, right? We have this long-term goal to hit, and I set myself up with that target to do so. But then there's like miniature steps along the way to that. So for us, it was things like, you know, winning the domestic league, winning a cup, doing things on the lower European competitions, then finally managing to win a Champions League. And then it was a case of, okay, let's try and win a back-to-back Champions League and try to get some Ballon d'Ors. But also, the content side of things also keeps me interested because I'm making content around the save and the game. There's a further element of intrigue added to it for me, and that makes it a lot easier to stay invested because I know that I'm not the only one that's invested in it. Ever seen... hang on. I mean, I've never played... Sorry, I'm not sure I understand the question, but just in case, I've never played FM Mobile, and I have zero reason to play FM Mobile, really, because I prefer the full-fat version. I don't like the watered-down version. I don't like mobile games that are overly complicated, and FM is extremely complicated as a game. Like, I'd much rather just play, like, simple time-waster games on my phone if I was going to, than play FM. Plus, I play enough FM that I don't want to have to play it even more. Last thing I want to do when I stop playing FM is play more of it, right? Forgerio does have opinions. FM Mobile. Oh, yes, good old FM Mobile. Who's this guy? Let's get some of the worst guys off the list first. Like Juan Koch, who is truly gopping. Get club money if a player wins the Ballon d'Or on your team. No. The Ballon d'Or it's just an individual award. You don't get any money for it. I don't know if the player even gets any money for it, do they? As far as I'm aware. Wow, Tikas is not good, is he? It seems like he just has... It's the Jordanian Greek dude that came through at Feyenoord. I was kind of excited about him being potentially kind of good. But no, he's let us down. Dimitri Melnik? If he wasn't so expensive and he wasn't 24... For eBay the trophy... That's true, yeah. Just the Ballon d'Or just rocks up on eBay. This guy is intriguing to me. But he's wanted by Melita. I'll put him on Mokhtar.
So I tell
Just in case, I would say. He is not going to kick ass, no. Ormorg, thank you very much for the follow. Yeah, that's the thing. The content side of things really does help because it means that I'm not just doing the save for me. There's an element of investment from people in chat and YouTube and stuff. So there is a sort of responsibility that comes with it, I guess, right? Nejovic. He's actually okay, you know. 19. Wouldn't want to have to deal with him in any manner beyond sending him out on loan because he's a perfectionist with volatile and confrontational, which is probably like one of the worst combinations. But he probably does still have... Actually, he might still have quite low professionalism. But it is Gordon. So I think we'll sign him because he's Gordon. He's cheap enough. We've made enough money. We'll pick up some of these guys. I need to start doing that. Because someone asked me in the Discord yesterday, like, which month do you do your scouting in? And the fact is, there's never a month that I don't do scouting in. We're scouting constantly. We're always watching Wazowski. Regan Booty. We did manage to get Regan Booty to Malta, I believe, at one point. But obviously, the older he gets, the later we get him in saves. And then it's more tough to like do anything with him. I don't know if he even kept his history after retirement, did we? Yeah, so he played for Sirens for one singular season. Played 8 games for us before we ended up having to sell him to Stockport County. Regan Booty joke. It's not even really a joke. It's basically, on my original Stockport save, I think it was original Stockport save, or was it Notts County? I can't remember which save it was. I signed Regan Booty on loan from Huddersfield, and then I got him on a permanent transfer, and he was unbelievable for me in the lower leagues in England. And then the next 3 saves, I basically signed Regan Booty, and he was still just as good in these lower leagues when I was doing rebuilding saves. To the point where I then started signing him for clubs that really he shouldn't be good enough for, and he was still putting up the numbers. He was one of those players that I don't think he's like this now so much. He's just an incredibly good match engine player, and like FM 17, 18, 19, 20, all that period. Maybe for me it was like 18, 19, 20, 21. He was goated in the match engine, and now we just sign him every single time. He just was always incredible. Yeah, he was so far above his numbers. You just get always guaranteed great appearances. And his name is Regan Booty, right? Like, that can't be understated how important that is too. We've got Lewandowski here. It's Yaroslav Lewandowski, who's very mid. We will try and sign him at Vissel Crack. We've had him in every single save except for Nordic Nomads, I think. I don't think I had Regan Booty in Nordic Nomads. I might have done, actually. He won't be a Building a Nation manager because he's a real person. So we never use real players as managers and saves because, like, legal things, right? There's less fun stuff we can do if they're a real person. Mohammed Ben Hassina. Fickle. Not that we care about Fickle too much. He's just very mid. Matt Booty then. Well, that... yeah, in it. There was actually a Matt Booty in a save. So he's going to play in Poland. Yeah. If we can sign him to Poland, we will. Absolutely no reason not to. Beau Boucher. He's good, but he's not 47 million good. And this is the guy at Wolves who's actually worth a shitload of money. And I understand why. He's probably the reason that Wolves are in Europe at the moment. Like, we signed Regan Booty in Malta. There's no reason... Like, if we were able to sign Booty in Malta, there's no reason why we won't be able to get him in Viswa. In fact, honestly, we were able to get him earlier in Viswa than we were in Malta. We had to wait a few years in Malta to get Regan Booty because you need to build up reputation first. So we were playing in Europe, which really helped. And you also need to build up funds to be able to sign him because I think he cost us like 250 grand, which at the time was a lot. Possibility of women's region called Fanny Booty. Only if there's a woman in the game that has Booty as a name. I think that they'll have separate name pools. They'll have to, otherwise the names will cross-pollinate too much. So I suspect that the only way that you'd get a Fanny Booty would be if there was already a woman in the woman's side of the database with the surname Booty, which there could be. Yeah, he's very good, but he's not worth that amount of money to... Plus... Put it this way, if this guy's playing for us, he's worth like 25 million. It's just because Premier League tax. Jarell Babel. Big fan of Jarell Babel. In fact, the more I say it, the more excited I get by it. And there's Ronaldo, but we already looked at him earlier. Paolo Vinicius, 3.3 million. Okay. Reflex is good. One-on-one's all right. Do you know what? This guy might actually be a signing. Surnames cross-pollinate, but not first. I reckon that there'll be very little likelihood that they would do cross-pollination of surnames because I don't know how they'd be able to differentiate them. And I think they'd have to change a lot about the code to make that happen. So I think in order to err on the side of caution, they'll probably end up just having them as separate name pools. Because I can guarantee you, if they did set it so that there was surnames were cross-pollinatable but not first names, there's no way that that would work properly and something would definitely slip through. And we would absolutely have loads of like strikers in the Premier League called like Emily. Do you know what I mean? Or Beth. And I'm fine with that. We've already had a player in this they've called Emma and one called Deborah. So it can happen. And you're right. Yeah, exactly. Some of the surnames will have to be kept separate because in, for example, countries like in Russia or Ukraine or in Iceland, like, for example, Sigurdsson or Sigurdsdottir or Malaskov or Malaskova, etc. The thing is, the Deborah one was even spelt Deborah, like proper full-on Beth full of love. There you go. No, it'd be Karen full of love, wouldn't it? Deborah Evra. Sensational. Lewandowski and Lewandowska, yeah. A lot of countries still have that, so they'll have to have a separate surname pool. I hadn't even considered that, actually, but now that you bring that up, yeah, it makes a lot of sense. Janice Cavalcanti, Jane Bedini. Oh, I'm trying to think of a Tim Breach. I'm trying to think of Tiana Breach. Jones and Josette. What's our biggest face in the name? Facing the Alice Irvine. Yeah, it's just yeah. Yeah, we had Alice Irvine as well. I always wanted to pronounce it Elite. We will. Yeah, he's fun. He's actually got quite good attributes. PA is probably not quite right, but hey, Judith Bellingham. Yes, there you go. Just Linda Bellingham. Jason Lanzini. Icelandic with Cristiano Ronaldo. Well, actually, if it was a woman, it would have to be Cristiano Ronaldo's daughter. Michelle Alaku. Yes. Stephanie Carpenu. There'd be some crossover. Yeah, you get your Alexes. And what? Tambridge. Ashleen Harland. Oh, that's great. Judy Bellingham could also work, yeah. Put our face in the game, guys, next time. Yeah, we will. So if you mean the Patreon players, then yes. What I'll do is once we've kind of got the stop point, there'll be a little break. Then we'll set up the looking forward. I'll send out a message to all the patrons that currently have them, and ask them to either update or whatever. Basically, Elaine Rooney, Cristiano Ronaldo. That works. It basically sounds the same anyway. There'll be a whole lot of female facing. Yeah, we'll have Holly Percival. It'll actually be called Holly Percival for once. But yeah, the facing the games that we have, they're Patreon regions basically, so they're members of the Patreon that get the things. Kevin Pepper Guardian. I don't know if that's how that works. Hilton's the last. Wait, isn't that? And Mike gets one as well, but that's different because Mike didn't get added by me. Neither did Saz technically. Although Saz does have two. He's got like an official one and the one I made too. Made a mistake putting player at such bad. Well, think about this one as well. What I'll make clear when I send the message out, so don't worry. I'll send a message for you guys to reply to. Lady Boothroyd. Is that without Castle Icons, there'll be a lot more playable teams, which means there's actually you'd be able to set yourself to some really interesting teams without worrying about them not getting any football potentially. So yeah, but people have learned a lot this time, right? Hello, Saz. So yeah. But I'll give people a chance to update them because I need to redo the file anyway because there'll be a load of new ones anyway because a lot of people have signed up for the Patreon that weren't able to get them into this one, but they'll be able to be in the next one, which is actually kind of good in a way because they missed out there. Career comparison between the two Saz. So you got Sazmaz Hurquist at Orbay, who played 167 times and made 12 goals in his career. Then you've got Michael Hurquist, who played 280 times in his career, scored also 12 goals, actually started in Poland, played for various different teams across that period as well. Nana Madueke. But yeah. But yeah, that's like the big Patreon perk. But obviously the early videos too, but I think it's not the cheapest tier technically. I can't get rid of the other tiers yet. I was trying to consolidate into one single tier, but Patreon won't let me. I was trying to make it cheaper for everybody. But basically that's it, Johnny. That's what it is. Bernard Plencher. Nah. I've got this in reverse order as well. So we've got Juan Simon Jabur. He's not awful. I think he's a bit overpriced. Maria Balotelli. Technically, you could still have Joey Bryan. It would work. Octavio Roberto Corrales. I remember looking at this guy. Do you know what? I think we do get this guy. He's quite tentpole-y. And he's cheap. Provided he doesn't want... Okay, never mind. Shut me down. Floriana Wirtz. And Venegorov Hessling is dope. Oh, this is a good name here. Milienko Kanejai. It's another goalkeeper, but he's not as good as the other one. He's cheaper, I suppose. Despite us outplaying them because reputation, Jinx, basically. Of this game's debacle. I thought your guy did quite well, actually, James. But I guess now that people have seen how they've gone in this one, they'll be able to change their players to be slightly different. As long as everyone doesn't just set them all to come through at Man United, that'd be kind of funny. Man United's entire team is just Patreon regens. To be fair, their entire team most of the time is bloody facing the game regens. If we're going to have it be that type of player, we might as well. Freddy Garzon. He's all right. A bit of Jaime Carragher. Yeah, Kathy and James. He's actually... I quite like this guy. He's only 16. He's not going to talk to us, is he? No. God damn it. Was the Celta Vigo man on there? Do you know what, Rob? I'm kind of tempted. Kulash. Injured as well. A little bit overpriced. Garip Ashbulak. Oh, no. I don't know what he is, but he ain't that. France 98. I'm glad that you're not the only one that thinks of France 98 when you hear this, because this is all I can think of when I hear this song. Zinedine Zidane. Ante Zizek. This guy's... He's just too overpriced for what he is. It's crazy that Brest actually have a guy that's valued that high. Fair play. I do like Luka Leko. Good name. He's only 15. 6'1", though. Would he talk to us? He would. Break into the first team in coming years. No, you're 15. But you are quite cheap. And surprisingly tall for his age. So maybe we'll get him in. For the Maymays. 2 years old. God, you're making me feel old. To be fair, I was only 8 at France 98. It's just the third World Cup or major football tournament I have any real recollection of. He's 16 as well. Christ almighty. Why are we finding so many good young players this round but we can't do anything with? You're at Porto. You're at Benfica. You're the guy at Leeds. See, he's way cheaper. Are Leeds in the second tier by any chance? Oh, they actually are. Wait, does he have a relegation release clause or something, maybe? No. God damn it. If only he did. He's very good. But he's just a bit overpriced. The other guy, on the other hand, Nicholas Taboas. He is kind of fun. No idea what we do with him. But he is a really good left wing back. Let's just see how much he wants. And he's got on both feet, yeah. Relatively cheap wage. Wonder if I could still drop him down to being a breakthrough prospect. Team penalty take. It'd still be better than Moser. You can send him next year for 10. I know, what a deal. This guy feels like he's potentially doable. Just for the Maymays. I see. Fuck it, why not? In for a penny. Yeah, it was... World Cup 98 was just a fun one. We absolutely don't need him, but he does seem really fun. Moser has been scoring more penalties lately, which has been nice. He hasn't missed one for a while. Here we go. Christian Carvajal. My apologies. It's 2.5 stars. He still looks absolutely unbelievable at 18. He's 100% going to dominate in the looking forward for me. I feel like you're a bit pricey, which is crazy considering I just dropped. Yeah, as long as we don't put them into FFP trouble, I'm more than happy to spread the cash around. This would be our second most expensive signing ever. But he is quite good. Youngster... You're 19. Why is that not there? Does Gordon not believe in himself? What about the rest of the tank engines? Boom, boom, boom. Paolo Vinicius. He shouldn't want too much too. Oh, wow, okay. Cup goalkeeper, buddy. Simmer your jets a moment. Let's not get too ahead of yourself. All right, don't you know who I am? Which is fine. You shouldn't know. I don't know who you are, so it's like... But I'm kind of an average deal. Why did I do that? There we go. Cool. Got it. Oh, you know, we find Carvajal 5 years ago in this save. And obviously, you know, with him being 5 years, saying the same age, he would have been brilliant. He's definitely the sort of player that's going to make an impact on the looking forward, without a doubt. Why did I do... Wait, what? Wait, does it even let you do that? Doesn't that just... I think that one just overwrites the other one. Probably shouldn't have done that one. So Topham... Makes me the fat controller. It does a bit, doesn't it? And it would be right. Squad player. Right, that's fine. You can have that, because we're just going to take it away from you immediately anyway. Fuck! Oh, dear. Next Sirens manager's going to have a field fucking day. You're not having a yearly wage rise. Wait. Fucking hell. Oh, dear. Entire team is unhappy with training. Yes, because... Bear in mind, you setting up training, just because you've set it up doesn't mean it's good training. Like, the training isn't just about, like, whether it's beneficial for the team. It's about whether the players will be happy with it. So if there's too much, if it's overworking the players, they will be unhappy with the training. If it's unbalanced in some way, they'll be unhappy with the training. What I will also say is, no matter what you do, there will be players unhappy with the training. What I find the best way to do that is, if you get that email about saying these players are unhappy, just go into coach assignments, do that, and it basically shuffles the deck a little bit. And it usually shuts them up for about 2 months, generally speaking. Island of Sodor database, now we're talking. Won 24 Liga unbeaten without conceding a goal. They won the 2022 title. There was no... Damn! So they're like that Swiss women's team, Engelholm. But they actually won the title and didn't bottle it in the most spectacular way imaginable. Goodyear started... Tell you what, maybe this new Goodyear manager is actually good. They might have finally broken the curse of shit managers. Jesus, there's still 3 games in between. We've only got like half an hour. Thomas and the Tank Engines featuring Tottenham Matt and the Lady Polga. Indeed. Oh, she gets to be a lady, but I'm the fat controller. I see how it is. Stick the boot in one, don't you? Right, sick. I love that Peters has actually only done things in that one game. He's living off that. Did I say Swiss? Wait, what? Hell, what am I talking about? Where did I say anything about Switzerland or Sweden? I've totally forgot what I just said. What words came out of my mouth? I don't remember mentioning Switzerland or Sweden. Cheese. When did I mention cheese? Oh, did I say Swiss? I meant Swedish. Sorry. Yeah, that right there, chat. That's what I'm on about with my brain. I had completely forgotten I even said that, and it was less than a minute ago. That's how bad my brain is with shit like that. Completely gone. Yeah, there we go. You just seen a living example. I'm having a stronk. John's Bomb's having a stronk. I think it's just the... Yeah, well, we all know what it is, right? It's the drugs, chat. It's the hard drugs. Reynoso scores again. Shirabadi, Chosen One, gets a goal too, which is nice. No assists for Peters, though. Got to get it up a little bit there, bud. Let's have another intro. Why not? Welcome to Intro Fest, where all we do is intros. Boom, boom, boom. God, it is nice having to do these streams with... Not now, is it? It is nice not to have the pressure of trying to get through 6 Champions League games in one stream. That is always a real toughie. Bam's nommed as having a stromp. That's it. I remember when we came back from Dublin, our flight was like delayed because reasons. And we were stood... They actually let us through the boarding thingy. And we were just stood on the stairs when you go down to like the tarmac. We just stood on the stairs, locked in there. And my mate... Sammy would not stop saying that Bombs nommed as having a stronk thing, and for some reason, because I was so tired, it was just cracking me up so fucking much every time. So weirdly, Moser didn't win it. Oh, do you know what? Fair play. A goalkeeper won it. 25 clean sheets for Fernando Guerrero is saying something, but also he did get a lower rating. So like, The fact that Barcelona are actually starting a 22-year-old goalkeeper is pretty impressive. Oh, it's so good, SimRacer, isn't it? No need to thank me. Thank Saz for it. He did all the work. First since Yashin, maybe. Sign him as just get him as well. Why not? Let's have a look. Does it even tell you? Yeah, it does. Sure, Abadi's won it back to back there. Elwood Wawi. Schultz got one. Centre back. Sorry, yeah, centre back. Lee Flang. Strikers. DM. Striker. Granelli. Fine. Oh god, what a blessed thing that is. Hey, look, chat, a Swedish striker. Goalkeeper. Nope. Not seeing any. Yeah, looks like it. Bam's nond. Oh, Icelandic regions are great if they get good ones.
I'm the Pope. Cooper, take
Scooter!
off.
Sorry, Scooter! Thank you for the follow. Check hidden attributes. No. Well, I mean, I guess you could use, like, a third-party tool, but that's essentially just using the in-game editor, just a different form. So you could get something like FMRTE or something and do it, but at that point, you might as well just be using the editor, right? You mean Yamal? He's probably just because it keeps history after retirement. Or not. He's a manager unemployed. Never mind. Okay. And he's an... Oh, mate. Hello, Lamine. Welcome aboard. Have we got a space? We must do, right? He's perfect, you know. Where's the spaces? Have we got one in the under 23? Because I know we've lost a couple of guys lately, so we must have some options. Yeah, we've got 2 coaching slots in the under 23s. Dope. If he's willing to join us as a coach, he's in. FM. There we go. Seems like it's less laggy outside of transfer window for whatever reason. Oh, yeah, he's not interested. One coach in the main squad. Yes, but if you put them in the main squad, they don't get poached. For whatever reason. The other Maltese sides only sign coaches out of our under 23s and under 19s. They've never taken a first team coach from us, no matter how shit they are. Because when we first did it, we filled the first team coaches up with them as well, and not one of those guys has ever been poached. I don't know why, but they just never seem to get poached. So Taboa, we're actually just... You just convinced me to spend 60 million on a player we don't need. Chat, you're a bad influence. I have several questions. So second tier is interesting. Both Dingley and Zuri are in the promotion spots at the moment. Imagine if they both came up. Still better than everybody. How dare you? Is this the one? That's the one, yeah. The Bond's name, James' name. Please to what? The Bond's name. Call the Bondulance. Looks like it's going to just be us and Beerzebouche. Watch neither of them do it. Hossinu's absolutely killing it. Wow, he's quite good. No wonder. How's Beerzebouche doing? Hey, there you go. They're making their way downtown. Or uptown in this case, I suppose. Tech directors and low managers are pointless. Yes. You could assign anyone to it. Most of the things that they do are things that most average FM players are going to want to do themselves. Like loans, for example. So I think tech directors in FM are utterly pointless. Because even when you delegate to them, they don't do anything. They're things that you would never want to delegate in the first place. So yeah. What's this? That's a long statement. That's a lot of words. Shame I'm not reading them. Has anyone got a TLDR? What was I going to do? Oh yeah, Bartos. Well, hello there. Look, I mean, I don't know if this is better or worse, but would you look at that? Hey, hello. Look at him. Look at his little extra star there. Very nice. Want to be able to swear without punishment? Well, yes, they're adults. I just don't understand why people are so panties in a bunch about shit like that. It's such a strange thing. It's like you would hear worse walking down the street. Point to the subscribe button. Yes, I am. Subscribe. If you're new to the streams, you're watching this on the VOD, subscribe. Yeah, he's not the one in the Champions League, I must admit. Exactly. It's just like, this isn't 1937. Like, Professionalism comes in. I guess, but it's like, I think you can swear and still be professional. I think those things are not mutually exclusive, right? I'm a professional streamer. Have you heard me speak? I'm not an F1 driver, I must admit. I must admit this to you, chat. I'm not an F1 driver. I know you've always thought that I was up until this point, but I can now officially come out as a non-F1 driver. Technically, I am a professional streamer. No, none of this crap. It is my sole source of income. I am... that neck you're not... Actually, I'll tell you what, right? I actually have a pretty thick neck. So I'm just saying. Bartol's transfer value was 51 million. So he's actually still worth more, even with the value drop, than he was when I paid for him. Damn it. I'm feeling it. I'm thick neck. Pog is my sugar mum. Yeah, she brings me sugar like coffee and stuff. Because she's so damn sweet. Technically, I'm a full-time content creator. How dare you? And therefore, I am professional. My tax return. Hey, I'll tell you what. I'll happily tab my taxes back. I didn't put it in international. I was worried that they might be like, oh god, we don't want such a big deal living around here. What if the press come? 3 streams. Maybe I just felt that you needed to see 3 intros. Effluence. That might be one of the... I'm actually surprised that more people don't call them effluencers. I've not heard that expression before. That's so fucking good. Oh, tremendous work. I do hate that though, because sometimes you do get that in email correspondence that will be like, the influence. I'm like, no. Oh god, don't do that to me. Don't put me in that bracket, please. I feel like I'm about to go rob Sephora. Like, just no. I loathe it. It makes me feel icky. I can't imagine. I don't think I'd want to know someone who wanted to be called an influencer. Do you know what I mean? It's just, or would actively overtly refer to themselves as an influencer. I ain't influencing shit, bro. Like, it's just no. Oh, mate, I'd do a get... Do you know what? If I did a get ready, it'd be very short. I'd just be putting this jumper on. That's all I'm wearing. I'm Winnie the Poohing it today, chat. Shitfluencer. No, I think effluencer works even better because it's effluence. Got pipe. Well, yeah, indeed. Let me just stop. Yeah, I think there's just a weird entitlement about people these days. It's just, I mean, I don't know if that's any different. I think people are just channeling it into different things, right? People have always been knobs. Or, not people have always been knobs. There have always been knobs, right? Influence in the pasta space. So you're the Dolmio man. Interesting. Are you also the man from Del Monte? To sort of think if you should. Oh, no, I did. I damn near stopped as well. Peters with a goal and an assist. There we go. Love to see it. Only fettuccine. Machine Light 2. Yeah, that's why I think I just prefer YouTuber. I say when someone asks, I say I'm a YouTuber and streamer. That's what I say. That's what I said to the estate agents. That's the one that I use. Mostly because people know what that means. Because if you say influencer, which I would never say, it doesn't actually tell them anything about what you do. Do you know what I mean? I could be a makeup tutorialist, or I could be a mukbang influencer, or I could be a World War II history buff. There's no, like... Only fettuccine. An FM... No, I refuse. Debating on putting on trackies. Yeah. Literally. To be fair, chat, most of the time, if I'm wearing something particularly interesting on my bottom half, you end up seeing it anyway, because I end up telling you. I'll be like, look, chat, I've got funky socks on today, or I'm wearing shorts today. I'm just wearing, like, combat trousers. That's it. This is my fit. This has got stuff on the back of it. Could have shot me. I know, Harv, I know. I deserved that. It's just been a bit of a rough year, honestly. Truth be told. Yeah, I wasn't even Winnie the Pooh in it. I'm a liar, too. Ready for Afghan... No, we've just come back from there, Jay. I don't know if you've joined since then, but we've just done our Afghanistan tour. Yeah, the lamp is... Lampy's going nowhere, bro. They made me feel bad. Yes, I have. I've had mental health troubles this year, Harv. And you should feel bad. No. I always feel like sometimes I bring it up too much. It's not on purpose. It's just like, you know, I at the same time, whilst I want people to understand, I also don't want sympathy at the same time. Do you know, there's a level of understanding which is like acceptable before it's like pity, you know? The non-stadium, basically it was just like a stadium without any seats in. So it still had like a fence around it and like burger vans and shit. It was just a car park basically with a 502 attendance. Tommy loves it. Oh, I do, yeah. Nothing I love more. Nothing hits my rejection sensitivity dysphoria like being attacked. Oh. I'm definitely not the type of person that will receive a mildly negative YouTube comment and then dwell on it for the entire evening. Oh no, that couldn't be me. Oh, Hyro. Wow. This man might be the most wasted career in the history of Football Manager. The game told us initially that he was our hot prospect for quite a while, and he had 5-star potential. I'm convinced this guy had like 160 PA or something, and we've just never seen anything out of him that's even close to where he should be. Just what a waste. Never even got any Malta caps. You have another CRISPR jumper. Oh yeah, that's the Wicker Wanderers one. That's cool. It's not my Ned Flanders one though. Like, come on now, let's not get silly about it. It's not quite Ned Flanders. Yeah, so please feel free to abuse me. To be fair, I think it's different when it's on stream, honestly. Because, you know. Looks like you can find a car. To be fair, that one was just pure funny, so I actually kind of respected it. Normally what annoys me more is when it's like someone that's like pointing out something that's really fucking obvious. Or just being kind of horrible in general. At least that one was funny. Because at the end of the day, I'm just a human. I'm just a bloke making Football Manager videos that I want people to enjoy. And when someone takes it really personally and makes some like long essay about stuff that's so irrelevant, this does happen sometimes as well. It's just like, I realize it says a lot more about them than it does me, but it's still difficult to not take it personally because at the end of the day, you're just a person at the other end of receiving it, right? It's the sort of thing you wouldn't say to someone on the street, you know? Yes. So next year, it's going to be Poland and Wisła Krakow. Source for that. Well. Stars really sucked. The thing is, his stars didn't suck. At one point, he was 5-star PA. Legitimately. He was 5-star PA. The game said he was our hot prospect. He also had insane value at one point. Which could be a lie, of course, but I've started to really read into a lot into that. Bought the Founders Xmas jumper. Yes, Scott. I've not even worn it yet. I'm waiting until December 1st to crack that bad boy up, but I just wanted to make sure I got it early. What, he just has like +10s in every single position. Oh, I'd be down for that. I'm really curious to see what Jairo Vargas' PA is. We will get to find out during the looking forward, because I reckon he's going to be like mid 160s, genuinely. But unless you know that information, it's really hard to like. It's all very well me looking back and going, he probably did have really good PA. But at the time, I just figured if he was going to be that good, he'd get a chance to play other teams on loan. And then, let's just pretend that Maximiliano Moser didn't miss a penalty. Hadrian could only tell us. Hadrian's at work at the moment. He could only tell us his CA. He wouldn't be able to tell him the PA. I mean, unless he downloaded FMRTE. But at that point, you know, we might as well just wait until I get to the end of the save and then use RTE on the save. Bengtson is very curious as well, yeah. There's a lot of players I'm really curious about. I'm curious to know if we've got any guys that are close to 200. I feel like we must have a couple of like 195s, just because we're bound to have like some of the best players in the world by now, right? Just because the sheer amount of players we've signed, there's no way we don't have some guys that are 190 plus. PT Master, thank you for the follow. Reynoso's got to be up. Actually, I still think Reynoso might be in the 180s. Sometimes with strikers, they don't need to have like 200 PA to be successful. Yeah, the reason I don't give the save file out is for this exact reason as well, which is why I give it to Hadrian so we can test stuff, but not for anything like that. He never tells me stuff like that. The only time he's ever done that was with Bedini, and that was when he was already at Man City, so there's nothing we could do about it anyway. And that was when he was telling chat. But the main reason I gave him the most up-to-date save file lately was so that he could do some tests for FM Wave. Went out on loan. Oh, no doubt. Almost certainly. I'm trying to think who, though. Because most of the good loanees are guys that are kind of already at their peaks, and I reckon they're probably like 160s, honestly. Reynoso's just very well distributed. He's built his character really nicely. Yeah, the reason we know the market's going to crash further is because once we saw this initial crash, I sent it to Hadrian and he simmed a year ahead and told me it's going to crash by another 60%. So it means that next season, all of our players will be worth a third of what they are now. Which is so bad. European Super League database. We take over other database. One kid one. Hang on, sorry. I'm a little bit confused as to the question, Nathan. European Super League database. And with Takeover Database and Wonder Kid 1, you can't usually use 3 different databases that all affect the same leagues at the same time. There will be conflicts. So if those databases all have changes that affect the same players and teams and clubs, then they will not work together. They will conflict with each other. You can only use databases together that don't conflict. It'd be like me loading 2 different Malta databases, for example. Highest PA and CAFM was 200. 200 is the maximum for both. So they have 200 PA, and if they have 200 PA, their CA can never out sprint their PA. It can only max out. It's like a ceiling, basically. Oh, I tell you what, Noah Tandler. Oh, he's do you know what? I think we just signed this guy. He's getting better and better. He's improving really quickly. How does takeover affect a league? I'm not sure what takeover affects a League One. I'm not sure what that means. When you say like, what is is it a single club that's been taken over? Which team? I'm not entirely sure what that means as far as the database goes. That's what I'm trying to ascertain. Let's see. Yeah, we'll just pay that. He looks really good. It's the fact that he's kept that extra half star now for like a good 6 months of scouting. I'm willing to believe that my scouts are correct on him. You can merge editor data, absolutely, but you will, if you run into any conflicts, it will make you fix it yourself. And unless you know how to do that, and I certainly don't, then you can run into issues. Oh, he's already got that in there. Nice. So Arsenal, Tesla, take over. I'm really not sure I understand. So hang on. Yeah, but okay. So Tesla obviously isn't in the game. So Arsenal have been. So basically, they've made changes to Arsenal. But the point is, if you're running a Super League database, the Super League database will have Arsenal in a Super League. The Tesla database or whatever won't have Arsenal in a Super League. So the game won't know which of the two to prioritize, basically. Meaning that those two things are conflicting. That's what I mean. As far as I know, I might be wrong about that, chat, but I believe that's probably the issue there. As in that Arsenal will be in the Premier League in the Tesla version of the database, and they'll be in the Super League in the Super League version of the database. Those two things are... It's almost certainly a second language, which is why I'm trying to... I want to understand, because I really do want to help. But that is my understanding of how that works or doesn't work, essentially. What am I doing? I could just give this guy what he wants. I've got super distracted there. My apologies. I might just give him that. Hope that at least... Yeah, there we go. We'll get the 5 years on him. But yeah, that's most likely what the problem is. You're definitely not getting a loan back. I hate the fact that the loan back thingy fulfills the promise on the loans. I guess it's good if you're like desperate to do that, but it is a little bit annoying in these saves. Wait, are they all playing on Wednesday? Oh, they're playing each other, aren't they? And Goodyear are playing League. Oh, that's a winnable game, you know. Move the England League and just keep the European League. Hang on. If you were to remove the English League database, you would lose the takeover database, because that's the one that would be in that. It's the Ataris. It's an absolutely incredible cover. I absolutely adore this cover. Oh, he's in. That was quick. Holy shit. Okay, so we're getting Noah Tandler. But yeah, so if you were to take away the one that's causing the English side of things, that would be the database that does the takeover. So you'd only have the Super League, so then you wouldn't have the takeover element of things in that database. But there are certain things that you can put well together, like databases that work well. So, for example, say I've got a database that affects French teams and it changes the French league, and then one that changes Dutch teams. Those two things would work together because they wouldn't be conflicting, because they'd be affecting different things. But when you've got databases that have like overlap, then it becomes a bit of a problem. Right, let's go. Slavia away should be relatively straightforward for us. But did I not rest the team? I didn't, did I? Bugger. Oopsie doopsie. I may have accidentally not rested the team ahead of this game. I thought we had one more game in between. I've done goofed. Chat, I have very much done goofed. That's okay. Lahovy on the bench though for sure, because we will need to bring him on. But we'll still start these guys. I think it should be enough against a team like Slavia. No offense. Reynoso should be able to get going as well. This is cool. Yeah, Silver. Yeah, this is the kind of game to bring Silver in, actually. Instead of... Chosen one. We'll put Silver Salamander in the middle. To be fair, even if these guys hadn't played the other game, there would have probably still been a high injury risk because they played the game before that. The game is very tetchy about stuff like that, I would say. How do I trigger it? You can't. Oh, in the editors. You can't trigger it in the editor at all. Oh, well, no. I think you can, actually. You can't, like, trigger it to happen, but you can set so as it's already happened, essentially. I think you can just change the ownership type, I believe, is the one. I might be wrong about that, but I believe it's the ownership type is what you wanted to change. So it'll be under like finances in the in-game editor. Yeah. I think at Takeover you can set the ownership type from... I don't know if you could do that. I think you can, right? I've never tried to do that mid-game, to be fair, so I wouldn't know. But I think you can do that in the in-game editor. I think that in terms of like you could make the changes that you wanted to the Super League database to give you what you want out of the Arsenal one. As for the Wonder Kid one, I think you'd be okay with that one as well. I don't think that would cause a conflict because that's most likely only affecting players. But again, I don't know what Wonder Kid database you were referring to. So without knowing what database it is, it's hard to know if it would conflict. Because if it's moving players to different clubs and stuff, to hit the Sugar Daddy box, is that... Yeah, see, again, I don't know. And there's things you can set. Because there's like 3 different types of Tycoon, if I recall. There's like a underwriter, front end, and back end or something. And like, or expects return, or... I can't remember exactly. Or is it just Sugar Daddy? I can't... Again, it's been a while. Oh my goodness, that's offside, surely. It's not? Alright. Carlos Vieira has scored. What an absolute banger that is. I think this is the year. Schedule a date to do an ownership change. No. Not as far as I'm aware, you can't. There might be some really complicated custom files you can use with things like LNC files or EDT files that might be able to trigger something like that. But it's way beyond my scope of knowledge to make things like that happen. Maybe if you could decompile the game files and add stuff, because they do have stuff like that that's programmed into the game, but it's hard-coded, and we still haven't quite figured out how to do the hard-coded stuff. Hadrian, believe me, I feel like is not that far off of figuring that stuff out himself. I feel like there's a legitimate chance that with the extra time we've got, Hadrian will figure out how to do hard-coded changes. Because some of the things we've had to change for this newest setup kind of do that anyway. So, yeah. And if we could somehow get into the hard-coded stuff, then things would be very interesting. Was Yugoslavia guys celebrating? It's a bit like me and Aaron in the FIFA World Cup. Once again, it's changed this back. It does it every time we go to the Cup games. I think we get 24 points out of 24 in the Champions League this year. I think if we're able to beat Arsenal in that one game, then I think we go for the full lot and get 24, which we've never done before. So at the very least, we'd be making up for the others doing poorly in places by getting as many points as physically possible. And now we're drawing. And Stefan Barton has scored. Okay. I might have spoke too soon. Change the owner cells and the stats. You could change the owner, as far as I know. Again, I don't know for sure. But I believe you could just go into the stats. Yeah, we can just change that. Change it to, I don't know, 2 shots, 1 goal. Or even 1 shot, 2 goals. Thoughts? That was a poor one. This is going to be the Ajax game, isn't it? Frosh definitely enjoyed that. I can feel it, yeah. Yeah, he was a youth player, wasn't he? We are actually playing really poorly. I might have to twiddle this at half-time. Because otherwise this is looking dangerously like the Ajax game from last year. Just with us being even worse. Oh, I can't even pretend that we've been FM'd. We're just not very good. Jesus, Blaz, buddy. Cheers for the columns there. I'm going to get Valenhaupt on in midfield. What's his work rate like? Oh, I'm not going to do that. That would be poor. Which country are you doing building actually? Yes, it's not even thinking. It's done. We're doing Poland with Wisła Krakow next year. Hopefully. Provided the game is released at some point. Who's done really poorly? No one's done that badly. But it's just the tiredness on some of these guys. But then, like, I just bring on Zimmer. Do I really do that? Peters has done okay as well. It's only really Crowell that's struggling. I might even get Brooksy on. Fuck it. Just have 2 really, like, creative players in there. Switch it to attacking for the second period like we did before. If in doubt, bring on Javier. We need to make some earlier fresh leggy changes, but half-time's maybe a bit too soon for that. Particularly with the quality coming off the bench. Van Hapsen, Guthmanson doesn't have the particularly good work rate either, if I recall. It's like 12. Yeah. Whereas at least Brooksy has 14 work rate and can still tackle. I think he'll be slightly better in terms of doing that job. Plus, they're more comfortable in the role. Over to Portugal. Portugal's too high for building a nation. They're already like top 5, top 6 nation anyway, so there's not really much to grow. I have managed in Portugal. I did my first ever Twitch save, like a proper Twitch save, was in Portugal with União de Madeira. Holds a special place in my heart. We're not going to win this game, are we? We do just need that one opportunity, to be fair. And that... Oh, God. That's peculiar heading there. Oh, if I recall, the rules were pretty good. The one thing I really like about Portugal is that Brazilian players count as homegrown. There's no foreign restrictions on them. Or there used to be anyway. So I could just sign any Brazilian players I wanted and they just counted as homegrown immediately. That was a really nice little function of Portugal, which I enjoyed tremendously. Oh, he's actually saved it. I thought Peters was about to bang another one. That would make him our top scorer in the Champions League. Yeah, 24 points is looking less likely now, sadly. I still think we've got a hero in us. Oh, we do. Nah, we're heading these over the bar here. Gudmundson's usually good in moments like this. This is usually when he steps up for us. He's clutch in times like this. Like, usually around about the 80th minute is when Gudmundsson steps into the play. Tell you what, Silver Salamander has been appalling today. I do kind of regret starting him, honestly. But needs must. I'm thinking a Lahovi Zimmer substitution very soon to get those two onto the pitch because we're lacking legs in the fullback positions. Although Babasi's not to be dissuaded. Oh, go on. Oh, use the space. Peters is there. Go on, Mohamed. Go on. Hey, he's won the penalty. Well played, Mohamed. Count as normal for it. Oh, damn it. Bear in mind, this was a while ago. This was FN20 when I managed there. That sucks because that was a really fun rule that I really enjoyed in Portugal. So naturally, it would be removed because we can't have fun. Right, so I guess it's Kravitz that takes this, right? It is. Ivan Kravitz from the spot. What a banger of a penalty. There we go. Second goal of the season for Ivan. He knows how to take a penalty, unlike Mr. Moser. That gives us the lead. Can we hang on to it? I will probably make some subs now. Freshen it up a little bit. Switch it off of attacking again. Just to get it over the line without any silly business. Babasi for Zimzims. Lahovi on as well. Switch it back down to positive. And honestly, give Moser a little run out. Too late for him to score a penalty there, but I feel like, you know, he needs to get some match sharpness back up as well. God, Carvalho scoring for Real Madrid. Makes you wonder what could have been. God, Juve have started well. Oh, good. I guess we'll do that. It's actually mad that we've won all three so far, and we're still not top, even though we've been banging goals in left and right in those other games, just not this one. Save in Asia. Technically, yes. I did America. Oh, that was OCE. Never mind. No, I haven't. I haven't done a save in Asia, actually. That was really bad play from us there. This is where it ends up being 2-2. Because all these substitutes just don't work. Oh, well played, Callum. That was a really good play, actually. Hajarowan. Oh, Guam, I guess. Yeah, I suppose the national team with Guam technically counts. Oh, the height on Gudmundsson. I feel like Lahovi's going to randomly score a goal in this game, too. It's just what he does. Maldonado. Oh, look at that. That was really not designed for Moser. But at least Hajarowan's in the middle for him. Now he needs to get his ass in the box immediately. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, hang on. Moser! Oh, well played. Yep, Guam counts. That's offside, isn't it? Nope. 3-1. Get in. I didn't lift. I admire the honesty. No, I haven't. Other than Guam national team. Moser off the bench to score. I like this, actually, because he's outside. And the fact that they just lose track of him when he makes that run back in from the wing. And then, oh, the goalkeeper's not done well there. Yeah, he's capable of scoring those because it's not a penalty. Valencia getting humped again. Their goal difference must be taking an absolute rollicking. Oh, it's only -5. Who was I thinking of then? Either way. Oh, it's Villarreal I was thinking of, the currently winning. We're still trailing Juve on goal difference, though. Multinational team. We just left the job. We weren't actually... The only reason we managed the multinational team was for that 1 Euros. We weren't actually trying to manage them long term. We only took over because they got to the Euros. And then left immediately afterwards. Oh, that's a good pass. Oh, God. What are you doing? I'm so glad this save is ending next season. That's the first time, I think, in 10 years he's ever done that. Yeah, just kick the ball, Fran. Like... What this pass here from Martinez is absolutely world class, by the way. But the keeper literally comes and gets the ball, and then he just misses it the second time. Amount of players can have a... Hang on, limit the amount of... I'm not sure I understand, Papa. Do you mean like limit the number of players in the game, or limit the number of... I'm not sure what we're limiting. No is the answer to the number of players. No, you wouldn't need to, right? Favorite player. Probably still Vida, honestly. Babasi, perhaps. I just love being a right wing back, apparently. Eric Bartos. The one and only. Oh, we've got the dub. That was much more difficult than it should have been. But in the end, I think our goal difference will prevail because we've got some very easy games to come. The question is whether the other Maltese sides are capable of doing it tomorrow because we've got a lot of games. Uriah Lahovey as well has been a real favourite of mine, particularly as he was a guy that we signed to be a backup player who turned out to be much, much better than a backup player and has never once complained about wanting to leave. Like, not once. Lahovey has never kicked off about it. He's always been happy with his playing time no matter what. He's the ultimate guy. And that's what I'm so glad he's still here. Vida just always delivered, so I'm kind of hoping Hamron win this, honestly. If Goodyear and Hamron win this, I think Sweetie are cooked, but it will at least pretty much get these guys on the way. Which is, I think, what's more important right now, because if Sweetie win this, they'll probably both not qualify. Let's see. Beautiful. Another dub for Goodyear. They're already on 7 points after 3 games. Goodyear have already nearly qualified. They're smashing it. Keep it. Oh, nice. That will go for the recap video. Hamron have just made very light work of Sweetie there. Floriano and then two more for Pugliese. How many has he got this year already? 6 in 8. He's just way too good for them, but I love that he's on loan there and was willing to extend. Like, what a guy. So that's more points for Malta. I'll tell you what, Champions League right now. Goodyear are sitting 7th. Hamron are sitting 8th. There's 3 Maltese sides in the top 8 of the Champions League already. Like, Sweetie have had it. They're never going to do it. But these two between them, I think, are definitely going to qualify now. I'll be amazed. Hamron literally only need 3 points from the next 5. Goodyear only need 2 points from the next 5. Sick. And it's more points for us. The question is whether we can actually finally get some wins in the Europa League. Zabar hosts Sporting. Are you serious? Slima hosting not. Have Slima had an easy game yet? And then we've got Hibernians, finally. There must be away, right? Away at Dinamo Batumi. I feel like our multi-sides always lose to Dinamo Batumi, no matter how bad they are. I actually think we're going to get 3 defeats here. This is not going to be a good day for Maltese football. Yeah, they had Spurs and Sevilla already. Slima. And they've actually drawn both of them, to be fair. But they've got some really tough games. Whereas Zabar are fucking up all their easy games. They've managed to lose 2 games in which they were massively the better side. Like 3 XG in both games, lost both. One of them was at home as well. Right. Wait, they're not even visible. Oh, Slima lose 1-0. As fucking if, man. Better side lose 1-0. And Zabar? I'm so bored of this now. That's 3 in a row now. Zabar have been the better side in every single Europa League game and have lost them. All 3 of them. They've created nearly 3 XG in every single game and lost all 3 games. I mean, what can you do about that? Zabar are bottom, nearly. They should be on 9 points right now. We're not going to have anyone in the knockouts of the Europa at this rate. This is the downside of Adventurous. No, the downside. This is the downside of reputation having too much of an effect on matches. Basically, to where if Zabar got that against a team they had higher rep than, they would win. But because they got those games against teams in this league, because I would say that Zabar still have one of the lowest reps in the Europa League, and it shows. No matter how well they play, they'll just lose. Also, Norbert Gottsteiner. What a good player he is. What about the Conference League? Well played. Hibernians are at the very least doing stuff in the Conference League. So they're 2 out of 2. So fair play to them. But stuff like that. There is an XG table, but it doesn't work properly. So you can't see. Oh, no, hang on. Can you see expected points? I don't think you can because it counts into. That's Conference League anyway. So obviously this doesn't take into account. Where are they? Yeah, so they've scored 7. So they've scored 3 goals off of 7.13 XG so far. More than quality, yes, unfortunately. Of course, this takes into account qualifiers as well. So we can't look at expected points, but you can see how much they've underperformed it. You can sometimes see like a. I swear there's like an XG underperform. There we go. Yeah, there you go. Expected goals underperformance in the Conference League. Zabar above everybody else by an absolute mile. It's about the Conference League. Luckily, Hibernians have done alright on there. Champions League, anyone fun in there? So it's just them, really. Everyone else is doing fine. But Zabar are just shitting the bed. It's such a shame. Because I think Zamara are basically already going to be very struggling to qualify from that. They should have won all 3 of those games. Like, if I just show you their fixtures, because we should still have the stuff available to see. These were their games so far. So, Lask at home. Hang on. Wait, why has it already forgotten that? Really? As if it's already swept away the results there. It's just hiding the evidence, conveniently. So, basically, they had like 3 XG in both these games. Nearly 3 XG, I should say. Actually, that can't be exactly right. It was still well over 2. So, yeah, frustrating. Wouldn't want to be top of... Yeah, indeed. They've not had a good start to the season at all, have they? In the relegation zone, along with... Oh, no, not quite in the relegation zone. Sleemer are, in fact, in the relegation zone. Because, of course, they are. Let me save the game there. Boom. So, Pog and I can go to B&M, do a bit of nosing around. You know how it goes. Let's see. Oh, Ben's not today. Let's see what we got this afternoon. Who are we thinking and thunking? Oh, I mean, it has to be the man, the myth, the legend that is United City, Mr. Kev. Ah, dear. Malta start. Hang on, I haven't even looked at the card vision. One second. I'll just quickly show you. So, on the year, we are all the way down here on 5.5. As far as the teams at the top, we're sort of we're still lagging a bit behind them, really. Unfortunately. Not ideal. It's just tough when you just can't get the wins like those. I think this is one of these things where you can feel like the natural stopping point being the end of next season. That way it gives us a chance to sort of go out on a high. And that way if we know it's the end of next season, we can take preparation over next summer to kind of go on a bit of a blowout transfers as well. Whereas if we just decided it was the end of the season, say this season, then we would end up with like too much to do too quickly, I suppose. But yeah, thank you for joining me nevertheless. And thank you for sticking with me because OTI is coming. It will be coming soon. Whether I move or not, I mean, I feel like if I didn't move, I'd be fucking annoyed. But there you go. So, yes, thank you for joining me today. As always, you lovely audiences. And I'm going to send you lovely people over to Kev. One of the first things we're going to do when we get this new house, hopefully, is get in there and have a nice gin, have some Carlisle honey, because we've still not had any of this bottle. So, yeah, see you guys soon. Hold your gun. Capybara. Bye-bye. Hold your gun. No, wait, Carlisle honey. One of those. Yeah, bye.